Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 2. 3. He left early. Lucas seemed to regard his departure as the act of a traitor, but he insisted on leaving. And in spite of Lucas's great social success, he inwardly condescended to Lucas. Lucas was not a serious man, and could not comprehend seriousness. George went because he had to go, because the power of an idea drove him forth. He had no intention of sleeping. He walked automatically through dark London, and his eyes, turned within, saw nothing of the city. He did not walk quickly. He was too preoccupied to walk quickly. Yet in his brain he was hurrying. He had not a moment to lose. The goal was immensely far off. His haste was as absurd and as fine as that of a man who, starting to cross Europe on foot, must needs run in order to get out of Calais and be fairly on his way. At Russell Square he wondered whether he would be able to get into the office. However, there was still a light in the basement, and he rang the house bell. The housekeeper's daughter, a girl who played at being parlour-maid in the afternoons and brought bad tea and thick bread and butter to the privileged in the office, opened the front door with bridling exclamations of astonishment. She had her best frock on. Her hair was in curling pins. She smelt delicately of beer. The excitement of the Sunday League excursion and of the evening's dalliance had not quite cooled in this respectable and experienced young creature of central London. She was very feminine and provocative and unparlour-maidish, standing there in the hall, and George passed by her as callously as though she had been a real parlour-maid on duty. She had to fly to her mother for the key of the office. Taking the key from the breathless, ardent little thing, he said that he would see to the front door being properly shut when he went out. That was all. Her legitimate curiosity about his visit had to go to bed hungry. In the office he switched on the lights in Hames' cubicle, in the pupils' room and in the principal's room. He enjoyed the illumination and the solitude. He took deep breaths. He walked about. After rummaging for the sketches and the printed site plan of the town hall projected by the northern city, he discovered them under John Orgreave's desk. He moved them to Mr. Enright's desk, which was the best one, and he bent over them rapturously. Yes, the idea of entering for the competition himself was a magnificent idea. Strange that it should have occurred not to him but to Lois. A disconcerting girl, Lois. She'd said that he looked 25. He liked that. Why should he not enter for the competition himself? He would enter for it. The decision was made, as usual, without consulting anybody. Instinct was his sole guide. Failure in the final examination was beside the point. Moreover, though he had sworn never to sit again, he could easily sit again in December. He could pass the exam on his head. He might win the competition. To be even in the selected first 6 or 10 would rank as a glorious achievement. But why should he not win outright? He was lucky, always had been lucky. It was essential that he should win outright. It was essential that he should create vast and grandiose structures, that he should have both artistic fame and worldly success. He could not wait long for success. He required luxury. He required a position enabling him to meet anybody and everybody on equal terms, and to fulfil all his desires. He would not admit that he was too young for the enterprise. He was not too young. He refused to be too young. And indeed he felt that he had that very night become adult, and that a new impulse, reducing all previous impulses to unimportance, had inspired his life. He owed the impulse to the baffling Lois. Marguerite would never have given him such an impulse. Marguerite had no ambition either for herself or for him. She was profoundly the wrong girl for him. He admitted his error candidly, with the eagerness of youth. He had no shame about the blunder. And the girl's environment was wrong for him also. What had he to do with Chelsea? Chelsea was a parish. It was not the world. He'd been gravely disappointed in Chelsea. Marguerite had no shimmer of romance. She was homely, and she was content with her sphere. And she was not elegant. She had no kind of smartness. Who would look twice at her? And she was unjust. She was unfair. She had lacerated his highly sensitive pride. She had dealt his conceit a frightful wound. He would not think of it. And in fact, he could ignore the wound in the exquisite activity of creating town halls for mighty municipalities. He drew plans with passion and with fury. He had scores of alternative schemes. He was a god fashioning worlds. Having drawn plans, he drew elevations and perspectives. He rushed to the files, rushed because he was in haste to reach the goal, and studied afresh the schedules of accommodation for other municipal buildings that had been competed for in the past. Much as he hated detail, he stooped rather humbly to detail that night, and contended with it in all honesty. He worked for hours before he thought of lighting a cigarette. It was something uncanny beyond the large windows that first gently and perceptibly began to draw away his mind from the profusion of town halls on the desk, and so indirectly reminded him of the existence of cigarettes. When he lighted a cigarette, he stretched himself and glanced at the dark windows, of which the blinds had not been pulled down. He understood then what was the matter. Dawn was the matter. The windows were no longer quite dark. He looked out. A faint pallor in the sky, and some stars sickening therein, and underneath the silent square with its patient trees and indefatigable lamps. The cigarette tasted bad in his mouth, but he would not give it up. He yawned heavily. The melancholy of the square, awaiting without hope the slow, hard dawn, overcame him suddenly. Marguerite was a beautiful girl. Her nose was marvellous. He could never forget it. He could never forget her gesture as she intervened between him and her father in the basement at Alexandra Grove. They had painted lampshades together. She was angelically kind. She could not be ruffled. She would never criticize, never grasp, never exhibit selfishness. She was a unique combination of the serious and the sensuous. He felt the passionate, ecstatic clinging of her arm as they walked under the interminable chain of lamp-posts on Chelsea Embankment. Magical hours. And how she could absorb herself in her work. And what a damned shame it was that rascally employers should have cut down her prices. It was intolerable. It would not bear thinking about. He dropped the cigarette and stamped on it angrily. Then he returned to the desk and put his head in his hands and shut his eyes. He awakened with a start of misgiving. He was alone in the huge house, for the basement was under the house and somehow did not count. Something was astir in the house. He could hear it through the doors ajar. His flesh crept. It was exactly like the flap of a washing-cloth on the stone stairs. It stopped. It came nearer. He thought inevitably of the dead Mrs. Hame, once charwoman and step-cleaner. In an instant he believed fully in all that he had ever heard about ghosts and spirit manifestations. An icy wave passed down his spine. He felt that if the phantom of Mrs. Hame was approaching him, he simply could not bear to meet it. The ordeal would kill him. Then he decided that the sounds were not those of a washing-cloth, but of slippered feet. Odd that he should have been so deluded. Somebody was coming down the long stairs from the upper stories, uninhabited at night. Burglars? He was still very perturbed, but differently perturbed. He could not move a muscle. The suspense as the footsteps hesitated at the cubicle was awful. George stood up straight and called out in a rough voice, louder than he expected it to be. "Who's there?" Mr. Enright appeared. He was wearing beautiful blue pyjamas and a plum-coloured silk dressing-gown and doeskin slippers. His hair was extremely deranged. He blinked rapidly, and his lined face seemed very old. "Well, I like this, he said in a quiet, sardonic tone, sitting at my desk and blazing my electricity away. I happened to get up, and I looked out of the window and noticed the glare below, so I came to see what was afoot. Do you know, you've frightened me. I don't like being frightened." I hadn't the slightest notion you ever slept here," George feebly stammered. "Didn't you know I decided to keep a couple of rooms here for myself?" "I'd heard something about it, but I didn't know you'd really moved in. I've been away so much." "I moved in, as you call it, yesterday. And a nice night you're giving me. And even supposing I hadn't moved in, what's that got to do with you being here? Give me a cigarette." With hurrying deference, George gave the cigarette and struck a match for it. And as he held the match, he had a near view of Mr. Enright's prosaic, unshaved chin. The house was no longer the haunt of lurking phantoms. It was a common worldly house without any mystery or any menace. George's skin was no longer the field of abnormal phenomena. Dawn was conquering Russell Square. On the other hand, George was no longer a giant of energy, initiating out of ample experience a tremendous and superb enterprise. he was suddenly diminished to a boy, or at best, a lad. He really felt that it was ridiculous for him to be sketching and scratching away there in the middle of the night in his dress clothes. Even his overcoat, hat, and fancy muffler cast on a chair seemed ridiculous. He was a child pretending to be an adult. He glanced like a child at Mr. Enright. He roughened his hair with his hand like a child. He had the most wistful and apologetic air. He said, "I just came along here for a bit instead of going to bed. I didn't know it was so late." "Do you often just come along here?" "No, I never did it before, but tonight—" "What is it you're at?" "I'd been thinking a bit about that new town hall." "What new town hall?" "You know." Mr. Enright did know. "But haven't I even yet succeeded in making it clear that this firm is not going in for that particular competition?" Mr. Enright's sarcastic and discontented tone challenged George, who stiffened. "Oh, I know the firm isn't going in for it, but what's the matter with me going in for it?" He forced himself to meet Mr. Enright's eyes, but he could not help blushing. He was scarcely out of his articles. He had failed in the final, and he aspired to create the largest English public building of the last half-century. "Are you quite mad?" Mr. Enright turned away from the desk to the farther window, hiding his countenance. "Yes," said George firmly, "quite." Mr. Enright, after a pause, came back to the desk. "Well, it's something to admit that," he sneered. "At any rate, we know where we are. Let's have a look at the horrid mess." He made a number of curt observations as he handled the sheets of sketches. "I see you've got that Saracenic touch in again. What's the scale here? Is this really a town hall, or are you trying to beat the Temple of Karnak? If that's meant for an Ionic capital, no assessor would stand it. It's against all the textbooks to have Ionic capitals where there's a side view of them. Not that it matters to me. Have you made the slightest attempt to cube it up? You'd never get out of this under $500,000, you know." Shaking his head, he retired once more to the window. George began to breathe more freely, as one who has fronted danger and still lives. Mr. Enright addressed the window. "It's absolute folly to start on a thing like that before the conditions are out. Absolute folly. Have you done all that tonight?" "Yes." "Well, you've shifted the stuff, but you haven't the slightest notion what accommodation they want. You simply don't know." "I know what accommodation they ought to want with 400,000 inhabitants," George retorted pugnaciously. "Is it 400,000? Mr. Enright asked with bland innocence. He generally left statistics to his partner. 425. "You've looked it up?" "I have." Mr. Enright was now at the desk yet again. "There's an idea to it," he said shortly, holding up the principal sheet and blinking. "I shall go in for it." The thought swept through George's brain like a fierce flare, lighting it up vividly to its darkest corners, and incidentally producing upon his skin phenomena similar to those produced by uncanny sounds on the staircase. He had caught admiration and benevolence in Mr. Enright's voice. He was intensely happy, encouraged, and proud. He began to talk eagerly. He babbled, entrusting himself to Mr. Enright's benevolence. "Of course, there's the final. If they give 6 months for the thing, I could easily get through the final before sending-in day. I could take a room somewhere. I shouldn't really want any assistance. Clerk, I mean. I could do it all myself." He ran on until Mr. Enright stopped him. "You could have a room here, upstairs." "Could I?" "But you'd want some help, and you needn't think they'll give 6 months, because they won't. They might give 5. "That's no good." "Why isn't it any good?" snapped Mr. Enright. "You don't suppose they're going to issue the conditions just yet, do you? Not a day before September, not a day, and you could take it from me." "Oh, hurrah!" "But look here, my boy, let's be clear about one thing." "Yes?" "You're quite mad." They looked at each other. "The harmless kind, though," said George confidently, well aware that Mr. Enright doted upon him. In another minute the principal had gone to bed without having uttered one word as to his health. George had announced that he should tidy the sacred desk before departing. When he had done that, he wrote a letter in pencil. "It's the least I can do," he said to himself seriously. He began, "Dear Miss Ingram." Dash it, she calls me George, he thought, and tore up the sheet. Dear Lois, I think after what you said it's only due to you to tell you that I've decided to go in for that competition on my own. Thanks for the tip. Yours, George Cannon. He surveyed the message. That's about right, he murmured. Then he looked at his watch. It showed 3:15, but it had ceased to beat. He added at the foot of the letter, Monday, 3:30 a.m. He stole one of John Orgreave's ready-stamped envelopes. In quitting the house, he inadvertently banged the heavy front door. "Do 'em good," he said, thinking of awakened sleepers. It was now quite light. He dropped the letter into the pillar-box round the corner, and, as soon as he had irretrievably done so, the thought occurred to him, "I wish I hadn't put 3:30 a.m. There's something rottenly sentimental about it." The chill, fresh air was bracing him to a more perfect sanity. He raised the collar of his overcoat. 4. At the club on Tuesday morning, Downes brought to his bedside a letter addressed in a large, striking, and untidy hand. Not until he had generally examined the letter did he realize that it was from Lois Ingram. He remembered having mentioned to her that he lived at his club, Pickering's, but he laid no stress on the detail, nor had she seemed to notice it, yet she must have noticed it. Dear George, I am so glad. Miss Wheeler is going to her bootmaker's in Conduit Street tomorrow afternoon. She's always such a long time there. Come and have tea with me at the new Prosser's in Regent Street, 4 sharp. I shall have half an hour. L.I. In his heart he pretended to jeer at this letter. He said it was like Lois. She calmly assumed that at a sign from her, he, a busy man, would arrange to be free in the middle of the afternoon. Doubtless the letter was the consequence of putting 3:30 a.m. on his own letter. What could a fellow expect? All pretence. In reality, the letter flattered and excited him. He thought upon the necktie he would wear. By the same post arrived a small parcel. It contained a ring, a few other bits of jewellery, and all the letters and notes that he had ever written or scribbled to Marguerite. He did not want the jewellery back. He did not want the letters back. To receive them somehow humiliated him. Surely she might have omitted this nauseous conventionality. She was so exasperatingly conscientious. Her neat, clerk-like calligraphy on the label of the parcel exasperated him. She carefully kept every scrap of a missive from him. He hated to look at the letters. What could he do with them except rip them up? And the miserable trinkets which she had worn, which had been part of her. As for him, he had not kept all her letters, not by any means. There might be a few lying about in drawers. He would have to collect them and return them. Odious job. And he could not ask anybody else to do it for him. He was obliged to question Lucas about the Regent Street Prosser's, of which, regrettably, he had never heard. He did not, in so many words, request John Orgreave for the favour of an hour off. He was now out of his articles, though still by the force of inertia at the office, and therefore he informed John Orgreave that unless Mr. John had any objection, he proposed to take an hour off. Mr. Enright was not in. Lucas knew vaguely of the rendezvous, having somewhere met Lorenzen. From the outside, Prosser's was not distinguishable from any other part of Regent Street, but George could not mistake it, because Miss Wheeler's car was drawn up in front of the establishment, and Lois was waiting for him therein. Strange procedure. She smiled, and then frowned, and got out sternly. She said scarcely anything, and he found that he could make only such silly remarks as, "Hope I'm not late, am I?" The new Prosser's was a grandiose by-product of chocolate. The firm had taken the leading ideas of the chief tea-shop companies catering for the million in hundreds of establishments arranged according to pattern, and elaborated them with what is called in its advertisements cachet. Its prices were not as cheap as those of the popular houses, but they could not be called dear. George and Lois pushed through a crowded lane of chocolate and confectionery, past a staircase which bore a large notice, "Please keep to the right." This notice was needed. They came at length to the main hall under a dome, with a gallery between the dome and the ground. The floor was carpeted. The multitudinous small tables had cloths, flowers, silver, and menus knotted with red satin ribbon. The place was full of people seated at the tables and people walking about. Above the rail of the gallery could be seen the hats and heads of more people. People were entering all the time and leaving all the time. Scores of waitresses in pale green and white moved to and fro like an alien and mercenary population. The heat, the stir, the hum, and the clatter were terrific, and from on high descended thin, strident music in a rapid and monotonous rhythm. "No room," said George, feeling that he had at last got into the true arena of the struggle for life. "Oh, yes," said Lois with superior confidence. She bore mercilessly across the floor. Round the edge of the huge room, beneath the gallery, were a number of little alcoves framed in fretted Moorish arches of white enamelled wood. 3 persons were just emerging from one of these. She sprang within and sank into a wicker armchair. "There is always a table," she breathed, surveying the whole scene with a smile of conquest. George sat down opposite to her with his back to the hall. He could survey nothing but Lois and the world of the mirror behind her. "That's one of Father's maxims," she said. "What is?" "There is always a table." "Well, you know, there always is." "He must be a very wise man." "He is." "What's his special line?" she exclaimed. "Don't you know, Father? Hasn't Miss Wheeler told you, or Mrs. Orgreave?" "No." "But you must know, Father. Father's Parisian in the Sunday Journal." Despite the mention of this ancient and very dignified newspaper, George felt a sense of disappointment. He had little esteem for journalists, whom Mr. Enright was continually scoffing at, and whom he imagined to be all poor. He conceived Mr. Ingram as perhaps a rich cosmopolitan financier, or a rich idler, but at any rate rich, whatever he might be. "Of course, he does lots of other work besides that. He writes for the Pall Mall Gazette and the St. James's Gazette. In fact, it's his proud boast that he writes for all the gazettes, and he's the only man who does. That's because he's so liked. Everybody adores him. I adore him myself. He's a great pal of mine. But he's very strict." "Strict?" "Yes," she insisted, rather defensively. "Why not? I should like a strawberry ice and a lemon squash and a millefeuille cake. Don't be alarmed, please. I'm a cave woman. You've got to get used to it." "What's a cave woman?" "Oh, it's something primitive. You must come over to Paris. If Father likes you, he'll take you to one of the weekly lunches of the Anglo-American Press Circle. He always does that when he likes anyone. He's the treasurer." "Haven't you got any millefeuille cakes?" she demanded of the waitress, who had come to renew the table and had deposited a basket of various cakes. "I'm afraid we haven't, miss," answered the waitress, not comprehending the strange word any better than George did. "Bit rowdy, isn't it?" George observed, looking round when the waitress had gone. Lois said with earnestness, "I simply love these big noisy places. They make me feel alive." He looked at her. She was very well dressed, more stylistic than any girl that he could see in the mirror. He could not be sure whether or not her yellow eyes had a slight cast. If they had, it was so slight as to be almost imperceptible. There was no trace of diffidence in them. They commanded. She was not a girl you could masculinely protect. On the contrary, she would protect not only herself, but others. "Haven't you any cream?" she curtly challenged the waitress, arriving with ice, lemon squash, and George's tea. The alien mercenary met her glance inimically for a second, and then, shutting her lips together, walked off with the milk. At Prosser's the waitresses did not wear caps, and were, in theory, ladies. Lois would have none of the theory. The waitress was ready to die for it, and carried it away with her intact. George preferred milk to cream, but he said nothing. "Yes," Lois went on, "you ought to come to Paris. You have been, haven't you? I remember you told me. We're supposed to go back next week, but if Irene doesn't go, I shan't." She frowned. George said that positively he would come to Paris. When they had fairly begun the rich, barbaric meal, Lois asked abruptly, "Why did you write in the middle of the night?" Sometimes her voice was veiled. "Why did I write in the middle of the night? Because I thought I would." He spoke masterfully. He didn't mean to stand any of her cheek. "Oh," she laughed nicely. "I didn't mind. I liked it, awfully. It was just the sort of thing I should have done myself. But you might tell me all about it. I think I deserve that much, don't you?" Then he told all about it, how he had arranged everything, got a room, meant to have his name painted on the door, meant to make his parents take their holiday on the north-east coast for a change, so that he could study the site, meant to work like 100 devils, etc. He saw with satisfaction that the arrogant, wilful creature was impressed. She said, "Now listen to me. You'll win that competition. "I shan't," he said, "but it's worth trying for the experience. That's what Enright says." She said, "I don't care a fig what Enright says. You'll win that competition. I'm always right when I sort of feel, you know." For a moment he believed in the miraculous, inexplicable intuitions of women. "Oh," she cried, as the invisible orchestra started a new tune. "Do you know that? It's the first time I've heard it in London. It's the Machiche. It's all over Paris. I think it's the most wonderful tune in the world." Her body swayed. Her foot tapped. George listened. Yes, it was a maddening tune. "It is," he agreed eagerly. She cried, "Oh, I love pleasure, and success, and money. Don't you?" Her eyes had softened. They were liquid with yearning, but there was something frankly sensual in them. This quality, swiftly revealed, attracted George intensely for an instant. Immediately afterwards she asked the time and said she must go. "I don't keep Irene waiting," she said. Her eyes now had a hard glitter. In full Regent Street he put the haughty girl into Irene's automobile, which had turned round. He was proud to be seen in the act. He privately enjoyed the glances of common, unsuccessful persons. As he walked away, he smiled to himself, to hide from himself his own nervous excitement. She was a handful, she was. Within her, life burned and blazed. He remembered Mr. Prince's remark. He must have made a considerable impression on her, or words to that effect. The startling thought visited him. I shall marry that woman. Then another thought. Not if I know it. I don't like her. I do not like her. I don't like her eyes. She had, however, tremendously intensified in him the desire for success. He hurried off to work. The days passed too slowly, and yet they were too short for his task. He could not wait for the fullness of time. His life had become a breathless race. I shall win. I can't possibly win. The thing's idiotic. I might. Enright rather struck. Yes, it was Mr. Enright's attitude that inspired him. To have impressed Mr. Enright, by Jove, it was something. End of Part 1, Chapter 8, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 1. Competition. 1. On the face of the door, on the third floor of the house in Russell Square, the words G.E. Cannon appeared in dirty white paint, and the freshly added initials A.R.I.B.A. in clean white paint. The addition of the triumphant initials, indicating that George had kissed the rod of the Royal Institute of British Architects in order to conquer, had put the sign as a whole out of centre, throwing it considerably to the right on the green door-face. Within the small and bare room, on an evening in earliest spring in 1904, sat George at the customary large flat desk of the architect. He had just switched on the electric light over his head. He looked sterner and older. He looked very worried, fretful, exhausted. He was thin and pale. His eyes burned, and there were dark patches under the eyes. The discipline of the hair had been rather gravely neglected. In front of George lay a number of large plans mounted on thick cardboard, whose upper surface had a slight convex curve. There were plans of the basement of the projected town hall, of the ground floor, of the building at a height of 12 feet from the ground, of the mezzanine floor, of the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth floors. These plans were coloured. Further, in plain black and white, there were a plan of the roof with a tower, a longitudinal section on the central axis, 2 other sections, 3 elevations, and a perspective view of the entire edifice, 17 sheets in all. The sum of work seemed tremendous. It made the mind dizzy. It made George smile with terrible satisfaction at his own industry, for he had engaged very little help. He would have been compelled to engage more, had not the corporation extended by 1 month the time for sending in. The corporation had behaved with singular enlightenment. Its schedules of required accommodation, George's copy was scored over everywhere in pencil and ink and seriously torn, were held to be admirably drawn, and its supplementary circular of answers to questions from competitors had displayed a clarity and a breadth of mind unusual in corporations. Still more to the point, the corporation had appointed a second assessor to act with Sir Hugh Corver. In short, it had shown that it was under no mandarin's thumb, and that what it really and seriously wanted was the best design that the profession could produce. Mr. Enright, indeed, had nearly admitted regret at having kept out of the immense affair. John Orgreave had expressed regret with vigour and candour. They had in the main left George alone, though occasionally at night Mr. Enright, in the little room, had suggested valuable solutions of certain problems. In detail he was severely critical of George's design, and he would pour delicate satires upon the idiosyncrasy which caused the wilful boy to impurify, a word from Enright's private vocabulary, a Renaissance creation with Saracenic tendencies in the treatment of arches and wall spaces. Nevertheless, Mr. Enright greatly respected the design in its entirety, and both he and John Orgreave, who had collected by the subterranean channels of the profession a large amount of fact and rumour about the efforts of various competitors, opined that it stood a fair chance of being among the selected 6 or 10 whose authors would be invited to submit final designs for the final award. George tried to be hopeful, but he could not be hopeful by trying. It was impossible to believe that he would succeed. The notion was preposterous. Yet at moments when he was not cultivating optimism would impregnate all his being, and he would be convinced that it was impossible not to win. How inconceivably grand! His chief rallying thought was that he had undertaken a gigantic task, and had accomplished it. Well or ill, he had accomplished it. He said to himself aloud, "I've done it! I've done it!" And that he actually had done it was almost incredible. The very sheets of drawing were almost incredible. But they existed there. All was complete. The declaration that the design was G. E. Cannon's personal work, drawn in his own office by his ordinary staff, was there, in the printed envelope officially supplied by the corporation. The estimate of cost and the cubing was there. The explanatory report on the design, duly typewritten, was there. Nothing lacked. "I've done it! I've done it!" And then, tired as he was, the conscience of the creative artist and of the competitor began to annoy him and spur him. The perspective drawing did not quite satisfy, and there was still time. The point of view for the perspective drawing was too high up, and the result was a certain marring of the nobility of the lines, and certainly a diminishment of the effect of the tower. He previously started another perspective drawing with a lower viewpoint, but he had mistakenly cast it aside. He ought to finish the first one and substitute it for the second one. The perspective drawing had a moral importance. It had a special influence on the assessors and committees. Horrid, tiresome labour. 3, 4, 5, or 6 hours of highly concentrated tedium. Was it worth while? It was not. Mr. Enright liked the finished drawing. He, George, could not face a further strain, and yet he was not content. Pooh! Who said he could not face a further strain? Of course he could face it. If he did not face it, his conscience would accuse him of cowardice during the rest of his life, and he would never be able to say honestly, "I did my level best with the thing." He snapped his fingers lightly, and in 1 second had decided to finish the original perspective drawing, and in his very finest style. He would complete it sometime during the night. In the morning it could be mounted. The drawings were to go to the north in a case on the morrow by a passenger train, and to be met at their destination by a commissionaire common to several competitors. This commissionaire would deliver them to the town clerk in accordance with the conditions. In a few minutes George was at work, excited, having forgotten all fatigue. He was saying to himself that he would run out towards 8 o'clock for a chop or a steak. As he worked, he perceived that he had been quite right to throw over the second drawing. He wondered that he could have felt any hesitation. The new drawing would be immeasurably superior. Mr. Hame stepped up, discreetly knocking, entering with dignity. The relations between these two had little by little resumed their old, purely formal quality. Both seemed to have forgotten that passionate anger had ever separated them and joined them together. George was young and capable of oblivion. Mr. Hame had beaten him in the struggle and could afford to forget. They conversed politely, as though the old man had no daughter and the youth had never had a lover. Mr. Hame had even assisted with the lettering of the sheets, not because George needed his help, but because Mr. Hame's calligraphic pride needed to help. To refuse the stately offer would have been to insult. Mr. Hame had aged, but not greatly. "You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. Cannon." "Oh, dash it! Thanks." After all, George was no longer on the staff of Lucas and Enright, and Mr. Hame was conferring a favour. Down below in the big office everybody had gone except the factotum. George seized the telephone receiver and called brusquely for attention. "Is that Mr. Cannon?" "Yes, who is it?" "Oh, it's you, George. How nice to hear your voice again." He recognised, but not instantly, the voice of Lois Ingram. He was not surprised. Indeed, he had suspected that the disturber of work must be either Lois or Miss Wheeler, or possibly Lorenzi. The three had been in London again for several days, and he had known from Lucas that a theatre party had been arranged for that night to witness the irresistible musical comedy, The Gay Spark. Lucas and Monsieur de Fauconbleau were to be at the party. George had not yet seen Lois since his latest return to London. He had only seen her twice since the previous summer. He had not visited Paris in the interval. The tone of her voice, even as transformed by the telephone, was caressing. He had to think of some suitable response to her startling amiability, and to utter it with conviction. He tried to hold fast in his mind to the image of the perspective with its countless complexities and the coordination of them all. The thing seemed to be retreating from him, and he dared not let it go. "Do you know," said Lois, "I only came to London to celebrate the sending in of your design. I hear it's marvellous. Aren't you glad you finished it?" "Well, I haven't finished it," said George. "I am on it now." What did the girl mean by saying she'd only come to London to celebrate the end of his work? An invention on her part. Still, it flattered him. She was very strange. "But Everard's told us you'd finished a bit earlier than you'd expected. We counted on seeing your lordship tomorrow, but now we've got to see you tonight." "Awfully sorry I can't." "But look here, George, you must. Really, the party's all broken up. Miss Wheeler's had to go back to Paris tonight, and Jules can't come. Everything's upset. The flat's going to be closed, and Lorenzine and I will have to leave tomorrow. It's most frightfully annoying. We've got the box all right, and Everard's coming, and you must make the fourth. We must have a fourth. Lorenzine's here at the phone, and she says the same as me." "Wish I could," George answered shortly. "Look here, what train are you going by tomorrow? I'll come and see you off. I shall be free then." "But, George, we want you to come tonight." There seemed positively to be tears in the faint voice. "Why can't you come? You must come." "I haven't finished one of the drawings. I tell you I'm on it now. It'll take me half the night or more. I'm just in the thick of it, you see." He spoke with a slight resentful impatience, less at her over-persuasiveness than at the fact that his mind and the drawing were being more and more separated. Soon he would have lost the right mood, and he would be compelled to recreate it before he could resume the work. The forcible, gradual dragging away of his mind from its passionately gripped objective was torture. He had an impulse to throw down the receiver and run off. The distant, squeaking voice changed to the petulant. "You are horrid. You could come right enough if you wanted to. But don't you understand? It's awfully important for me." He was astounded, absolutely astounded. She would not understand. She decided that he must go to the musical comedy, and nothing else mattered. His whole future did not matter. "Oh, very well, then," Lois said, undisguisedly vexed. "Of course, if you won't, you won't. But really, when two girls implore you like that, and we have to leave tomorrow, and everything's upset, I do think it's... However, good night." "Here, hold hard a sec. I'll come for an hour or so. What's the number of the box?" 14, said the voice brokenly. Immediately afterwards she rang off. George was hurt and bewildered. The girl was incredibly ruthless. She was mad. Why had he yielded? Only a silly conventional feeling had made him yield. And yet he was a great scorner of convention. He went upstairs again to the perspective drawing. He looked at his watch. He might work for half an hour before leaving to dress. No, he could not. The mood had vanished. The perspective had slipped into another universe. He could not even pick up a pen. He despised himself terribly, despairingly, for yielding. 2. In spite of all this, he anticipated with pleasure the theatre party. He wanted to go. He was glad he was going. The memory of Lois in the tea palace excited him. And he could refuse a hearing to his conscience, and could prevent himself from thinking uncomfortably of the future as well as most young men. His secret, unadmitted voluptuous eagerness was alloyed only by an apprehension that after the scene over the telephone, Lois might be peevish and ungracious. The fear proved to be baseless. Owing to the imperfections of the club laundry and the erring humanity of Downes, he arrived late. The gay spark had begun. He found a darkened auditorium and a glowing stage. In the dim box, Lois and Lorentzin were sitting in front on gilt chairs. Lucas sat behind Lorentzin, and there was an empty chair behind Lois. Her gesture, her smile, her glance, as she turned to George and looked up, were touching. She was delighted to see him. She had the mien of a child who has got what it wanted and has absolutely forgotten that it ever pouted, shrieked, and stamped its foot. She was determined to charm her uttermost. Her eye in the gloom was soft with mysterious invitations. George looked about the interior of the box. He saw the rich cloaks of the girls hanging up next to glossy masculine hats, the large mirror on the wall, and mother-of-pearl opera glasses, chocolates, and flowers on the crimson ledge. He was very close to the powerfully built and yet plastic Lois. He could watch her changing curves as she breathed. The faint scent she used rose to his nostrils. He thought, with contained rapture, nothing in the world is equal to this. He did not care a fig for the effect of perspective drawings or the result of the competition. Lois, her head half turned towards him, her gaze lost in the sombre distances of the auditorium, talked in a low tone, ignoring the performance. He gathered that the sudden departure of Irene Wheeler had unusually impressed and disconcerted, and, to a certain extent, mortified the two sisters, who could not explain it, and who resented the compulsion to go back to Paris at once. And he detected in Lois, not for the first time, a grievance that Irene kept her, Lois, apart from the main current of her apparently gorgeous social career. Obviously, an evening at which the sole guests were two girls and a youth, all quite unknown to newspapers, could not be a major item in the life of a woman such as Irene Wheeler. She had left them unceremoniously to themselves at the last moment, as it were permitting them to do what they liked within the limits of goodness for one night, and commanding them to return sagely home on the morrow. A red-nosed actor, hands in pockets, waddled self-consciously onto the stage, and the packed audience, emitting murmurs of satisfaction, applauded. Conversations were interrupted. George, expectant, gave his attention to the show. He knew little or nothing of musical comedy, having come under influences which had taught him to despise it. His stepfather, for example, could be very sarcastic about musical comedy, and, through both Enright and John Orgreave, George had further cultivated the habit of classical music, already acquired in boyhood at home in the Five Towns. In the previous year, despite the calls upon his time of study for examinations, George had attended the Covent Garden performances of the Wagnerian Ring, as he might have attended High Mass. He knew by name a considerable percentage of the 100-odd themes in the Ring, and it was his boast that he could identify practically all the 47 themes in the Meistersingers. He raved about Terdina in Tristan. He had worshipped the Joachim Quartet. He was acquainted with all the popular symphonies of Beethoven, Schubert, Schumann, Mozart, Glazunov, and Tchaikovsky. He even frequented the Philharmonic concerts, which were then conducted by a composer of sentimental drawing-room ballads, and, though he would not class this conductor with Richter or Henry J. Wood, he yet believed that somehow, by the magic of the sacred name of the Philharmonic Society, the ballad-monger in the man expired in the act of raising the baton and was replaced by a serious and sensitive artist. He was accustomed to hear the same pieces of music again and again and again, and they were all, or nearly all, very fine, indisputably great. It never occurred to him that once they had been unfamiliar and had had to fight for the notice of persons who indulged in music exactly as he indulged in music. He had no traffic with the unfamiliar. Unfamiliar items on a programme displeased him. He had heard compositions by Richard Strauss, but he could make nothing of them, and his timid, untravelled taste feared to like them. Mr. Enright himself was mainly inimical to Strauss, as to most of modern Germany, perhaps because of the new architecture in Berlin. George knew that there existed young English composers with such names as Cyril Scott, Balfour Gardner, Donald Tovey, for he had seen their names recently on the front page of the Daily Telegraph, but he had never gone to the extent of listening to their works. He was entirely sure that they could not hold a candle to Wagner, and his subconscious idea was that it was rather like their cheek to compose at all. He had not noticed that Hugo Wolf had just died, nor indeed had he noticed that Hugo Wolf had ever lived. Nevertheless, this lofty and exclusive adherent of the best music was not prejudiced in advance against the gay spark. He was anxious to enjoy it, and he expected to enjoy it. The gay spark had already an enormous prestige. It bore the agreeable, captivating label of Vienna, and immense sums were being made out of it in all the capitals of the world. George did not hope for immortal strains, but he anticipated a distinguished, lilting gaiety, and in the book a witty and cosmopolitan flavour that would lift the thing high above such English musical comedies as he had seen. It was impossible that a work of so universal and prodigious a vogue should not have unquestionable virtues. The sight of the red-nosed comedian rather shocked George, who had supposed that red-nosed comedians belonged to the past. However, the man was atoned for by 3 extremely beautiful and graceful young girls who followed him. Round about the small group was ranged a semicircle of handsome creatures in long skirts, behind whom was another semicircle of young men in white flannels. The scene was a street in Mandalay. The red-nosed comedian began by making a joke concerning his mother-in-law, and another concerning mendacious statements to his wife to explain his nocturnal absences from home, and another concerning his intoxicated condition. The 3 extremely beautiful and graceful young girls laughed deliriously at the red-nosed comedian. They replied in a similar vein. They clasped his neck and kissed him rapturously, and thereupon he sang a song, of which the message was that all 3 extremely beautiful and graceful girls practised professionally the most ancient and stable of feminine vocations. The girls, by means of many refrains, confirmed this definition of their status in society. Then the 4 of them danced, and there was enthusiastic applause from every part of the house except the semicircle of European odalisques, lost for some explained reason in Mandalay. These ladies, the indubitable physical attractions of each of whom were known by the management to fill 5 or 6 stalls every night, took no pains whatever to hide that they were acutely bored by the whole proceedings. Self-sufficient in their beauty, deeply aware of the power of their beauty, they deigned to move a lackadaisical arm or leg at intervals in accordance with the respectful suggestions of the conductor. Soon afterwards the gay spark herself appeared amid a hysteria of applause. She played the part of the wife of a military officer, and displayed therein a marvellous, a terrifying vitality of tongue, leg, and arm. The young men in white flannels surrounded her, and she could flirt with all of them. She was on intimate terms with the red-nosed comedian, and also with the trio of delightful wantons, and her ideals in life seemed to be identical with theirs. When, through the arrival of certain dandies twirling canes, and the mysterious transformation of the Burmese street into a Parisian café, these ideals were on the point of realization, there was a great burst of brass in the orchestra, succeeded by a violent chorus, some kicking, and a general wassail, and the curtain fell on the first act. It had to be raised 4 times before the gratefully appreciative clapping would cease. The auditorium shone with light. It grew murmurous with ecstatic approval. The virginal face of Lorenzen shot its rapture to Lucas as she turned to shake hands with George. "Jolly well done, isn't it?" said Lucas. "Yes," said George. Lucas, too content to notice the perfunctoriness of George's affirmative, went on. "When you think that they are performing it this very night in St. Petersburg, Berlin, Paris, Brussels, and, I fancy, Rome, but I'm not sure. Marvellous, isn't it?" "It is," said George ambiguously. Though continuing to like him, he now definitely despised Everard. The fellow had no artistic perceptions. He was a child. By some means he had got through his final, and was soon to be a junior partner in Enright and Lucas. George, however, did not envy Everard the soft situation. He only pitied Enright and Lucas. Everard had often urged George to go to musical comedies more frequently, hinting that they were frightfully better than George could conceive. The gay spark gave Lucas away entirely. It gave away his method of existence. "I don't believe you like it," said sharp Lorenzen. "I adore it," George protested. "Don't you?" "Oh, I do, of course," said Lorenzen. "I knew I should." Lucas, instinctively on the defence, said, "Second act's much better than the first." George's hopes, dashed but not broken, recovered somewhat. After all, there had been one or two gleams of real jokes, and a catchiness in certain airs, and the spark possessed a temperament in profusion. It was possible that the next act might be diverting. "You do look tired," said Lorenzen. "Oh, no, darling," Lois objected. "I think he looks splendid." She was intensely happy at the theatre. The box was very well placed, since Irene had bought it, with a view equally good of the stage and of the semicircle of boxes. Lois's glance wandered blissfully round the boxes, all occupied by gay parties, and over the vivacious stalls. She gazed, and she enjoyed being gazed at. She bathed herself in the glitter and the gaudiness and the opulence and the humanity as in tonic fluid. She seemed to float sinuously and voluptuously immersed in it, as in tepid water lit with sunshine. "Do you have a choc?" she invited eagerly. George took a chocolate. She took one. They all took one. They all had the unconscious pride of youth that does not know itself young. Each was different from the others. George showed the reserve of the artist, Lucas the ease of the connoisseur of mundane spectacles, Lorenzen the sturdy, Catholic, girlish innocence that nothing can corrupt. And the sovereign was Lois. She straightened her shoulders. She leaned languorously. She looked up, she looked down. She spoke softly and loudly. She laughed and smiled, and in every movement and in every gesture and tone she symbolized the ecstasy of life. She sought pleasure, and she had found it, and she had no afterthought. She was infectious. She was irresistible, and terrible too. For it was dismaying, at any rate to George, to dwell on the fierceness of her instinct and on the fierceness of its satisfaction. To George her burning eyes were wistful, pathetic in their simplicity. He felt a sort of fearful pity for her, and he admired her. She was something definite. She was something magnificently outright. She did live. Also, he liked her. The implications in her glance appealed to him. The peculiar accents in which she referred to the enigma of Irene Wheeler were extraordinarily attractive to that part of his nature which was perverse and sophisticated. At least she is not a simpleton, he thought, and she doesn't pretend to be. Some day I shall talk to her. The orchestra resumed. The lights went out. Lois settled herself to fresh enchantment as the curtain rolled up to disclose the bright halls and staircases of a supper club. The second act was an amplification and inflammation of the themes of the first. As for the music, George listened in vain for an original tune, even for a tune of which he could not foretell the end from the beginning. The one or two engaging bits of melody which enlivened the first act were employed again in the second. The disdainful, lethargic chorus was the same trio of delicious wantons fondled and kissed the same red-nosed comedian, who was still in the same state of inebriety, and the gay spark flitted roisteringly through the same evolutions in pursuit of the same simple ideals. The jocularity pivoted unendingly on the same twin centres of alcohol and concupiscence. Gradually the latter grew to more and more importance, and the piece became a high and candid homage to the impulse by force of which alone one generation succeeds another. No beautiful and graceful young girl on the stage blenched before the salacious witticisms of the tireless comedian. On the contrary, he remained the darling of the stage. And as he was the darling of the stage, so was he the darling of the audience. And if no beautiful and graceful young girl blenched on the stage, neither did the beautiful and graceful young girls in the audience blench. You could see them sitting happily with their fathers and mothers and cousins and uncles and aunts, savouring the spectacle from dim stalls and boxes in the most perfect respectability. Lorenzen, leaning her elbows on the ledge of the box, watched with eager, parted lips, and never showed the slightest sign of uneasiness. George was uneasy. He was distressed. The extraordinary juxtaposition of respectability and a ribald sexual display startled but did not distress him. If the whole audience was ready to stand it, he certainly was. He had no desire to protect people from themselves, nor to blush on behalf of others, whoever they might be. Had anybody accused him of saintliness, he would have resented the charge quite justifiably, and if the wit of the gay spark had been witty, he would have enjoyed it without a qualm. What distressed him, what utterly desolated him, was the grossness, the poorness, the cheapness, the dullness, and the uninvented monotony of the interminable entertainment. He yawned. He could not help yawning. He yawned his soul away. Lois must have heard him yawning, but she did not move. He looked at her curiously, pitifully, speculating how much of her luxury was due to Irene Wheeler, and how little to Parisian of the Sunday Journal, for he had been inquiring about the fruits of journalism. The vision of his own office and of the perspective drawing rose seductively and irresistibly to his mind. He could not stay in the theatre. He felt that if he stayed he would be in danger of dropping down dead, suffocated by tedium. And the drawing must be finished. It would not wait. It was the most urgent thing in the world. And not a syllable had any person in the box said to him about his great task. Lois's forearm, braceleted, lay on the front of the box. Unceremoniously he took her hand. "Bye-bye." "You aren't going?" The whisper was incredulous. "Must." He gave her no chance to expostulate. With one movement he had seized his hat and coat and slid from the box, just as the finale of the act was imminent and the red-nosed comedian was measuring the gay spark for new lingerie with a jarred property cigar. He had not said good-bye to Laurentin. He had not asked about their departure on the morrow. But he was free. In the foyer, a couple, a woman in a rose plush soutif de bal and a blade, were mysteriously talking. The blade looked at him, smiled, and left the lady. "Hello, old fellow!" It was Buckingham Smith, who had been getting on in the world. They shook hands. "You've left Chelsea, haven't you?" "Yes," said George. "So have I. Don't see much of the old gang nowadays. Heard anything of old Princey lately?" George replied that he had not. The colloquy was over in a moment. "You must come and see my show next week," Buck Smith called out after departing George. "I will," cried George. He walked quickly up to Russell Square, impatient to steep himself anew in his work. All sense of fatigue had left him. Time seemed to be flying past him, and he rushing towards an unknown fate. On the previous day he had received an enheartening, challenging, sardonic letter from his stepfather, who referred to politics and envisaged a new epoch for the country. Edwin Clayhanger was a radical of a type found only in Midlands and the North. For many years Clayhanger's party, to which he was passionately faithful, had had no war cry and no programme worthy of its traditions. The increasing success of the campaign against protection and certain signs that the introduction of Chinese labour into South Africa could be effectively resisted had excited the middle-aged provincial, now an alderman, and he had managed to communicate fire to George. But in George, though he sturdily shared his stepfather's views, the resulting righteous energy was diverted to architectural creation. End of Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 2. 3. The circumstances in which, about a month later, George lunched with the Ingram family at their flat in the Rue d'Athènes, near the Gare Saint-Lazare, Paris, had an appearance of the utmost simplicity and ordinariness. He had been down to Staffordshire for a rest, and had returned unrested. And then Mr. Enright had suggested that it would do him good to go to Paris, even to go alone. He went with no plan, but having made careful arrangements for the telegraphing to him of the results of the competition which was daily expected. By this time he was very seriously convinced that there was no hope of him being among the selected 6 or 10, and he preferred to get the news away from London rather than in it. He felt that he could not face London on the day or the morrow of a defeat which would of course render his youthful audacity ridiculous. He arrived in Paris on a Wednesday evening, and took a room in a maison meublée of the Rue de Sèze. Every inexperienced traveller in Paris has a friend who knows a lodging in Paris which he alleges is better and cheaper than any other lodging, and which is not. The house in the Rue de Sèze was the economical paradise of Buckingham Smith, whom George had encountered again at the Buckingham Smith exhibition. Buckingham Smith, with over half his pictures bearing the red seal that indicates sold, felt justified in posing to the younger George as a cosmopolitan expert, especially as his opinions on modern French art were changing. George spent 3 solitary and dejected days in Paris, affecting an interest in museums and architecture and French opera, and committing follies. Near the end of the 3rd day, a Saturday, he suddenly sent a threepenny express note to Lois Ingram. He would have telephoned had he dared to use the French telephone. On Sunday morning, an aproned valet having informed him that Monsieur was demanded at the telephone, he had to use the telephone. Lois told him that he must come to lunch, and that afterwards he would be escorted to the races. Dejection was instantly transformed into a gay excitation. Proud of having spoken through a French telephone, he began to conceive romantically the interior of a Paris home. He had seen naught but a studio or two with Mr. Enright, and to thrill at the prospect of Sunday races. Not merely had he never seen a horse race on a Sunday, he had never seen a horse race at all. He perhaps was conscious of a genuine interest in Lois and her environment, but what most satisfied and flattered him after his loneliness was the bare fact of possessing social relations in Paris at all. The Ingram home was up 4 flights of naked oaken stairs, fairly swept, in a plain, flat-fronted house. The door of the home was opened by a dark, untidy, dishevelled, uncapped, fat girl, with a full apron, dazzling white and rectangularly creased, that had obviously just been taken out of a drawer. Familiarly and amicably smiling, she led him into a small, modest drawing-room, where were Lois and her father and mother. Lois was enigmatic and taciturn. Mr. and Mrs. Ingram were ingenuous, loquacious, and at ease. Both of them had twinkling eyes. Mrs. Ingram was rather stout and grey and small, and wore a quiet, inexpensive blue dress, embroidered at the neck in the Mauritian manner, of no kind of fashionableness. She spoke in a low voice, smiled to herself with a benevolence that was not without a touch of the sardonic, and often looked at the floor or the ceiling. Mr. Ingram, very slim and neat, was quite as small as his wife, and seemed smaller. He talked much, and rather amusingly, in a somewhat mincing tone, as it were apologetically, truly anxious to please. He had an extremely fair complexion, and his youthfulness was quite startling. His golden hair and perfect teeth might have belonged to a boy. George leapt immediately into familiarity with these two, but nobody could have less resembled his preconceived image of Parisian than Mr. Ingram, and he could not understand a bit whence or how such a pair had produced their daughter Lois. Their ensign was a far more comprehensible offspring for them. The dining-room was even less spacious than the drawing-room, and as unpretentious. The furniture everywhere was sparse, but there were 1 or 2 rich knick-knacks and an abundance of signed photographs. The few pictures, too, were signed, and they drew attention. On the table, the napkins, save George's, were in rings, and each ring different from the others. George's napkin had the air of a wealthy, stiff, shiny relative of the rest. Evidently in that home the long art of making both ends meet was daily practised. George grew light-hearted and happy, despite the supreme preoccupation which only a telegram could allay. He had keenly the sensation of being abroad. The multiplicity of doors, the panelling of the doors, the narrow planking of the oaken floor, the moulding of the cornices, the shape of the windows, the view of the courtyard from the dining-room, and of attics and chimney-cowls from the drawing-room, the closed anthracite stoves in lieu of fires, the crockery, the wine-bottle, the mustard, the grey salt, the unconventional gestures and smiles and exclamations of the unkempt maid, all these strange details enchanted him, and they all set off very vividly the intense, nice, honest, reassuring Englishness of the host and hostess. It was not until after the others were seated for the meal that the Lorentzian made her appearance. She was a magnificent and handsome virgin, big-boned, physically a little awkward, candid. How exquisitely and absurdly she flushed in shaking hands with George! With what a delicious mock furious setting of the teeth and tossing of the head she frowned at her mother's reproaches for being late. This family knew the meaning of intimacy, but not of ceremony. Lorentzian sat down at her father's left. George was next to her on Mrs. Ingram's right. Lois had the whole of the opposite side of the table. "Does he know?" Lorentzian asked, and turning to George. "Do you know?" "Know what?" "You better tell him, Dad. You like talking, and he ought to know. I shan't be able to eat if he doesn't. It would be so ridiculous sitting here and pretending." Mrs. Ingram looked upwards across the room at a corner of the ceiling, and smiled faintly. "You might," she said, "begin by asking Mr. Cannon if he particularly wants to be burdened with the weight of your secrets, my dear child." "Oh, I particularly do," said George. "There's no secret about it. At least there won't be soon," said Lorentzian. Lois spoke simultaneously. "My dear mother, please call George George. If we call him George, you can't possibly call him Mr. Cannon." "I quite admit," Mrs. Ingram replied to her eldest, "I quite admit that you and Lorentzian are entitled to criticise my relations with my husband because he's your father. But I propose to carry on my affairs with other men just according to my own ideas, and any interference will be resented. I've had a bad night, owing to the garage again, and I don't feel equal to calling George George. I've only known him about 20 minutes. Moreover, I might be misunderstood. Mightn't I, Mr. Cannon?" "You might," said George. "Now, Dad," Lorentzian admonished. Mr. Ingram, addressing George, began, "Lorentzian suffers from a grave form of self-consciousness." "I don't, Dad." "It is a disease akin to conceit. Her sufferings are sometimes so acute that she cannot sit up straight, and is obliged to loll and curl her legs round the legs of the chair. We are all very sorry for her. The only treatment is brutal candour, as she herself advocates." Lorentzian jumped up, towered over her father, and covered his mouth with her hand. "This simple hand," said Mr. Ingram, seizing it, "will soon bear a ring. Lorentzian is engaged to be married." "I'm not, father." She sat down again. "Well, you are not, but you will be, I presume, by post-time tonight. A young man of the name of Lucas has written to Lorentzian this morning in a certain sense, and he's also written to me. Lorentzian has seen my letter, and I've seen hers, but my envelope contained only one letter. Whether her envelope contained more than one, whether the epistle which I saw is written in the style usually practised by the present age, whether it was composed for the special purpose of being shown to me, I do not know, and discretion and nice gentlemanly feeling forbid me to inquire. However—" At this point Lorentzian snatched her father's napkin off his knees and put it on her own. "However, my wife and I have met this Mr. Lucas, and as our opinion about him is not wholly unfavourable, the matter was satisfactorily and quickly arranged, even before I had had my bath. Lorentzian and I will spend the afternoon in writing suitable communications to Mr. Lucas. I am ready to show her mine for a shilling, but I doubt if £5 would procure me a sight of hers. Yet she is only an amateur writer, and I am a professional." There was a little silence, and then George said awkwardly, "I congratulate old Lucas." "This news must have astonished you extremely," observed Mr. Ingram. "It must have come as a complete surprise. In fact, you are doubtless in the condition known to charwomen as capable of being knocked down with a feather." "Oh, quite," George agreed. Nevertheless, in spite of his light tone, he regretted the engagement. He did not think Lucas was worthy of the splendid girl. He felt sorry for her. At that moment she faced him bravely and smiled. Her face had a tremendous deep crimson flush. There was a woman somewhere in the girl. Strange phenomenon. And another strange phenomenon. If Lorentzian had been self-conscious, George also was self-conscious, and he avoided Lois's eyes. Why? He wondered whether the circumstances in which he had come to Paris and entered the Ingram home were as simple and ordinary as they superficially appeared. "Lorentzian," said her mother,
Give your father back his serviette. Mine's fallen. Never mind, my dear, said Mr. Ingram very benevolently, and he bent down and retrieved Lorenzin's napkin, which he kept. And now, he proceeded, the serious operation being over and the patient out of danger, shall we talk about something else for a few moments? I should think so indeed, Lorenzin exclaimed, suddenly gay. George, when shall you know about the competition? Any minute I might, said he. They all talked sympathetically to George on the new subject. After lunch, Lois disappeared. She came back resplendent for the races, when coffee had long been finished in the drawing-room. Why aren't you ready, Laurie? She demanded. I'm not going, darling. Lois, Mr. Ingram exhorted, don't forget the afternoon is to be spent in literary composition. It isn't, Lorenzin contradicted. I may as well tell you I've written all I mean to write in the way of letters for one day. But I don't want to go, really, Lois, darling. No, she wants to think, Mrs. Ingram explained. Lois set her lips together, and then glimpsed herself in the large mirror over the anthracite stove. She looked too rich and complicated for that simple drawing-room. A performance on a horn made itself heard in the street below. There he is, said Lorenzin. She opened a window and ran out onto the balcony and leaned over, then glanced within the room and nodded. George had assumed that Irene Wheeler was the author and hostess of the race party, and he was not mistaken. Irene's automobile had been sent round to embark him and the girls. Mrs. Ingram urged him to come again the next day, and he said ardently that he would. Mrs. Ingram's affair with him was progressing rapidly. But I hope you'll call me George, then, he added. I may, she said. I may even go further. Lois and George descended the stairs in silence. He had not seen her nor written to her since the night of the comedy, when he had so abruptly left the box. Once or twice at the Ingrams he had fancied that she might be vexed with him for that unceremonious departure. But she was not. The frank sigh of relief which she gave on reaching the foot of the interminable stairs, and her equally frank smile, had no reserve whatever. The chauffeur's welcoming grin seemed to indicate that he was much attached to Miss Ingram. He touched his hat, bowed, and spoke to her at some length in French. Lois frowned. It seems Miss Wheeler doesn't feel equal to going out this afternoon, she translated to George, but she insists that we shall use the car all the same. Is she ill? She's lying down, trying to sleep. Well, then I suppose we'd better use the car, hadn't we? Lois said seriously, If you don't object, I don't. 4. At Longchamp, the sun most candidly and lovingly blessed the elaborate desecration of the English Sabbath. The delicately ornamented grandstands, the flags, the swords, the terraces, the alleys, the booths, the notice boards, the vast dappled sea of hats and faces in the distant cheaper parts of the hippodrome, were laved in the descending, caressing floods of voluptuous, warm sunshine. The air itself seemed luminous. The enchantment of the sun was irresistible. It stunned apprehensions and sad memories, obliterating for a moment all that was or might be unhappy in the past or in the future. George yielded to it. He abandoned his preoccupations about the unsatisfactoriness of using somebody else's car in the absence of the owner, about Mr. and Mrs. Ingram's ignorance of the fact that their daughter had gone off alone with him, about Lois's perfect indifference to this fact, about the engagement of Lorenzin to a man not her equal in worth, about the strange, uncomfortable effect of Lorenzin's engagement upon his attitude towards Lois, and finally and supremely about the competition. He gave himself up to the bright warmth like an animal, and forgot, and he became part of the marvellous, complicated splendour of the scene, took pride in it, took even credit for it, heaven knows why, and gradually passed from insular astonishment to a bland, calm acceptance of the miracles of sensuous beatitude which civilization had to offer. After all, he was born to such experiences, they were his right, and he was equal to them. Nevertheless, his conviction of the miraculous, fortunately, was not impaired. What was impaired was his conviction of his own culture. He was constantly thinking that he knew everything, or could imagine everything, and constantly undergoing the shock of undeception. but the shock of the Longchamp Sunday was excessive. He had quite failed to imagine the race meeting. He had imagined an organism brilliant, perhaps, but barbaric and without form and style. He had imagined grotesque contrasts of squalor, rascality, and fashion. He had imagined an affair predominantly equine and masculine. The reality did not correspond. It transcended his imagination. It painfully demonstrated his jejune crudity. The hippodrome was as formalized and stylistic as an Italian garden. The only contrasts were those of one elegance with another. Horses were not to be seen, except occasionally in the distance, when under their riders they shot past some dark background, a flitting blur of primary colours with a rumble of muffled thunder. And women, not men, predominated. On entering the hippodrome, George and Lois had met a group of fashionably attired women, and he had thought, "There's a bunch of jolly well-dressed ones." But as the reserved precincts opened out before him, he saw none but fashionably attired women. They were there not in hundreds, but in thousands. They sat in rows on the grand stands. They jostled each other on the staircases. They thronged the alleys and swards. The men were negligible beside them, and they were not only fashionably and very fashionably attired. All their frocks and all their hats and all their parasols and all their boots were new, glittering, spick and span, were complex and expensive. Not one feared the sun. The conception of what those innumerable chromatic toilettes had cost in the toil, stitch by stitch, of malodorous workrooms and in the fatigue of pale industrious creatures, was really formidable. But it could not detract from the scenic triumph. The scenic triumph dazzlingly justified itself, and proved beyond any cavilling that earth was a grand, intoxicating place, and Longchamp, under the sun, an unequalled paradise of the senses. Ha! These women were finished to the least detail of coiffure, sunshade handle, hatpin, jewellery, handbag, bootlace, glove, stocking, lingerie. Each was the product of many arts in coordination. Each was of great price, and there were thousands of them. They were as cheap as periwinkles. George thought, "This is Paris." He said aloud, "Seems to be a fine lot of new clothes knocking about." Evidently for Lois his tone was too impressed, not sufficiently casual. She replied in her condescending manner, which he detested, "My poor George, considering that this is the opening of the spring season, and the place where all the new spring fashions are tried out, what did you expect?" The dolt had not known that he was assisting at a solemnity recognized as such by experts throughout the clothed world. But Lois knew all these things. She herself was trying out a new toilette, for which doubtless Irene Wheeler was partly sponsor. She could hold her own on the terraces with the rest. She was staggeringly different now from the daughter of the simple home in the Rue d'Artenne. The eyes of the splendid women aroused George's antipathy, because he seemed to detect antipathy in them, not against himself, but against the male in him. These women, though by their glances they largely mistrusted and despised each other, had the air of having combined sexually against a whole sex. The situation was very contradictory. They had beautified and ornamented themselves in order to attract a whole sex, and yet they appeared to resent the necessity and instinct to attract. They submitted with a secret repugnance to the mysterious and supreme bond which kept the sexes inexorably together. And, while stooping to fascinate, while deliberately seeking attention, they still had the assured mien of conquerors. Their eyes said that they knew they were indispensable, that they had a transcendent role to play, that no concealed baseness of the inimical sex was hidden from them, and that they meant to exploit their position to the full. These Latin women exhibited a logic, an elegance, and a frankness beyond the reach of the Anglo-Saxon. Their eyes said not that they had been disillusioned, but rather that they had never had illusions. They admitted the facts. They admitted everything: economic dependence, chicane, intention to seize every advantage, ruthless egotism. They had no shame for a depravity which they shared equally with the inescapable and cherished enemy. And it was the youngest who, beneath the languishing and the softness and the invitation deceitful and irresistible, gazed outmost triumphantly to the enemy. "You are the victims. We have tried our strength and your infirmity." They were heroic. There was a feeling in the bright air of melancholy and doom as the two hostile forces, inseparable, inextricably involved together, surveyed the opponent in the everlasting conflict. George felt its influence upon himself, upon Lois, upon the whole scene. The eyes of the most feminine women in the world, denying their smiles and their lure, had discovered to him something which marked a definite change in his estimate of certain ultimate earthly values. Lois said, "Perhaps a telegram is waiting for you at the hotel." "Well, I can wait till I get back," he replied stoutly. He thought, looking at her by his side, "She is just like these French women." And for some reason he felt proud. "You needn't," said Lois. "We can telephone under the grandstand if you like." "But I don't know the number." "We can get that out of the book, of course." "I don't reckon I can use these French telephones." "Oh, my poor boy, I'll telephone for you, unless you prefer not to risk knowing the worst." Yes, her tone was the tone of a strange woman, and it was she who thirsted for the result of the competition. Controlling himself, submissively he asked her to telephone for him, and she agreed in a delightfully agreeable voice. She seemed to know the entire geography of the Hippodrome. She secured a telephone cabin in a very businesslike manner. As she entered the cabin, she said to George, "I'll ask them if a telegram has come, and when it has, I'll ask them to open it and read it to me, or spell it. Of course it'll be in English. Eh?" Through the half-open door of the cabin he watched her, and listened. She rapidly turned over the foul and torn pages of the telephone book with her thumb. She spoke into the instrument very clearly, curtly, and authoritatively. George could translate in his mind what she said. His great resolve to learn French had carried him so far. "On the part of Monsieur Cannon, one of your clients, Monsieur Cannon of London, has there arrived a telegram for him?" She waited. The squalor of the public box increased the effect of her young and proud stylishness and of her perfume. George waited, humbled by her superior skill in the arts of life, and saying anxiously to himself, "Perhaps in a moment I shall know the result," almost trembling. She hung up the instrument, and with a glance at George, shook her head. "There isn't anything," she murmured. He said, "It's very queer, isn't it? However—" As they emerged from the arcana of the grandstand, Lois was stopped by a tall, rather handsome Jew, who, saluting her with what George esteemed to be French exaggeration of gesture, nevertheless addressed her in a confidential tone in English. George, having with British restraint acknowledged the salute, stood aside and gazed discreetly away from the pair. He could not hear what was being said. After several minutes Lois rejoined George, and they went back into the crowds and the sun. She did not speak. She did not utter one word. Only when the numbers went up for a certain race, she remarked, "This is a Prix du Cadran. It's the principal race of the afternoon." And when that was over, amid cheering that ran about the field like fire through dried bush, she added, "I think I ought to go back now. I told the chauffeur to be here after the Prix du Cadran. What time is it exactly?" They sat side by side in the long open car, facing the chauffeur's creaseless back. After passing the cascade, the car swerved into the Allée du Longchamp, which led in an absolutely straight line, 2 miles long, to the Porte Maillot and the city. Spring decorated the magnificent wooded thoroughfare. The side alleys, aisles of an interminable nave, were sprinkled with revellers and lovers, and the most respectable families, half hidden amid black branches and gleams of tender green. Automobiles and carriages threaded the main alley at varying speeds. The number of ancient horse-cabs gradually increased, until, after the intersection of the Allée de la Reine Marguerite, they thronged the vast road. All the humble and shabby genteel people in Paris who could possibly afford a cab seemed to have taken a cab. Nearly every cab was overloaded. The sight of this vast, pathetic effort of the disinherited towards gaiety and distraction and the mood of spring intensified the vague sadness in George due to the race crowd, Lois's silence, and the lack of news about the competition. At length Lois said, scowling, no doubt involuntarily, "I think I'd better tell you now. Irene Wheeler's committed suicide, shot herself." She pressed her lips together and looked at the road. George gave a startled exclamation. He could not for an instant credit the astounding news. "But how do you know? Who told you?" "The man who spoke to me in the grandstand. He's correspondent of the London Courier, friend of father's, of course." George protested. "Then why on earth didn't you tell me before?" "Shot herself? What for?" "I didn't tell you before because I couldn't." All the violence of George's nature came to the surface as he said brutally, "Of course you could." "I tell you I couldn't," she cried. "I knew the car wouldn't be there for us until after the Prix du Cadran. And if I told you, I couldn't have borne to be walking about that place 3/4 of an hour. We should have had to talk about it. I couldn't have borne that. So you needn't be cross, please." But her voice did not break, nor her eyes shine. "I was wondering whether I should tell the chauffeur at once, or let him find it out." "I should let him find it out," said George. "He doesn't know that you know. Besides, it might upset his driving." "Oh, I shouldn't mind about his driving," Lois murmured disdainfully.
End of Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 3 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 3.
5. When the uniformed chauffeur drove the car with a grand sweep under the marquise of the ostentatious pale yellow block in the Avenue Hoche, where Irene Wheeler had had her flat, Mr. Ingram and the police agent were standing on the steps, but nobody else was near. Little Mr. Ingram came forward anxiously, his eyes humid and his face drawn with pain and distress. "We know," said Lois. "I met Mr. Cardo at Longchamp. He knew." Mr. Ingram's pain and distress seemed to increase. He said after a moment, "Alfred will drive you home, dear, at once. Alfred, vous seriez gentil de reconduire mademoiselle à la rue Tatain?" He had the air of supplicating the amiable chauffeur. "Mr. Cannon, I particularly want a few words with you." "But, father, I must come in," said Lois. "I must—" "You will go home immediately. Please do not add to my difficulties. I shall come home myself as quickly as possible. You can do nothing here. The seals have been affixed." Lois raised her chin in silence. Then Mr. Ingram turned to the police agent, spoke to him in French, and pointed to the car persuasively, and the police agent permissively nodded. The chauffeur, with an affectation of detachment worthy of the greatest days of valetry, drove off, leaving George behind. Mr. Ingram descended the steps. "I think perhaps we might go to a cafe," said he in a tone which dispersed George's fear of a discussion as to the propriety of the unchaperoned visit to the races. They sat down on the terrace of a large cafe near the Place des Ternes, a few hundred yards away from the Avenue Hoche. The cafe was nearly empty, citizens being either in the Bois or on the main boulevard. Mr. Ingram sadly ordered Box. The waiter, flapping his long apron, called out in a loud voice as he went within, "Deux blondes, deux." George supplied cigarettes. "Mr. Cannon," began Mr. Ingram, "it is advisable for me to tell you a most marvellous and painful story. I have only just heard it. It has overwhelmed me, but I must do my duty." He paused.
"Certainly," said George self-consciously, not knowing what to say. He nearly blushed as, in an attempt to seem at ease, he gazed negligently round at the rows of chairs and marble tables, and at the sparse traffic of the somnolent Place. Mr. Ingram proceeded. "When I first knew Irene Wheeler, she was an art student here. So was I. But I was already married, of course, and older than she. Exactly what her age was I should not care to say. I can, however, say quite truthfully that her appearance has scarcely altered in those 19 years. She always affirmed that her relatives in Indianapolis were wealthy, or at least had money, but that they were very mean with her. She lived in the simplest way. As for me, I had to give up art for something less capricious, but capricious enough in all conscience. Miss Wheeler went to America and was away for some time, a year or two. When she came back to Paris, she told us that she had made peace with her people, and that her uncle, whom for present purposes I will call Mr. X, the very celebrated railway magnate of Indianapolis, had adopted her. Her new manner of life amply confirmed these statements. "Dibble!" cried the waiter, slapping down on the table 2 saucers and 2 stout glass mugs filled with frothing golden liquid. George, unaccustomed to the ritual of cafes, began at once to sip. But Mr. Ingram, aware that the true boulevardier always ignores his bock for several minutes, behaved accordingly. "She was evidently extremely rich. I've had some experience, and I estimate that she had the handling of at least 500,000 francs a year. She seemed to be absolutely her own mistress. You have had an opportunity of judging her style of existence. However, her attitude towards ourselves was entirely unchanged. She remained intimate with my wife, who, I may say, is an excellent judge of character, and she was exceedingly kind to our girls, especially Lois, but Lorenzine too, and, as they grew up, she treated them like sisters. Now, Mr. Cannon, I shall be perfectly frank with you. I shall not pretend that I was not rather useful to Miss Wheeler, I mean in the press. She had social ambitions, and why not? One may condescend towards them, but do they not serve a purpose in the structure of society? Very rich as she was, it was easy for me to be useful to her. And at worst, her pleasure in publicity was quite innocent. Indeed, it was so innocent as to be charming. Naive, shall we call it?" Here Mr. Ingram smiled sadly, tasted his bock, and threw away the end of a cigarette. "Well," he resumed, "I'm coming to the point. This is the point which I have learnt scarcely an hour ago. I was called up on the telephone immediately after you and Lois had gone. This is the point. Mr. X was not poor Irene's uncle, and he had not adopted her. But it was his money that she was spending." Mr. Ingram gazed fixedly at George. "I see," said George calmly, rising to the role of man of the world. "I see." He had strange mixed sensations of pleasure, pride, and confusion. "And you've just found out?" "I have just found it out from Mr. X himself, whom I met for the first time to-day in poor Irene's flat. I never assisted at such a scene, never. It positively unnerved me. Mr. X is a man of 55, fabulously wealthy, used to command, autocratic, famous in all the stock exchanges of the world. When I tell you that he cried like a child, I've never had such an experience. His infatuation for Irene, indescribable, indescribable. She had made her own terms with him, he told me himself. Astounding terms, but for him it was those terms or nothing. He accepted them, had to. She was to be quite free. The most absolute discretion was to be observed. He came to Paris or London every year, and sometimes she went to America. She utterly refused to live in America. Why didn't she marry him? He has a wife. I have no doubt in my own mind that one of his reasons for accepting her extraordinary terms was to keep in close touch with her at all costs, in case his wife should die. Otherwise he might have lost her altogether. He told me many things about poor Irene's family in Indianapolis, which I will not repeat. It was true that they had money, as Irene said, but as for anything else, the real name was not Wheeler. Has he been over here long? He landed at Cherbourg last night, just arrived. And she killed herself at once. Whether the deed was done immediately before or immediately after his arrival is not yet established, and I need hardly tell you that Mr. X has already fixed up arrangements not to appear in the case at all. But one thing is sure. She had made all the preparations for suicide, made them with the greatest care. The girls saw her yesterday, and both Lois and I spoke to her on the telephone this morning. Not a trace of anything in her voice. I assumed she had given a message for Lois to the chauffeur. Yes, said George, we never dreamed. Of course not, of course not. But why did she? Another man, my dear sir, another man. A young man named de Faucomblot in the French embassy in London. Oh, him! George burst out. I know him, he added fiercely. You do? Yes, I remember Lorenzine saying. Poor Irene, I fear, was very deeply in love with him. She had written to Mr. X about de Faucomblot. He showed me the letter. Most touching, really, most touching. His answer to it was to come to Europe at once. But poor Irene's death had nothing to do with his coming. She did not know he was coming. She shot herself as she lay in bed. and on the pillow was a letter from this man d'Ethel, well, saying good-bye to her. I saw the letter, not a letter that I should wish to remember. Perhaps she had told him something of her life. I much fear that d'Ethel will be fetched from London, though I hope not. There would be no object. No, thank you, I will not smoke again. I only wanted to say this to you. All Paris knows that my daughters were intimate with poor Irene. Now, if anything comes out, if anything should come out, if there's any talk, you can see my fear. I wish to assure you, Mr. Cannon, that I had not the slightest suspicion, not the slightest. And yet we journalists cannot exactly be called ingenuous. But I had not the slightest suspicion, nor had my wife. You know the situation between de Rensin and your friend Lucas. You and he are very intimate, I believe. May I count on you to explain everything from my point of view to Mr. Lucas? I could not bear that the least cloud should rest upon my little Lorenzen. You needn't trouble about Lucas, said George positively. Lucas will be all right. Still, I'll talk to him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I knew I could rely on you. I've kept you a long time, but I'm sure you understand. I'm thinking only of my girls. Not for anything would I have them know the truth about the affair. But aren't they bound to know it? George asked. Mr. Ingram was wounded. I hope not. I hope not, he said gravely. It is not right that young girls should know such things. But surely, sooner or later. Ah, after they are married, conceivably, that would be quite different, he admitted with cheerfulness. And now, he smiled, I'm afraid I've got to go and write the case up for London. I can catch the mail, I think. If not, I must cable. But they hate me to cable when the mail is possible. Can I drop you anywhere? Simultaneously he signalled to a taxi and knocked on the window for the attendance of the waiter. Thanks, if you're going anywhere near the Place de l'Opera, said George. 6. He was excited rather than saddened by the tragic event. He was indeed very excited, and also he had a deep satisfaction, because it seemed to him that he had at last been truly admitted into the great secret fellowship of adult males. The initiation flattered his pride. He left Mr. Ingram at the door of an English newspaper office in the Boulevard des Italiens, and, after vainly asking for telegrams at the hotel, walked away, aimlessly at first, along broad pavements encumbered with the chairs and tables of vast, crowded cafes, and with bright Sunday idlers and sinister street vendors. But in a moment he decided that he must, and ought, to pay a call in the Rue d'Etene. Mr. Ingram had said nothing about his seeing Lois again, had not referred to Mrs. Ingram's invitation to repeat his visit, might even vaguely object to an immediate interview between him and Lois. Yet he could not, as a man of the world, abandon Lois so unceremoniously. He owed something to Lois, and he owed something to himself, and he was a free adult. The call was natural and necessary, and if Mr. Ingram did not like it, he must, in the Five Towns phrase, lump it. George set off to find the Rue d'Etene unguided. It was pleasurable to think that there was a private abode in the city of cafes, hotels, and museums, to which he had the social right of entry. The watching concierge of the house nodded to him politely as he began to mount the stairs. The Ingram servant smiled upon him as upon an old and familiarly respected friend. "Mademoiselle Lois?" he said with directness. The slatternly, benevolent girl widened her mouth still further, in a smile still more cordial, and led him to the drawing-room. As she did so, she picked up a newspaper packet that lay on a table in the tiny hall, and, without putting it on a salver, deposited it in front of Lois, who was alone in the drawing-room. George wondered what Lois would have thought of such an outrage upon established ritual, had it happened to her in the home of Irene Wheeler instead of in her own. And then the imagined vision of Irene lying dead in the sumptuous home in the Avenue Hoche seemed to render all established ritual absurd. "So you've come!" exclaimed Lois harshly. "Mother's quite knocked over, and the Rensin's looking after her. All the usual eau de cologne business. And I should say father's not much better. My poor parents! What did Dad want you for?" The servant had closed the door. Lois had got up from her chair and was walking about the room, pulling aside a curtain and looking out, tapping the mantelpiece with her hand, tapping with her feet the base of the stove. George had the sensation of being locked in a cage with a mysterious, incalculable, and powerful animal. He was fascinated. He thought,
I wanted to see her alone, and I am seeing her alone." "Well," she insisted, "what did Dad want you for?" "Oh, he told me a few things about Miss Wheeler." "I suppose he told you about Jules, and I suppose he told you I wasn't to know on any account. Poor old Dad! Instead of feeling he's my father, do you know what I feel? I feel as if I was his mother. He's so clever, he's frightfully clever, but he was never meant for this world. He's just a beautiful child. How in heaven's name could he think that a girl like me could be intimate with Irene and not know about the things that were in her mind? How could he? Why, I've talked for hours with Irene about Jules. She'd much sooner talk with me even than with Mother. She's cried in front of me, but I never cried. I always told her she was making a mistake about Jules. I detested the little worm, but she couldn't see it. No, she couldn't. She'd have quarrelled with me if I'd let her quarrel. However, I wouldn't let her. Fancy quarrelling over a man. She couldn't help being mad over Jules. I told her she couldn't. That was why I bore with her. I always told her he was only playing with her. The one thing that I didn't tell her was that she was too old for him. She really believes she never got any older. When I say too old for him, I mean for her sake, not for his. He didn't think she was too old. He couldn't, with that complexion of hers. I never envied her anything else except her complexion and her money. But he wouldn't marry an American. His people wouldn't let him. He's got to marry into a family like his own, and there's only about 10 for him to choose from. I know she wrote to him on Thursday. She must have had the answer this morning. Of course, she had a revolver. I've got one myself. She went to bed and did it. She used to say to me that if she ever did it, that was how she would do it. And Father tells me not to add to his difficulties. Don't you think it's comic? But she never told me everything. I knew that. I accused her of it. She admitted it. However—" Lois spoke in a low, regular murmur, experimentally aware that privacy in a Paris flat is relative. There were 4 doors in the walls of the drawing-room, and a bedroom on either side. At moments George could scarcely catch her words. He had never heard her say so much at once, for she was taciturn by habit, even awkward in conversation. She glowered at him darkly. The idea flashed through his mind. There can't be another girl like her. She's unique. He almost trembled at the revelation. He was afraid, and yet courageous, challenging, combative. She had grandeur. It might be moral or not, but it was grandeur. And that touch about the complexion. She could remember her freckles. She might, in her hard egotism, in the rushing impulses of her appetites, she might be an enemy to close with whom would be terrible rapture, and the war of the sexes was a sublime war, infinite superior in emotions to tame peace. And had she not been certified an angel? Had he not himself seen the angel in her? She dwarfed her father and mother. The conception, especially of Mr. Ingram at lunch, deliciously playful and dominating, and now with the adroit wit crushed out of him, and only a naive sentimentality left, was comic, as she had ruthlessly characterized it. She alone towered formidably over the devastated ruins of Irene's earthly splendor. He said nothing. She rang the bell by the mantelpiece. He heard it ring. No answer. She rang again. "Arrivez donc, jeune fille!" she exclaimed impatiently. The servant came. "Apportez du thé, Séraphine?" "Oui, mademoiselle." Then Lois lounged towards the table and tore sharply the wrapper of the newspaper. George was still standing. "He's probably got something in about her this week, about her soirée last Tuesday. We weren't invited. Of course he went." George saw the name, the Sunday Journal. The paper had come by the afternoon mail, and had been delivered, according to weekly custom, by messenger from Mr. Ingram's office. Lois's tone and attitude tore fatally the whole factitious Parisian tradition, as her hand had torn the wrapper. "See here," she said quietly, after a few seconds, and gave the newspaper with her thumb indicating a paragraph. He could hardly read the heading, because it unnerved him, nor the opening lines. But he read this: "The following 6 architects have been selected by the assessors and will be immediately requested by the corporation to submit final designs for the town hall. Mr. Winburn, Mr. George E. Cannon." "What did I always tell you?" she said. And then she said, "Your telegram must have been addressed wrong or something." He sat down. Once again he was afraid. He was afraid of winning in the final competition. A vista of mayors, corporations, town clerks, committees, contractors, clerks of works, frightened him. He was afraid of his immaturity, of his inexperience. He could not carry out the enterprise. He would reap only ignominy. His greatest desire had been granted. He had expected in the event to be wildly happy, but he was not happy. "Well, I'm blowed!" he exclaimed. Lois, who had resumed the paper, read out, "In accordance with the conditions of the competition, each of the above named will receive an honorarium of 100 guineas. She looked at him. "You'll get that town hall to do," she said positively. "You're bound to get it. You'll see." Her incomprehensible but convincing faith passed mysteriously into him. A holy dew relieved him. He began to feel happy. Lois glanced again at the paper, which with arms outstretched she held in front of her like a man, like the men at Pickering's. Suddenly it fell rustling to the floor, and she burst into tears. She murmured indistinctly, "The last thing she did was for my pleasure, sending the car." George jumped up, animated by an inexpressible tenderness for her. She had weakened. He moved towards her. He did not consider what he was doing. He had naught to say, but his instinctive arms were about to clasp her. He was unimaginably disturbed. She straightened and stiffened in a second. "But of course you've not got it yet," she said harshly, with apparent irrelevance. Seraphine entered bouncingly with the tea. Lois regarded the tray, and remarked the absence of the strainer. "Et le passoire?" she demanded, with implacable sternness. Seraphine gave a careless, apologetic gesture. 7. It was late in September, when most people had returned to London after the holidays. John Orgreave mounted to the upper floor of the house in Russell Square, where George had his office. Underneath George's name on the door had been newly painted the word "Inquiries," and on another door opposite the word "Private." John Orgreave knocked with exaggerated noise at this second door, and went into what was now George's private room. "I suppose one ought to knock," he said in his hearty voice. "Hello, Mr. Orgreave!" George exclaimed, jumping up. "If the mountain doesn't come to Mahomet must come to the mountain," said John Orgreave. "Come in," said George. He noticed and ignored the touch of sarcasm in John Orgreave's attitude. He had noticed a similar phenomenon in the attitude of various people within the last 4 days, since architectural circles and even the world in general had begun to resound with the echoing news that the competition for the Northern Town Hall had been won by a youth not 23 years of age. Mr. Enright had been almost cross, asserting that the victory was perhaps a fluke, as the design of another competitor was in reality superior to George's. Mr. Enright had also said in his crabbed way, "You'll soon cut me out," and George, protesting, had gone on, "Oh, yes, you will. I've been through this sort of thing before. I know what I'm talking about. You're no different from the rest." Whereupon George, impatient and genuinely annoyed, had retorted upon him quite curtly, and had remembered what many persons had said about Mr. Enright's wrong-headed, jealous sensitiveness, animadversions which he, as a worshipper of Mr. Enright, had been accustomed to rebut. Further, Lucas himself had not erred by the extravagance of his enthusiasm for George's earth-shaking success. For example, Lucas had said, "Don't go and get above yourself, old chap. They may decide not to build it after all. You never know with these corporations." A remark extremely undeserved, for George considered that the modesty and simplicity of his own demeanour under the stress of an inordinate triumph were rather notable. Still, he had his dignity to maintain against the satiric, and his position was such that he could afford to maintain it. Anyhow, he preferred the sardonic bearing of his professional intimates to the sycophancy of certain acquaintances, and of eager snobs unknown to him. Among sundry telegrams received was one composed regardless of cost, and signed Turnbull. He could not discover who Turnbull might be until John Orgreave had reminded him of the wigged, brown, conversational gentleman whom he met on one occasion only at Adela's. In addition to telegrams he had had letters, some of which contained requests for money, demanded even as a right by the unlucky from the lucky, and an assortment of charity circulars, moneylenders' circulars, and bucket-shop lures. His mother's great sprawling letter had pleased him better than any, save one. The exception was his stepfather's. Edwin Clayhanger, duly passing on to the next generation the benevolent Midland jibe which he had inherited, wrote, "Dear George, it's better than a bat in the eye with a burnt stick. Yours affectionately, Nunks." As a boy, George had at one period called his stepfather Nunks, but he had not used the appellation for years. He was touched now. The newspapers had been hot after him, and he knew not how to defend himself. His photograph was implored. He was waylaid by journalists Shalley and by journalists Spruce, and the resulting interviews made him squirm. He became a man of mark at Pickering's. Photographers entreated him to sit free of charge. What irritated him in the whole vast affair was the continual insistence upon his lack of years. Nobody seemed to be interested in his design for the town hall. Everybody had the air of regarding him as a youthful prodigy, a performing animal. Personally, he did not consider that he was so very young. Nevertheless, he did consider that he was a youthful prodigy. He could recall no architect in history who had done what he had done at his age. The town clerk who travelled from the north to see him treated his age in a different manner, the patronizing. He did not care for the town clerk. However, the town clerk was atoned for by the chairman of the new town hall subcommittee, a true human being named Salter, with a terrific accent and a taste for architecture, pictures, and music. Mr. Salter, though at least 45, treated George without any appearance of effort as a coeval. George immediately liked him, and the mere existence of Mr. Salter had the effect of dissipating nearly all George's horrible qualms and apprehensions about his own competence to face the overwhelming job of erection. Mr. Salter was most soothing in the matter of specifications and contractors. "So you've got into your new room," said John Orgreave. Never before had he mounted to see George either in the new room or in the old room. The simple fact of the presence there of one of the partners in the historic firm below compensated for much teasing sarcasm and half-veiled jealousy. It was a sign. It was a seal authenticating renown. "Yes. I only wanted to give you a message from Adela. The Ingram young woman is staying with us." "Lois?" The name shot out of him unbidden. "Yes. You're humbly supplicated to go to tea today, 4 o'clock. Thank God I've not forgotten it." George arrived 55 minutes late at Bedford Park. Throughout the journey thither he kept repeating, "She said I should do it, and I've done it. I've done it. I've done it." The triumph was still so close behind him that he was constantly realizing it afresh, and saying, wonder-struck, "I've done it." And the miraculous phantasm of the town hall, uplifted in solid stone, formed itself again and again in his enchanted mind, against a background of tremendous new ambitions, rising endlessly one behind another like snowy Alps. "Is this what you call 4 o'clock?" twittered Adela between cajolery and protest, somewhat older and facially more artificial, but eternally blonde, still holding her fair head on one side and sinuously waving the palm. Sorry, I was kept at the last moment by a journalist, Johnny." "Oh, of course," said Adela, pooh-poohing with her lips. "Of course we expect that story nowadays." "Well, it was a chap from the Builder, or I wouldn't have seen him. Can't trifle with a trade paper, you know." He thought, "She's like the rest of them, as jealous as the devil." Then Lois came into the room, hatted and gloved, in half-mourning. She was pale and appreciably thinner. She looked nervous, weak, and weary. As he shook hands with her, he felt very self-conscious, as though in winning the competition and fulfilling her prophecy he had done something dubious for which he ought to apologize. This was exceedingly strange, but it was so. She had been ill after the death of Irene Wheeler. Having left Paris for London on the day following the races, he had written to her, about nothing in particular, a letter which meant everything but what it said, and had received an answer from Lorentzin, who announced that her sister was in bed and likely to be in bed, and that father and mother wished to be remembered to him. Then he wrote to Lorentzin. When the result of the final competition was published, he had written again to Lois. It seemed to him that he was bound to do so, for had she not willed and decided his victory? No reply, for there had scarcely been time for a reply. "Did you get my letter?" he smiled. "This afternoon," she said gravely. "It followed me here. Now I have to go to Irene's flat. I should have been gone in another minute." "She will go alone," Adele put in anxiously. "I shall be back for dinner," said Lois, and to the stupefaction of George she moved towards the door. But just as she opened the door she turned her head and, looking at George with a frown, murmured, "You can come with me if you like." Adela burst out, "He hasn't had any tea." "I'm not urging him to come, my dear. Good-bye." Adela and George exchanged a glance, each signalling to the other that perhaps this sick, strange girl ought to be humoured. He abandoned the tea. He was in the street with Lois. He was in the train with her. Her ticket was in his pocket. He had explained to her why he was late, and she had smiled, amiably but enigmatically. He thought, "She's no right to go on like this, but what does it matter?" She said nothing about the competition, not a word of congratulation. Indeed, she hardly spoke beyond telling him that she had to choose some object at the flat. He was aware of the principal terms of Irene's will, which indeed had caused the last flutter of excitement before oblivion so quickly descended upon the notoriety of the social star. Irene's renown had survived her complexion by only a few short weeks. The will was of a rather romantic nature. Nobody familiar with the intimate circumstances would have been surprised if Irene had divided her fortune between Lois and Lorentzin. The bulk of it, however, went back to Indianapolis. The gross total fell far short of popular estimates. Lois and Lorentzin received £5,000 apiece, and in addition they were requested to select each an object from Irene's belongings, Lois out of the London flat, Lorentzin out of the Paris flat. Lois had come to London to choose, and she was staying with Adela, sole chaperone available. Since the death of Irene, Mrs. Ingram had been excessively strict in the matter of chaperones. They took a hansom at Victoria. Across the great square, whose leaves were just yellowing, George saw the huge block of flats, and in one story all the blinds were down. Lois marched first into the lift, masterfully, as though she inhabited the block. She asked no one's permission. Characteristically, she had an order from the solicitors and the keys of the flat. She opened the door without any trouble. They were inside, within the pale-sheeted interior. Scarcely a thing had yet been moved, for, with the formalities of the judicatures of France, England, and the state of Indiana to be complied with, events marched slowly under the sticky manipulation of 3 different legal firms. Lois and George walked cautiously across the dusty, dulled parquets into the vast drawing-room. George doffed his hat. "I'd better draw the blinds up," he suggested. "No, no," she sharply commanded. "I can see quite well. I don't want any more light." There was the piano upon which Lorentzin had played, the embrasure of the window, the corner in which Irene had sat spellbound by Jules de Complot, the portraits of Irene, at least one of which would perpetuate her name, the glazed cases full of her collections. The chief pieces of furniture and all the chairs were draped in the pale, ghostly sheeting. Suddenly Lois, rushing to the mantelpiece, cried, "This is what I shall take." It was a large photograph of Jules de Complot, bearing the words, "A Miss Irene Wheeler, homage respecto de J. D. F." "You won't!" he exclaimed, incredulous, shocked. He thought, "She's mad." "Yes, I shall." There were hundreds of beautiful objects in the place, and she chose a banal photograph of a despicable creature whom she detested. "Why didn't you take one of her portraits, or even a fan? What on earth do you want with a thing like that?" His voice was changing. "I should take it and keep it forever. He was the cause of it all. This photograph was everything to her once." George revolted utterly, and said with cold, harsh displeasure, "You're simply being morbid. There's no sense in it." She dropped down into a chair, and the impress of her body dragged the dust sheet from its gilt arms, exposing them. She put her face in her hands and sobbed. "You're awfully cruel," she murmured thickly. The sobs continued, shaking her body. She was beautifully dressed. Her shoes were adorable, and the semi-transparent hose over her fine ankles. She made a most disturbing and unbearable figure of compassion. She needed wisdom, protection, guidance, strength. Every bit of her seemed to appeal for these qualities. But at the same time She dismayed. He moved nearer to her. Yes, she had grandeur. All the costly and valuable objects in the drawing-room she had rejected in favour of the satisfaction of a morbid and terrible whim. Who could have foreseen it? He moved still nearer. He stood over her. He seized her yielding wrists. He lifted her veil. Tears were running down her cheeks from the yellow eyes. She looked at him through her tears. "You're frightfully cruel," she feebly repeated. "And what if I am?" he said solemnly. Did she really think him hard? Had she always thought him hard? She, the hard one? How strange! Yet no doubt he was hard. His paramount idea was, she had faith in me. It was as if her faith had created the man he was. She was passionately ambitious. So was he. And when he kissed her wet mouth and stroked with incredible delicacy those streaming cheeks, he felt himself full of foreboding. But he was proud and confident. He took her back to Bedford Park. She carried the photograph unwrapped, but he ventured no comment. She went straight up to her room. "You must tell Mrs. Orgreave," she said on the stairs. Adela made a strange remark. "Oh, but we always intended you to marry Lois."
End of Part 1, Chapter 9, Part 3. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1.
The Triumph. George came into the conjugal bedroom. The hour was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lois lay on the sofa at the foot of the twin beds. It was perhaps characteristic of her that she sincerely preferred the sofa to her bed. Sometimes in the night, when she could not sleep, she would get up and go sighing to the sofa, and, with nothing but a slippery eiderdown to cover her, sleep perfectly till George arose in the morning. Quite contentedly conventional in most matters of mere social deportment, she often resisted purely physical conventions. A bed was the recognized machine for slumber, hence she would instinctively choose another machine. Also, the sofa was nearer to the ground. She liked to be near the ground. She had welcomed with ardour the first beginnings of the new fashion which now regularly permits ladies to sit on the hearth-rug after a ceremonial dinner, and prop their backs with cushions or mantelpieces. Doubtless a trait of the cave woman that as a girl she had called herself. She was now stretched on the sofa in a luxurious and expensive ribboned muslin negligee, untidy, pale, haggard, heavy, shapeless. The expectant mother, intensely conscious of her own body, and determined to maintain all the privileges of the exacting role which nature had for the third time assigned to her. Little Laurentin, aged 8, and little Loie, aged 5, in their summer white, were fondling her, tumbling about her, burying themselves in her. She reclined careless, benignant, and acquiescent under their tiny assaults. It was at moments as though the three were one being. When their father appeared in the doorway, she warned them in an apparently awed tone that father was there, and that nursie was waiting for them, and that they must run off quietly. And she kissed them with the enormous kiss of a giantess suddenly rendered passionate by a vast uprush of elemental feeling. And they ran off, smiling confidently at their father, giggling, chattering about important affairs in their intolerable shrieking voices. George could never understand why Lois should attempt, as she constantly did, to instil into them awe of their father. His attitude to the children made it impossible that she should succeed. But she kept on trying. The cave woman again. George would say to himself, all women are cave women. "Have you come to pack?" she asked, with fatigued fretfulness, showing no sign of surprise at his arrival. "Oh, no," he answered, and implied that in his overcharged existence packing would have to be done when it could, if at all. "I only came in for 1 second to see if I could root out that straw hat I wore last year." "Do open the window," she implored grievously. "It is open." "Both sides?" "Yes." "Well, open it more." "It's wide open." "Both sides?" "Yes." "So stuffy in this room," she complained, expelling much breath. It was stuffy in the room. The room was too full of the multitudinous belongings and furniture of wife and husband. It was too small for its uses. The pair, unduly thrown together, needed 2 rooms. But the house could not yield them 2 rooms, though from the outside it had an air of spaciousness. The space was employed in complying with custom, in imitating the disposition of larger houses, and in persuading the tenant that he was as good as his betters. There was a basement, because the house belonged to the basement era, and because it is simpler to burrow than to erect. On the ground floor were the hall, narrow, and the dining room, narrow. To have placed the dining room elsewhere would have been to double the number of stairs between it and the kitchen. Moreover, the situation of the dining room in all such correct houses is immutably fixed by the code. Thus, the handiest room in the house was occupied during 4 hours of the 24 and wasted during the remaining 20. Behind the dining room was a very small room appointed by the code to be George's den. It would never have been used at all had not George considered it his duty to use it occasionally, and had not Lois at intervals taken a fancy to it because it was not hers. The whole of the first floor was occupied by the landing, the well of the staircase, and the drawing-room, which last was inevitably shaped in the resemblance of an L. The small back portion of it over George's den was never utilized save by the grand piano and rare pianists. Still, the code demanded that the drawing-room should have this strange appendage, and that a grand piano should reside in it modestly, apologetically, like a shame that cannot be entirely concealed. Nearly every house in Elm Park Road, and every house in scores of miles of other correct streets in the West End, had a drawing-room shaped in the semblance of an L, and a grand piano in the hinterland thereof. The drawing-room, like the dining-room, was occupied during about 4 hours of the 24, and wasted during the remaining 20. The 2 main floors of the house being in such manner accounted for, the family and its dependents principally lived aloft on the 2nd and 3rd floors. 8 souls slept up there nightly, a miracle of compression. George had had the house for 10 years. He entered it as a bridegroom. He had stayed in it for 7 years because the landlord would only confide it to him on lease, and at the end of the 7 years he lacked the initiative to leave it. An ugly house, utterly without architectural merit. A strange house for an architect to inhabit. George, however, had never liked it. Before his marriage he had discovered a magnificent house in Fitzroy Square, a domestic masterpiece of the Adams period, exquisitely designed without and within, huge rooms and many rooms, lovely ceilings, a forged iron stair rail out of paradise, a house appreciably nearer to the centre than the one in Elm Park Road, and with a lower rental. George would have taken the house, had not Lois pointed out to him its fatal disadvantage, which had escaped him, namely, that people simply did not live in Fitzroy Square. Instantly Lois entered Fitzroy Square, George knew himself for a blind fool. Of course the house was impossible. He was positively ashamed to show her the house. She admitted that it was beautiful. So Elm Park Road was finally selected, Elm Park Road being a street where people could, and in fact did, live. It was astounding how Lois, with her small and fragmentary knowledge of London, yet knew precisely and infallibly, by instinct, by the sound of the names of the thoroughfares, by magic, diabolical or celestial, what streets were inhabitable and what were not. And something in George agreed with her. He now rummaged among hat-boxes beneath the beds, pulled one out, and discovered a straw hat in it. "Will it do?" he questioned doubtfully. "Let me look at it." He approached her and gave her the hat, which she carefully examined, frowning. "Put it on," she said. He put it on, and she gazed at him for what seemed to him an unnecessarily long time. His thought was that she liked to hold him under her gaze. "Well?" he exclaimed impatiently. "It's quite all right," she said. "What's the matter with it? It makes you look about 14. He felt envy in her voice. Then she added, "But surely you won't be able to wear that thing tomorrow?" "Of course not. I only want it for this afternoon, this sun." "Oh," she cried, "I do think it's a shame I can't go to the opening. It's just my luck." He He considered that she arraigned her luck much too often. He considered that on the whole her luck was decidedly good. But he knew that she had to be humoured. It was her right to be humoured. "Yes," he said judicially and rather shortly. "I'm sorry too. But what are you going to do about it? If you can't go, you can't. And you know it's absolutely out of the question." As a fact, he was glad that her condition made such an excursion impossible for her. She would certainly have been rather a ticklish handful for him at the opening. "But I should so have enjoyed it," she insisted with emphasis. There it was, the thirst for enjoyment, pleasure, the supreme, unslakable thirst. She had always had it, and he had always hardened himself against it, while often, nevertheless, accepting with secret pleasure the satisfactions of her thirst. Thus, for example, in the matter of dancing, she had shared to the full in the extraordinary craze for dancing which had held the West End for several years. Owing to her initiative, they had belonged to 2 dancing clubs, whose members met weekly in the saloons of the great hotels. The majority of the members were acutely tedious to George, but Lois was quite uncritical, save on the main point. She divided the members into good dancers and bad dancers. George was a pretty good dancer. He liked dancing. Membership of these clubs involved expense. It interfered with his sleep. It made his early mornings more like defeats than triumphs. It prevented him from duly reading and sketching. But he liked dancing. While resenting the compulsion to outrage his conscience, he enjoyed the sin. What exasperated him was Lois's argument that that kind of thing did him good professionally, and was indeed essential to the career of a rising or risen young architect, and that also it was good for his health and his mind. He wished that she would not so unconvincingly pretend that self-indulgence was not what it was. These pretences, however, seemed to be a necessity of her nature. She reasoned similarly about the dinners and theatre parties which they gave and attended. Next to dancing, she adored dinners and theatre parties. She would sooner eat a bad dinner in company anywhere than a good dinner quietly at home. She would far sooner go to a bad play than to none at all. She was in fact never bored in the theatre or in the music hall, never. Once, by misfortune, as George privately deemed, he had got a small job, erection of a dwelling-house at Hampstead, through a dinner. Lois had never forgotten it, and she would adduce the trifle again and again as evidence of the sanity of her ideas about social life. George really did not care for designing houses. They were not worth the trouble. He habitually thought in public edifices and the palaces of kings, nobles, and plutocrats of taste. Moreover, his commission on the house would not have kept his own household in being for a month, and yet the owner, while obviously proud to be the patron of the celebrated prodigy George Cannon, had the air of doing George Cannon a favour. And so her ambition, rather than his, had driven them both ruthlessly on. Both were overpressed, but George considerably more than Lois. Lois was never in ordinary times really tired. Dinners, teas, even lunches, restaurants, theatres, music halls, other people's houses, clubs, dancing, changing clothes, getting into autos and taxis and getting out of autos and taxis, looking at watches, writing down engagements, going to bed with a sigh at the lateness of the hour, waking up fatigued to the complexities of the new day. She coped admirably with it all. She regarded it as natural. She regarded it as inevitable and proper. She enjoyed it. She wanted it, and that which she wanted she must have. Yet her attitude to George was almost invariably one of deep solicitude for him. She would look at him with eyes troubled and anxious for his welfare. When they were driving to a dance, which he had no desire to attend, she would put her arm in his and squeeze his arm and murmur, "Coco, I don't like you working so hard." Coco was her pet name for him, a souvenir of Paris. He acknowledged that, having chosen her role, she played it well. She made him comfortable. She was a good housekeeper, and a fair organizer generally. She knew how to be well served. He thought that her manner to servants was often inexcusable, but she kept her servants, and they would do anything for her. Further, except that she could not shine in conversation, she was a good hostess. She never made mistakes, never became muddled, never forgot. Of course she had friends to whom he was indifferent or perhaps slightly hostile, but she was entitled to her friends as he to his. and she was a good mother. Stranger still, though she understood none of the arts and had no logical taste, she possessed a gift of guessing or of divination which, in all affairs relating to the home, was the practical equivalent of genuine taste. George had first noticed this faculty in her when she put £1,000 of her money to £1,000 of his stepfather's, and they began to buy furniture. The house was beautifully furnished, and she had done her share. And in the alterations, additions, and replacements which for several years she had the habit of springing upon him, she rarely offended him. Still, he knew indubitably that she had not taste, anyhow in his sense of the term, and would never, never acquire it. An astonishing creature! He had not finished being astonished at her. In some respects he had not even come to a decision about her. For instance, he suspected that she had no notion of money, but he could not be sure. She did what she liked with her income, which was about £200 a year. That is to say, she clothed herself out of it. Her household accounts were unknown to him. He had once essayed to comprehend them, but had drawn back affrighted. "Well," she said plaintively, "now you're here, I think you might sit a bit with me. It's most awfully lonely for me." "I can't possibly," he said with calm. "I have to rush off to the club to see Davids about that business." She ignored his inescapable duties. It was nothing to her that he had 100 affairs to arrange before his night journey to the north. She wanted him to sit with her. Therefore she thought that he ought to sit with her, and she would be conscious of a grievance if he did not. Lonely? Because her children were going out for an hour or so? Besides, even if it was lonely, facts were facts, and destiny was destiny and had to be borne. "What business?" "You know." "Oh, that. Well, can't you go after tea?" Incurable. "Here, lass," he said with a laugh. "If I stop arguing here, I shall miss him." He bent down and prepared his lips to kiss her. He smiled superiorly, indulgently. He was the stronger. She defeated him sometimes, she gravely defeated him in the general arrangements and colour of their joint existence, but he was the stronger. She had known it for over 10 years. They had had 2 tremendous, critical, highly dangerous battles. He had won them both. Lois had wanted to be married in Paris. He had been ready to agree until suddenly it occurred to him that French legal formalities might necessitate an undue disclosure as to his parentage and the bigamy of which his mother had been a victim. He refused absolutely to be married in Paris. He said, "You're English, and I'm English, and the proper place for us to be married is England." There were good counter-arguments, but he would not have them. Curiously, at this very period, news came from his stepfather of his father's death in America. He kept it to himself. Again, on the night itself of their marriage, he had said to her, "Now give me that revolver you've got." At her protesting refusal, he had said, "My wife is not going about with any revolver, not if I know it." He was playful, but determined. He startled her, for the altercation lasted 2 hours. On the other hand, he had never said a word about the photograph of Jules Deforcamblot, and had never seen it. Somewhere in some mysterious fastness, the mysterious woman kept it. His lips were close to hers, and his eyes to her eyes. Most persons called her eyes golden, but to him they were just yellow. They had an infinitesimal cast to which nobody ever referred. They were voluptuous eyes. He examined her face. She was still young, but the fine, impressive imprint of existence was upon her features, and the insipid freshness had departed. She blinked, acquiescent. Her eyes changed, melting. He could almost see into her brain, and watch there the impulse of repentance for an unreasonable caprice, and the intense resolve to think in the future only of her husband's welfare. She was like that. She could be an angel. He knew that he was hard. He guessed that he might be inordinately hard. He would bear people down. Why had he not been touched by her helpless condition? She was indeed touching as she lay. She wanted to keep him near her, and she could not. She wanted acutely to go to the north, and she was imprisoned. She would have to pass the night alone, and the next night alone. Danger and great suffering lay in front of her. And she was she. She was herself, with all her terrific instincts. She could not alter herself. Did she not merit compassion? Still, he must go to his club. He kissed her tenderly. She half lifted her head and kissed him exactly as she kissed his children, like a giantess, and as though she was the ark of wisdom from everlasting, and he a callow boy whose safety depended upon her sagacious, loving direction. From the top of the flight of stairs leading from the ground floor, George, waiting till it was over, witnessed the departure for his family for the afternoon promenade. A prodigious affair. The parlour-maid, the delightful creature who was unfortunately soon to make an excellent match above her station, amiably helped the nursemaid to get the perambulator down the steps. The parlour-maid wore her immutable uniform, and the nursemaid wore her immutable uniform. Various things had to be packed into the perambulator, and then little Lois had to be packed into it, not because she could not walk, but because it was not desirable for her to arrive at the playground tired. Nurse's sunshade was undiscoverable, and little Laurentin's little sunshade had to be retrieved from underneath little Lois in the depths of the perambulator. Nurse's book had fallen on the steps. Then the tiny but elaborate perambulator of Laurentin's doll had to go down the steps, and the doll had to be therein ensconced under Laurentin's own direction, and Laurentin's sunshade had to be opened, and Laurentin had to prove to the maids that she could hold the sunshade in one hand and push the doll's perambulator with the other. Finally, the procession of human beings and vehicles moved, munitioned, provisioned, like a caravan setting forth into the desert, the parlour-maid amiably waving adieu. George thought, I support all that. It all depends on me. I have brought it all into existence. And his reflections embraced Lois upstairs, and the 2 colleagues of the parlour-maid in the kitchen, and the endless apparatus of the house, and the people at his office and the apparatus there, and the experiences that awaited him on the morrow, and all his responsibilities and all his apprehensions for the future. And he was amazed and dismayed by the burden which almost unwittingly he bore night and day. But he felt too that it was rather fine. He felt that he was in the midst of life. As he was cranking his car, which he had left unattended at the curb, Mrs. Buckingham Smith's magnificent car, driven by her magnificent chauffeur, swept in silence up to the door and sweetly stopped. George's car was a very little one, and he was his own chauffeur, and had to walk home from the garage when he had done with it. The contemplation of Buck Smith's career showed George that there are degrees of success. Buck Smith received £1,000 for a portrait, in the French manner of painting, and refused commissions at that. Buck Smith had a kind of palace in Melbury Road. By the side of Buck Smith, George was a struggling semi-failure. Mrs. Buck Smith, the lady whom George had first glimpsed in the foyer of a theatre, was a superb Jewess whom Buck had enticed from the stage. George did not like her, because she was apt, in ecstasy, to froth at the mouth, and for other reasons, but she was one of his wife's most intimate friends. Lois, usually taciturn, would chatter with Ada for hours. "I thought I'd come and see Lois," said Mrs. Buck, effulgently smiling, as George handed her out of the car. "How is the dear thing? You just flying off?" "You'll do her all the good in the world," George replied. "I can't stop. I have to leave town tonight, and I'm full up." "Oh, yes, the opening. How perfectly splendid!" Tiny bubbles showed between her glorious lips. "What a shame it is poor Lois isn't able to go." "Yes," said George, "but look here, don't you go and tell her so. That's quite the wrong tack." I see, said Mrs. Buck, gazing at him as one who was capable of subtle comprehensions. "By the way," she added, as she turned to mount the steps, "I ran across Everard Lucas at the Berkeley today, lunching there. I said I was coming here. He told me to tell you, if I saw you, that old Mr. Hame, or Home, or some such name, was dead. He said you'd be interested." "By Jove!" George ejaculated. "Is he? Haven't seen him for years and years." 2. He got into his car and drove off at speed. Beneath his off-hand words to Mrs. Buckingham Smith, he was conscious of a quickly growing, tender sympathy for Marguerite Hame. The hardness in him was dissolved almost instantaneously. He saw Marguerite, who had been adamantine in the difference which separated them, as the image of pliancy, sweetness, altruism, and devotion. and he saw her lips and the rapt glance of her eyes as beautiful as in the past. What a soft, soothing, assuaging contrast with the difficult Lois, so imperious and egoistic. An unforgettable phrase of Lois's had inhabited his mind for over a decade. Fancy quarrelling over a man! He had never met Marguerite since their separation, and for years he had heard nothing whatever about her. He did not underestimate the ordeal of meeting her again. Yet he had once decided that he must meet her again. He simply could not ignore her in her bereavement and new loneliness. To write to her would be absurd. It would be a cowardly evasion. Moreover, he could not frame a letter. He must prove to her and to himself that he had a sense of decent kindliness which would rise above conventional trifles when occasion demanded. At the top of Elm Park Gardens, instead of turning east towards Piccadilly, he turned west in the direction of the workhouse tower. And thus he exposed the unreality of the grandiose pleas with which professional men impose on their wives and on themselves. A few minutes earlier, his appointment at the club, not Pickering's, to which, however, he still belonged, but a much greater institution, the Artists' in Albemarle Street, had been an affair of extreme importance, upon which might depend his future career, for it did not concern negotiations for a London factory, which was to be revolutionary in design and to cost £150,000, and which, erected, would form a permanent advertisement of the genius of George Cannon. Now he remembered that Sir Isaac Davids, the patron of all the arts and the influencer of commissions, had said that he would probably but not certainly be at the club that afternoon, and he argued that in any event half an hour sooner or later would not make or mar the business. Indeed, he went further, and persuaded himself that between that moment and dinner he had nothing to do except sign a few routine letters at the office. Still, it was just as well that Lois should remain in delusion as to his being seriously pressed for time. As he curved, slackening and accelerating, with the perfect assurance of long habit, through the swift, intricate, towering motor traffic of Fulham Road, it was inevitable that he should recall the days, 11 years ago, when, through a sedate traffic of trotting horses, enlivened with a few motors and motor buses, he used to run down on his motorcycle to visit Marguerite. It was inevitable that he should think upon what had happened to him in the meantime. His body felt, honestly, no older. The shoulders had broadened, the moustache was fiercer, there were semicircular furrows under the eyes, but he was as slim and agile as ever, and did his morning exercises as regularly as he took his bath. More, he was still, somehow, the youthful prodigy who had won the biggest competition of modern years while almost an infant. He was still known as such, regarded as such, greeted as such, referred to as such at intervals in the press. His fame in his own world seemed not to have deteriorated. But disappointment had slowly, imperceptibly, eaten into him. He was far off the sublime heights of Sir Hugh Corver, though he met Sir Hugh apparently as an equal on the Council of the Royal Society of British Architects. Work had not surged in upon him. He had not been able to pick and choose among commissions. He had never won another competition. Again and again his hopes had been horribly defeated in these ghastly enterprises, of which 2 were still pending. He was a man of one job, and a quarter of his professional life had slipped behind him. His dreams were changed. Formerly he had dreamed in architectural forms. Now he dreamed in percentages. His one job had been enormous and lucrative, but he had lived on it for a decade, and it was done. And outside it he had earned probably less than £1,200. And if the job had been enormous, his responsibilities were likewise enormous. Home expenses with an increasing family, establishment expenses, a heavy insurance, slavery to habits, the common story without the slightest originality in it. The idea recurred continually. It was the fault of Lois, of that embodied implacable instinct which Lois was. And it was the fault of circumstance, of the structure of society, of existence itself. And it was his fault too. And the whole of the blame would be his if disaster came. Imagine those kids with the perambulator and the doll's perambulator. Imagine them in an earthquake. He could see no future beyond perhaps 8 months ahead. No, he could not. Of course his stepfather was a sure resource, but he could not conceive himself confessing failure to his stepfather or to anybody on earth. Yet, if he did not very soon obtain more work, remunerative and on a large scale, if he did not... However, he would obtain more work. It was impossible that he should not obtain it. The matter with Sir Isaac was as good as arranged, and the chances of winning at any rate one of the two competitions were very favourable. He dismissed every apprehension. His health was too good to tolerate apprehensions permanently, and he had a superstitious faith in his wife's superstitious faith in him, and in his luck. The dark mood quickly faded. It had been induced not by the spectacle of his wife and family and household seen somehow from a new angle, but by the recollection of the past. Though he often went through dark moods, they were not moods of financial pessimism. They seemed to be causeless, inexplicable, and indescribable, abysses in which cerebration ceased.
End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. 3. She was just closing the side gate leading to the studio when he drove up. He recognized her face over the top of the gate. At the first glance it seemed to be absolutely unchanged. The same really beautiful lips, the same nose, the same look in the eyes. Had a decade passed by her and left no trace? He lost his nerve for an instant and brought the car to a standstill with less than his usual adroitness. She hesitated. "I was coming to see you," he called out hastily, boyishly, not in the least measuring his effects. He jumped from the car and said in a lower, more intimate tone, "I've only this minute heard about Mr. Hame. I'm awfully sorry. I thought I'd come along at once." "How nice of you," she replied, quite simply and naturally, with a smile. "Do come in." The tension was eased. She pulled at the gate, which creaked. He then saw plainly the whole of her figure. She was dressed in black, and wore what the newspaper advertisement called a matron's coat. The decade had not passed her by and left no trace. She had been appointed to a share in the mysterious purpose. Her bust, too, was ampler. Only her face, rather pale, like the face of Lois, was unaltered in its innocent contours. He felt that he was blushing. He had no instinctive jealousy nor resentment. It did not appear strange to him that this woman in the matron's coat was the girl he had passionately kissed in that very house, and indeed the woman was not the girl. The connection between the woman and the girl had snapped. Nevertheless, he was extremely self-conscious, but not she. And in his astonishment he wondered at the secretiveness of London. His house and hers were not more than half a mile apart, and yet in 11 years he had never set eyes on her house. Nearly always on leaving his house he would go up Elm Park Gardens and turn to the right. If he was not in the car, he would never turn to the left. Occasionally he had flown past the end of the grove in the car. Not once, however, had he entered the grove. He lived in Chelsea, and she lived in Chelsea, but not the same Chelsea. His was not the Chelsea of the studios and the King's Road. They had existed close together, side by side, for years and years, and she had been hidden from him. As they walked towards the studio door, she told him that they had buried her father a week ago, and that they were living in the studio, and had already arranged to let the lower part of the house. She had the air of assuming that he was aware of the main happenings in her life, only a little belated in the knowledge of her father's death. She was quite cheerful. He pretended to himself to speculate as to the identity of her husband. He would not ask, "And who is your husband?" All the time he knew who her husband was. It could be no other than one man. She opened the studio door with a latchkey. He was right. At the table, Mr. Prince was putting sheets of etching paper to soak in a porcelain bath.
"Well, well, well!" exclaimed Mr. Prince warmly, not flustered, not a bit embarrassed, and not too demonstrative. He came forward, delicately drying the tips of his fingers on a rag, and shook hands. His hair was almost white, his thin, benevolent face amazingly lined. His voice had a constant little vibration. Yet George could not believe that he was an old man. "He only heard to-day about father, and he's called at once," said Marguerite. "Isn't it just like him?" The last phrase surprised and thrilled George. Did she mean it? Her kind, calm, ingenuous face showed that obviously she meant it. "It is," said Mr. Prince seriously. "Very good of you, old man." After some talk about Mr. Hame, and about old times, and about changes, during which Marguerite took off her matron's coat, and Mr. Prince gently hung it up for her, they all sat down near to one another, and near the unlighted stove. The studio seemed to be precisely as of old, except that it was very clean. Marguerite, in a high-backed wicker chair, began slowly to remove her hat, which she perched behind her on the chair. Mr. Prince produced a tin of gold-flake cigarettes. "And so you're living in the studio?" said George. "We have the 2 rooms at the top of the house, of course," answered Mr. Prince, glancing at the staircase. "I don't know whether it's quite the wisest thing with all those stairs. You see how we're fixed." He glanced at Marguerite. "But we had a fine chance to let the house, and in these days it's as well to be cautious." Marguerite smiled happily and patted her husband's hand. "Of course it's the wisest thing," she said. "Why, what's the matter with these days?" George demanded. "How's the work?" "Oh," said Mr. Prince in a new tone, "I've 1 or 2 things that might interest you." He displayed some prints and chatted of his labours. He was still etching. He would die etching. This was the etcher of European renown. He referred to the Vienna acquisition as though it was an affair of a few weeks ago. He disposed of an etching to Stockholm, and mentioned that he exhibited at the International Show in Rome. He said that his things were attracting attention at a gallery in Bond Street. He displayed catalogues and press cuttings. "These are jolly fine," said George enthusiastically, as he examined the prints on his knee. "I'm glad you like them," said Mr. Prince, pleased. "I think I've improved." But in spite of his European renown, Mr. Prince had remained practically unknown. His name would not call forth the "Oh, yes" of recognition from the earnest frequenter of fashionable exhibitions who takes pride in his familiarity with names. The etchings of Prince were not subscribed for in advance. He could not rank with the stars: Cameron, Johanbone, Le Gros, Brangwyn. Probably he could command not more than 2 or 3 guineas for a print. He had never been the subject of a profusely laudatory illustrated article in the studio. With his white hair he was what in the mart is esteemed a failure. He knew it. Withal he had a notable self-respect and a notable confidence. There was no timidity in him, even if his cautiousness was excessive. He possessed sagacity, and he had used it. He knew where he was. He had something substantial up his sleeve. There was no wistful appeal in his eye, as of a man who hopes for the best and fears the worst. He could meet dealers with a firm glance, for throughout life he had subjugated his desires to his resources. His look was modest but independent, and Marguerite had the same look. "Hello!" cried George. "I see you've got that here." He pointed to Celia Agg's portrait of herself as Bonnie Prince Charlie. "Yes," said Marguerite. "She insisted on me taking it when she gave up painting." "Gave up painting?" "Very good, isn't it?" said Mr. Prince gravely. "Pity she ever did give up painting, I think," he added in a peculiar tone. "Yes, it is," George agreed insincerely, for the painting now seemed to him rather 10th-rate. "But what on earth did she stop painting for?" Margaret replied with reserve. "Oh, didn't you know? She's quite gone in for this suffragette business. No one ever sees her now, not even her people." "Been in prison," said Mr. Prince, sardonically disapproving. "I always said she'd end in that kind of thing, didn't I, Margie?" "You did, dear," said Marguerite with wifely eagerness. These 2 respected not only themselves, but each other. The ensuing conversation showed that Mr. Prince was somewhat disgusted with the mundane movement, and that Marguerite was his disciple. They were more and more leaving the world alone. Their self-sufficiency was increasing with the narrow regularity of their habits. They seldom went out, and when they did, they came home the more deeply convinced that all was not well with the world, and that they belonged to the small remnant of the wise and the sane. George was in two minds about them, or rather about Mr. Prince. He secretly condescended to him, but on the other hand he envied him. The man was benevolent, he spent his life in the creation of beauty, and he was secure, surely an ideal existence. Yes, George wished that he could say as much for himself. Marguerite, completely deprived of ambition, would never have led any man into insecurity. He had realized already that afternoon that there were different degrees of success. He now realized that there were different kinds of success. "Well," he rose suddenly, "I must be off. I'm very busy." "I suppose you are," said Mr. Prince. Untrue to assert that his glance was never wistful. It was ever so slightly wistful then. George comprehended that Mr. Prince admired him and looked up to him after all. "My town hall is being opened tomorrow." "So I saw," said Mr. Prince. "I congratulate you." They knew a good deal about him, where he lived, the statistics of his family, and so on. He picked up his hat. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming," said Marguerite, gazing straight into his eyes. "Rather," said Mr. Prince. They were profoundly flattered by the visit of this bird of paradise, but they did not urge him to stay longer. As he was leaving, the door already open, George noticed a half-finished book cover design on a table. "So you're still doing these binding designs?" He stopped to examine. Husband and wife, always more interested in their own affairs than in other people's, responded willingly to his curiosity. George praised, and his praise was greatly esteemed. Mr. Prince talked about the changes in trade bindings, which were all for the worse. The bright spot was that Marguerite's price for a design had risen to 25 shillings. This improvement was evidently a source of genuine satisfaction to them. To George it seemed pathetic that a rise, after vicissitudes of 4 shillings in 14 years, should be capable of causing them so much joy. He and they lived in absolutely different worlds. "This is the last I shall let her do for a long time," observed Mr. Prince. "I shouldn't have let her do this one, but the doctor, who's a friend of ours, said there wouldn't be any harm, and of course it's always advisable to break a connection as little as possible. You never know." George smiled, returning their flattery. "You aren't going to tell me that that matters to you?" Mr. Prince fixed George with his eye. "When the European war starts in earnest, I think most of us will need all we've been able to get together." "What European war?" asked George with a touch of disdain. "You don't mean to say that this Sarajevo business will lead to a European war?" "No, I don't," said Mr. Prince very firmly. "Germany's diplomatists are much too clever for that. They're clever enough to find a better excuse, but they will find it, and soon." George saw that Mr. Prince, having opened up a subject which apparently was dear to him, had to be handled with discretion. He guessed at once, from the certainty and the emotion of Mr. Prince's phrases, that Mr. Prince must have talked a lot about a European war. So he mildly replied, "Do you really think so?" "Do I think so? My dear fellow, you have only to look at the facts. Austria undoubtedly annexed Bosnia at Germany's instigation. Look at what led to Algeciras. Look at Agadir. Look at the increase in the German army last July. And look at the special levy. The thing's as clear as day." Mr. Prince now seemed to be a little angry with George, who had moved into the doorway. "I'll tell you what I think," said George, with the assurance with which, as a rule, he announced his opinions. "We're Germany's only serious rival. It's us she's up against. She can only fight us on the sea. If she fought us now on the sea, she'd be wiped out. That's admitted. In 10 years, if she keeps on building, she might have a chance, but not now, not yet, and she knows it." George did not mention that he had borrowed the whole weighty argument from his stepfather, but he spoke with finality, and was rather startled when Mr. Prince blew the whole weighty argument into the air with one scornful, pitying exhalation. Mr. Prince said, "Nothing in it, nothing in it. It's our alliances that will be the ruin of us. We shall be dragged into war. If Germany chooses to fight on land, everybody will have to fight on land. When she gets to Paris, what are we going to do about it? We shall be dragged into war. It's the damnable alliances that Sir Edward Grey has led us in for." Mr. Prince fixed George afresh. "That man ought to be shot. What do we want with alliances? Have you heard Lord Roberts?" George admitted weakly, as if ashamed, that he had not. "Well, you should." "Oh, yes," Marguerite ingenuously put in. "Alfred's been very strong on the European war ever since he heard Lord Roberts speak at Chelsea Town Hall." George then understood the situation. Mr. Prince, through the hazard of a visit to Chelsea Town Hall, had become obsessed by a single idea, an idea which his natural apprehensions had well nourished. A common phenomenon. George had met before the man obsessed by one idea, with his crude reasoning, his impatience, and his flashing eye. As for himself, he did not pretend to be an expert in politics. He had no time for politics, but he was interested in them, and held strong views about them, and among his strongest views was the view that the crudity of the average imperialist was noxious, and a source of real danger. That man ought to be shot. Imagine such a remark! He felt that he must soothe Mr. Prince as he would soothe a child, and he did so, with all the tact acquired at municipal committee meetings in the north. His last impression, on departure, was that Mr. Prince was an excellent and most lovable fellow, despite his obsession. "Glad to see you at any time," said Mr. Prince with genuine cordiality, critically and somewhat inimically assessing the car, which he referred to as she. Marguerite had remained in the studio. She was wonderful. She admired her husband too simply, and she was too content, but she had marvellous qualities of naturalness, common sense in demeanour, realism, and placidity. Thanks to her remarkable instinct for taking things for granted, the interview had been totally immune from constraint. It was difficult, and she had made it seem easy. No fuss, no false sentiment. And she looked very nice, very interesting, quite attractive in her mourning and in her expectancy. A fine couple. Unassuming, of course, narrow, opinionated. He surmised that the last days of the late Mr. Hame had been disciplined. But no fools either, and fundamentally decent. While condescending to them, he somehow envied them. But he knew what the opinion of Lois about them would be. 4. After a period of shallow sleep, he woke up in the morning factitiously refreshed as the train was rumbling slowly over the high-level bridge. The sun blinked full in his eyes when he looked out through the trellis-work of the bridge. Far below, the river was tinged with the pale blue of the sky. Big ships lay in the river as if they had never moved and never could move. A steamer in process of painting, with her sides lifted above the water, gleamed in irregular patches of brilliant scarlet. A lively tug passed downstream, proud of her early rising, and, smaller even than the tug, a smack, close-hauled, bowed to the puffs of the light breeze. Farther away, the lofty chimneys sent their scarves of smoke into the air, and the vast skeletons of incipient vessels could be descried through webs of staging. The translucent freshness of the calm scene was miraculous. It divinely intoxicated the soul, and left no squalor and no ugliness anywhere. Then, as the line curved, came the view of the city beneath its delicate canopy of mist. The city was built on escarpments, on ridges, on hills, and sagged here and there into great hollows. The serrated silhouette of it wrote romance upon the sky, and the contours of the naked earth beyond lost themselves grandly in the mystery of the north. The jutting custom-house was a fine piece of architecture. From the 1840s it challenged grimly the modern architect. On his hasty first visit to the city, George had noticed little save that custom-house. He had seen a slatternly provincial town, large and picturesque certainly, but with small sense of form or dignity. He had decided that his town hall would stand quite unique in the town. But soon the city had imposed itself upon him and taught him the rudiments of humility. It contained an immense quantity of interesting architecture of various periods which could not be appreciated at a glance. It was a hoary place. It went back to the Romans and further. Its fragmentary walls had survived through 7 centuries, its cathedral through 6, its chief churches through 5. It had the most perfect Norman keep within 200 miles. It had ancient halls, mansions, towers, markets, and jail.
and to these the Victorian Edwardian age had added museums, law courts, theatres, such astonishing modernities as swimming baths, powerhouses, joint stock banks, lending libraries and art schools, and whole monumental streets and squares from the design of a native architect, without whose respectable name no history of British architecture could be called complete. George's Town Hall was the largest building in the city, but it did not dominate the city nor dwarf it. The city easily digested it. Arriving in the city by train, the traveller, if he knew where to look, could just distinguish a bit of the Town Hall tower, amid masses of granite and brick, which glimpse symbolized the relation between the city and the Town Hall, and had its due effect on the Midland conceit of George. But what impressed George more than the stout physical aspects of the city was the sense of its huge, adventurous, corporate life, continuous from century to century. It had known terrible battles, obstinate sieges, famines, cholera, a general conflagration, and in the 20th century, strikes that possibly were worse than pestilence. It had fiercely survived them all. It was a city passionate and highly vitalized. George had soon begun to be familiar with its organic existence from the inside. The amazing delays in the construction of the Town Hall were characteristic of the city, originating as they did not from sloth or indecision, but from the obduracy of the human will. At the start, a sensational municipal election had put the whole project on the shelf for 2 years, and George had received a compensatory 1% on the estimated cost according to contract, and had abandoned his hope. But the pertinacity of Mr. Salter, first councillor, then alderman, then mayor, the true father of the Town Hall, had been victorious in the end. Next, there had been an infinity of trouble with owners of adjacent properties and with the foundations. Next to the local contractor, who got the work through a ruthless and ingenious conspiracy of associates on the council, had gone bankrupt. Next came the gigantic building strike, in which conflicting volitions fought each other for many months, to the devastation of an entire group of trades. Finally was the inflexible resolution of Mr. Salter that the Town Hall should not be opened and used until it was finished in every part and every detail of furniture and decoration. George, by his frequent sojourns in the city, and his official connection with the authorities, had several opportunities to observe the cabals, the chicane, and the personal animosities and friendships which functioned in secret at the very heart of the city's life. He knew the idiosyncrasies of councillors and aldermen in committee. He had learnt more about mankind in the committee rooms of the old Town Hall than he could have learnt in 10,000 London clubs. He could divide the city council infallibly into wire-pullers, axe-grinders, vain nincompoops, honest mediocrities, and the handful who combined honesty with sagacity and sagacity with strength. At beefy luncheon tables, and in gorgeous, stuffy bars tapestried with Lincrusta Walton, he had listened to the innumerable tales of the town, in which greed, crookedness, ambition, rectitude, hatred, and sexual love were extraordinarily mixed, the last being by far the smallest ingredient. He liked the town. He revelled in it. It seemed to him splendid in its ineradicable, ever-changing, changeless humanity. And as the train bored its way through the granite bowels of the city, he thought pleasurably upon all these matters. And with them in his mind there gradually mingled the images of Lois and of Marguerite. He cared not what their virtues were or what their faults were. He enjoyed reflecting upon them, picturing them with their contrasted attributes, following them into the future as they developed blindly under the unperceived sway of the paramount instincts which had impelled and would always impel them towards their ultimate destiny. He thought upon himself, and about himself he was very sturdily cheerful, because he had had a most satisfactory interview with Sir Isaac on the previous afternoon. A few minutes later he walked behind a portmanteau-bearing night porter into the wide corridored sleeping hotel, whose dust glittered in the straight shafts of early sunlight. He stopped at the big slate under the staircase, and wrote in chalk opposite the number 187, "Not to be called till 12 o'clock under pain of death." And the porter, a friend of some years' standing, laughed. On the second floor that same porter dropped the baggage on the linoleum and rattled the key in the lock with a high disregard of sleepers. In the bedroom the porter undid the straps of the portmanteau, and then, "Anything else, sir?" "That's all, John."
As he turned to leave, John stopped and remarked in a tone of concern, "Sorry to say Alderman Salter's ill in bed, sir. Won't be able to come to the opening. It's him as'll be madder than anybody, ill or not." George was shocked and almost frightened. In his opinion, the true intelligence of the city was embodied in Mr. Salter. Mr. Salter had been a father to him, had understood his aims, and fought for them again and again. Without Mr. Salter he felt defenceless before the ordeal of the opening, and he wished that he might fly back to London instantly. Nevertheless, the contact of the cool, clean sheets was exquisite, and he went to sleep at once, just as he was realizing the extremity of his fatigue. He did not have his sleep out. Despite the menace of death, a courageous creature heavily knocked at his door at 10 o'clock and entered. It was a page boy with a telegram. George opened the envelope resentfully. No answer. The telegram read, "Am told we have got it. Ponting." Ponting was George's assistant. The news referred to a competition for an enormous barracks in India, one of the 2 competitions pending. It had come sooner than expected. Was it true? George was aware that Ponting had useful acquaintanceship with a clerk in the India office. He thought, trying not to believe, "Of course Ponting will swallow anything." But he made no attempt to sleep again. He was too elated. 5. Through a strange circumstance, George arrived late for the opening lunch in the lower hall, but he was late in grave company. He had been wandering aimlessly and quite alone about the great interiors of the town hall when he caught sight of Mr. Phillips, the contractor, with the bishop and the most famous sporting peer of the north, a man who for some mystical reason was idolized by the masses of the city. Unfortunately, Mr. Phillips also caught sight of George. "Our bishop here is Mr. Cannon, our architect. He'll be able to explain, perhaps better." And in an instant Mr. Phillips had executed one of those feats of prestidigitation for which he was renowned in contracting circles, left George with the bishop, and gone off with his highly prized quarry, the sporting peer. George, despite much worldliness, had never before had speech with a bishop. However, the bishop played his part in a soothingly conventional way, manipulated his apron and his calves with senile dignity, stood still and gazed ardently at ceilings and vistas, and said at intervals, explosively and hoarsely, "Ha! Very interesting, very fine, noble." He also put intelligent questions to the youthful architect, such as, "How many bricks have been used in this building?" He was very leisurely, as though the whole of eternity was his. "I'm afraid we may be late for the luncheon," George ventured. The bishop looked at him blandly, leaning forward, and replied, after holding his mouth open for a moment, "They will not begin without us. I say grace." His antique eyes twinkled. After this, George liked him and understood that he was really a bishop. In the immense hubbub of the lower hall, the bishop was seized upon by officials and conducted to a chair a few places to the right of his worship the mayor. Though there was considerable disorder and confusion, doubtless owing to the absence of Alderman Salter, who had held all the strings in his hand, everybody agreed that the luncheon scene in the lower hall was magnificent. The mayor, in his high chair and in his heavy chain and glittering robe, ruled in the centre of the principal table, from which lesser tables ran at right angles. The aldermen and councillors, also chained and robed, well sustained the brilliance of the mayor, and the ceremonial officials of the city surpassed both mayor and council in grandeur. Sundry peers and MPs and illustrious capitalists enhanced the array of renown, and the bishop was rivalled by priestly dignitaries scarcely less grandiose than himself. And then there were the women. The women had been let in. During 10 years of familiarity with the city's life, George had hardly spoken to a woman, except Mr. Salter's Scotch half-sister. The men lived a life of their own, which often extended to the evenings, and very many of them, when mentioning women, employed a peculiar tone. But now the women were disclosed in bulk, and the display startled George. He suddenly saw all the city's fathers and their sons in a new light. The bishop had his appointed chair, with a fine feminine hat on either side of him, but George could not find that any particular chair had been appointed to himself. Eventually he saw an empty chair in the middle of a row of men at the right-hand transverse table, and he took it. He had expected, as the sole artistic creator of the town hall whose completion the gathering celebrated, to be the object of a great deal of curiosity at the luncheon. But in this expectation he was deceived. If any curiosity concerning him existed, it was admirably concealed. The authorities, however, had not entirely forgotten him, for the town clerk that morning had told him that he must reply to the toast of his health. He protested against the shortness of the notice, whereupon the town clerk had said casually that a few words would suffice, anything, in fact, and had hastened off. George was now getting nervous. He was afraid of hearing his own voice in that long, low interior which he had made. He had no desire to eat. He felt tired. Still, his case was less acute than it would have been had the august personage originally hoped for attended the luncheon. The august personage had not attended on account of an objection, apropos of an extreme passage in an election campaign speech, to the occupant of the mayoral chair, who had thus failed to be transformed into a Lord Mayor. The whole city had then, though the mayor was not over popular, rallied to its representative, and the council had determined that the inauguration should be a purely municipal affair. The episode was characteristic. George heard a concert of laughter, which echoed across the room. At the end of the main table, Mr. Phillips had become a centre of gaiety. Mr. Phillips, whom George and the Clerk of Works had had severe and constant difficulty in keeping reasonably near the narrow path of rectitude, was a merry, sharp, smart, middle-aged man, with a skin that always looked as if it had just made use of an irritant soap. He was one of the largest contractors in England, and his name on the hoarding of any building in course of erection seemed to give distinction to that building. He was very rich, and popular in municipal circles, and especially with certain councillors, including a Labour councillor. George wondered whether Mr. Phillips would make a speech. No toast list was visible in George's vicinity. To George the meal seemed to pass with astounding celerity. The old bishop said grace in 6 words. The toastmaster bawled for silence. The health of all classes of society who could rely upon good doctors was proposed and heartily drunk, princes, prelates, legislators, warriors, judges. But the catalogue was cut short before any eccentric person could propose the health of the one-roomed poor, of whom the city was excessively prolific. And then the mayor addressed himself to the great business of the town hall. George listened with throat dry. By way of precaution he had drunk nothing during the meal, and at each toast he had merely raised the glass to his lips and infinitesimally sipped. The coffee was bad and cold, and left a taste in his mouth. But everything that he had eaten left a taste in his mouth. The mayor began. "My lords, ladies and gentlemen, during the building of this structure—" All his speech was in that manner and that key. Nevertheless, he was an able and strong individual, and, as an old trade union leader, could be fiercely eloquent with working men. He mentioned Alderman Salter, and there was a tremendous cheer. He did not mention Alderman Salter again. A feud burned between these two. After Alderman Salter he mentioned finance. He said that that was not the time to refer to finance, and then spoke of nothing else but finance throughout the remainder of his speech, until he came to the peroration. "Success and prosperity to our new town hall, the grandest civic monument which any city has erected to itself in this country within living memory, aye, and beyond." The frantic applause atoned for the lack of attention and the semi-audible chattering which had marred the latter part of the interminable and sagacious harangue. George thought, "Pardon me, the city has not erected this civic monument. I have erected it." And he thought upon all the labour he had put into it, and all the beauty and magnificence which he had evolved. Alderman Salter should have replied on behalf of the Town Hall Committee, and the alderman who took his place apologized for his inability to fill the role, and said little. Then the toastmaster bawled incomprehensibly for the 20th time, and a councillor arose and in timid tone said, "I rise to propose the toast of the architect and contractor." George was so astounded that he caught scarcely anything of the speech. It was incredible to him that he, the creative artist, who was solely responsible for the architect and decoration of the monument, in whose unique mind it had existed long before the second brick had been placed upon the first, should be bracketed in a toast with a tradesman and middleman who merely supervised the execution of his scheme according to rules of thumb. He flushed. He wanted to walk out, but nobody else appeared to be disturbed. George, who had never before attended an inauguration, was simply not aware that the toast architect and contractor was the classic British toast, invariably drunk on such occasions and never criticised. He thought, what a country, and remembered hundreds of Mr. Enright's remarks. Phrases of the orator wandered into his ear. The competition system. We went to Sir Hugh Corver, the head of the architectural profession. Loud applause. And Sir Hugh Corver assured us that the design of Mr. George Cannon was the best. Hear, 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 hear. Mr. Philip, head of the famous firm of Phillips Limited. Loud applause. Fortunate after our misfortune with the original contractor to obtain such a leading light. Cannot sufficiently thank these two officials for the intellect, energy, and patience they have put into their work. As the speech was concluding, a tactless man sitting next to George, with whom he had progressed very slowly in acquaintance during the lunch, leaned towards him and murmured in a confidential tone, Did I tell you both naval yards up here have just had orders to work day and night? Yes, fact. George's mind ran back to Mr. Prince and Mr. Prince's prophecy of war. Was there something in it, after all? The thought passed in an instant, for the last vestiges of his equanimity had gone. Hearing his name, he jumped up in a mist inhabited by inimical phantoms, and, amid feeble acclamations here and there, said he knew not what, in a voice now absurdly loud and now absurdly soft, and sat down, amid more feeble acclamations, feeling an angry fool. It was the most hideous experience. He lit a cigarette, his first that day. When Mr. Phillips rose, the warm clapping was expectant of good things. When I was a little boy, I remember my father telling me that this town hall had been started. I never expected to live to see it finished. Delighted guffaws, uproarious laughter, explosions of mirth interrupted this witty reference to the delays in construction. The speaker smiled at ease. His eyes glinted. He knew his audience, held it consummately, and went on. In the afternoon there was a conversazione, or reception, for the lunchers, and also for the outer fringe of the city's solid respectability. The whole of the town hall, from basement to roof, was open to view, and citizens of all ages wandered in it everywhere, admiring it, quizzing it, and feeling proudly that it was theirs. George, too, wandered about, feeling that it was his. He was slowly recovering from the humiliation of the lunch. Much of the building pleased him greatly. At the excellence of some effects and details he marvelled. The entry into the large hall from the grand staircase was dramatic, just as he had intended it should be. The organ was being played, and word went round that the acoustic properties of the auditorium were perfect, and unrivalled by any auditorium in the kingdom. On the other hand, the crudity of certain other effects and details irritated the creator, helping him to perceive how much he had learnt in 10 years. In 10 years, for example, his ideas about mouldings had been quite transformed. What chiefly satisfied him was the demonstration everywhere that he had mastered his deep natural impatience of minutiae, that instinct which often so violently resented the exacting irksomeness of trifles in the realization of a splendid idea. At intervals he met an acquaintance and talked, but nobody at all appeared to comprehend that he alone was the creator of the mighty pile, and that all the individuals present might be divided artistically into 2 classes, himself in one class, the entire remainder in the other. And nobody appeared to be inconvenienced by the sense of the height of his achievement or of the splendour of his triumph that day. It is true that the North hates to seem impressed, and will descend to any duplicity in order not to seem impressed. The town clerk's clerk came importantly up to him and asked, "How many reserved seats would you like for the concert?" A grand ballad concert, at which the most sentimental of contraltos, helped by other first-class throats, was to minister wholesale to the insatiable secret sentimentality of the North, had been arranged for the evening. "One will be enough," said George. "Are you alone?" asked the town clerk's clerk. George took the ticket. None of the city fathers or their fashionable sons had even invited him to dinner. He went forth and had tea alone, while reading in an evening paper about the Austro-Serbian situation in the tea-rooms attached to a cinema palace. The gorgeous rooms, throbbing to two-steps and foxtrots, were crammed with customers, but the waitresses behaved competently. Thence he drove out in a taxi to the residence of Alderman Salter. He could see neither the alderman nor Miss Salter. He learnt that the condition of the patient was reassuring, and that the patient had a very good constitution. Back at the hotel, he had to wait for dinner. In due course he ate the customary desolating table d'hôte dinner, which is served simultaneously in the vast odorous dining rooms, all furnished alike, of scores and scores of grand hotels throughout the provinces. Having filled his cigar case, he set out once more into the beautiful summer evening. In broad Sidegate were massed the chief resorts of amusement. The façade of the Empire Music Hall glowed with great rubies and emeralds and amethysts and topazes in the fading light. Its lure was more powerful than the lure of a ballet concert. Ignoring his quasi-official duty to the greatest of sentimental contraltos, he pushed into the splendid foyer of the Empire. One solitary stall, half a crown, was left for the second house. He bought it, eager in transgression. He felt that the ballet concert would have sent him mad. The auditorium of the Empire was far larger than the auditorium of the town hall, and it was covered with gold. The curving rows of plush-covered easy-chairs extended backwards until faces became indistinguishable points in the smoke-misted gloom. Every seat was occupied. The ballet concert had made no impression upon the music hall. The same stars that he could see in London appeared on that gigantic stage in the same songs and monologues, and, as in London, the indispensable review was performed, but with a grosser and more direct licentiousness than the West End would have permitted. And all proceeded with inexorable exactitude according to timetable. And in scores and scores of similar empires, hippodromes, alhambras, and pavilions throughout the provinces, similar entertainments were proceeding with the same exactitude. Another example of the huge standardization of life. George laughed with the best at the inventive drollery of the knockabout comedians, Britain's sole genuine contribution to the art of the modern stage. But there were items in the Empire programme that were as awful in their tedium as anything at the ballet concert could be, moments when George could not bear to look over the footlights. And these items were applauded in ecstasy by the enchanted audience. He thought of the stupidity, the insensibility, the sheer ignorance of the exalted lunchers, and he compared them with these qualities in the Empire audience, and asked himself sardonically whether all artists had lived in vain. But the atmosphere of the Empire was comfortable, reassuring, inspiring. The men had their pipes, cigarettes, and women. The women had their men, the luxury, the glitter, the publicity. They had attained, they were happy. The frightful curse of the provinces, ennui, had been conjured away by the beneficent and sublime institution invented, organized, and controlled by three great trusts. George stayed till the end of the show. The emptying of the theatre was like a battle, like the flight of millions from a conflagration. All humanity seemed to be crowded into the corridors and staircases. Jostled and disordered, he emerged into the broad street, along which huge lighted trams slowly thundered. He walked a little, starting a fresh cigar. The multitude had resumed its calm. A few noisy men laughed and swore obscene oaths, and girls, either in couples or with men, trudged, demure and unshocked, past the roisterers, as though they had neither ears to hear nor eyes to see. In a few minutes the processions were dissipated, dissolved into the vastness of the city, and the pavements nearly deserted. George strolled on towards the square. The town hall stood up against the velvet pallor of the starry summer night, massive, lovely, supreme, deserted. He had conceived it in an office in Russell Square when he was a boy. And there it was, the mightiest monument of the city which had endured through centuries of astounding corporate adventure. He was overwhelmed, and he was inexpressibly triumphant. Throughout the day he had had no recognition, and as regards the future, few, while ignorantly admiring the monument, would give a thought to the artist. Books were eternally signed, and pictures and sculpture, but the architect was forgotten. What did it matter? If the creators of Gothic cathedrals had to accept oblivion, he might. The tower should be his signature, and no artist could imprint his influence so powerfully and so mysteriously upon the unconscious city as he was doing. And the planet was whirling the whole city round like an atom in the icy spaces between the stars. And perhaps Lois was lying expectant, discontented, upon the sofa, thinking rebelliously. He was filled with the realization of universality. At the hotel, another telegram awaited him. "Good old Ponting!" he exclaimed after reading it. The message ran, "We have won it. Ponting." He said, "Why we, Ponting? You didn't win it. I won it." He said, "Sir Hugh Corver is not going to be the head of the architectural profession. I am." He felt the assurance of that in his bones.
End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 1.
The Roll Call. 1. The telephone rang in the principal room of George's office in Museum Street. He raised his head from the drawing-board with the false gesture of fatigued impatience, which, as a business-man, he had long since acquired, and took the instrument. As a fact, he was not really busy. He was only pretending to be busy, and he rather enjoyed the summons of the telephone, with its eternal promise of some romantic new turn of existence. Nevertheless, though he was quite alone, he had to affect that the telephone was his bane. "Can Sir Isaac David speak to you, sir, from the Artists' Club?" "Put him on." Immediately came the thick, rich voice of Sir Isaac, with its implications of cynicism and triumphant disdain, attenuated and weakened in the telephone, suggesting an object seen through the wrong end of a telescope. "Is that you, Canon?" "It is," said George shortly. Without yet knowing it, he had already begun to hate Sir Isaac. His criticism of Sir Isaac was that the man was too damnably sure of himself. And not all Sir Isaac's obvious power and influence and vast potential usefulness to a young architect could prevent George from occasionally, as he put it, standing up to the fellow. "Well, you'd better come along here if you can. I want to see you," said the unruffled voice of Sir Isaac. "Now?" "Yes." "All right." As George replaced the instrument, he murmured, "I know what that means. It's all off." And after a moment, "I knew jolly well it would be." He glanced round the very orderly room, to which, by judicious furnishing, he had given a severe distinction at no great cost. On the walls were a few interesting things, including a couple of his own perspectives. A neo-impressionist oil sketch over the mantelpiece, with blue trees and red fields, and a girl whose face was a featureless blob, imperiously monopolized the attention of the beholder, warning him, whoever he might be, that the inescapable revolutionary future was now at hand. The room, and everything in it, that entity upon which George had spent so much trouble, and of which he had been so proud, seemed futile, pointless, utterly unprofitable. The winning of the Indian Limited competition, coupled with the firm rumour that Sir Isaac Davids had singled him out for patronage, had brilliantly renewed George's reputation, and the jealousy which proved its reality. The professional journals had been full of him, and everybody assured everybody that his ultimate, complete, permanent success had never been in doubt. The fact that the barracks would be the largest barracks in India indicated to the superstitious, and to George himself, that destiny intended him always to break records. After the largest town hall, the largest barracks, and it was said that Sir Isaac's factory was to be the largest factory. But the outbreak of war had overthrown all reputations, save the military and political. Every value was changed according to a fresh standard, as in a shipwreck. For a week George had felt an actual physical weight in the stomach. This weight was his own selfish woe, but it was also the woe of the entire friendly world. Every architect knew and said that the profession of architecture would be ruined for years. Then the India Office woke George up. The attitude of the India Office was overbearing. It implied that it had been marvellously original and virtuous in submitting the affair of its barracks to even a limited competition, when it might just as easily have awarded the job to any architect whom it happened to know, or whom its wife, cousin, or aunt happened to know, or whose wife, cousin, or aunt happened to know the Indian Office. And further, that George ought, therefore, to be deeply grateful. It said that in view of the war the barracks must be erected with the utmost possible, or rather with quite impossible, dispatch, and that George would probably have to go to India at once. Simultaneously, it daily modified George's accepted plans for the structure, exactly as though it was a professional architect and George an amateur, and it involved him in a seemly but intense altercation between itself and the subordinate bureaucracy of a presidency. It kept George employed. In due course people discovered that business must proceed as usual, and even the architectural profession, despite its traditional pessimism, had hopes of municipalities and other bodies which were to inaugurate public works in order to diminish unemployment. Nevertheless, George had extreme difficulty in applying himself efficiently to urgent tasks. He kept thinking, "It's come, it's come." He could not get over the fact that it had come. The European war, which had obsessed men's minds for so many years past. He saved the face of his own theory as to the immediate impossibility of a great war by positively asserting that Germany would never have fought had she foreseen that Britain would fight. He prophesied, to himself, Germany's victory, German domination of Europe, and, as the grand central phenomenon, mysterious ruin for George Edwin Cannon. But the next instant he would be convinced that Germany would be smashed, and quickly. Germany, he reckoned superiorly, in taking on England, had bitten off more than she could chew. He knew almost naught of the progress of the fighting. He had obtained an expensive map of Western Europe and some flagged pins, and had hung the map up in his hall, and had stuck the pins into it with exactitude. He had moved the pins daily, until little Rensin one morning, aloft on a chair, decided to change all the positions of the opposing armies. The Rensin established German army corps in Marseille, the Knock-Millidown Mountains, and Torquay, while sending the French to Elsinore and Aberdeen. There was trouble in the house. The Rensin suffered, and was given to understand that war was a serious matter. Still, George soon afterwards had ceased to manipulate the pins. They seemed to be incapable of arousing his imagination. He could not be bothered with them. He could not make the effort necessary to acquire a scientific conception of the Western campaign, not to mention the Eastern, as to which his ignorance was nearly perfect. Yet he read much about the war. Some of the recounted episodes deeply and ineffaceably impressed him. For example, an American newspaper correspondent had written a dramatic description of the German army marching steadily along a great Belgian highroad, a procession without beginning and without end, and of the procession being halted for his benefit, and of a German officer therein who struck a soldier several times in the face angrily with his cane, while the man stood stiffly at attention. George had an ardent desire to spend a few minutes alone with that officer. He could not get the soldier's bruised cheek out of his memory. Again, he was moved and even dismayed by the recitals of the entry of the German army into Brussels, and of its breaking to the goose-step as it reached the Grande Place, though he regarded the goose-step as too ridiculous and contemptible for words. Then the French defence of Dinant, and the Belgian defence of Liège, failure as it was, and the obstinate resistance at Namur, inspired him, and the engagements between Belgians and Uhlans, in which the clumsy Uhlans were always scattered, destroyed for him the dread significance of the term Uhlan. He simply did not comprehend that all these events were negligible trifles, that no American correspondent had seen the 100th part of the enemy forces, that the troops which marched through Brussels were a tiny theatrical sideshow, a circus, that the attack on Liège had been mismanaged, that the great battle of Dinant was a mere skirmish in the new scale of war, and the engagements with Uhlans mere scuffles, and that behind the screen of these infinitesimal phenomena, the German army, unimagined in its hugeness, horror, and might, was creeping like a fatal and monstrous caterpillar, surely towards France. A similar screen hid from him the realities of England. He saw buntings and recruits, and the crowds outside consulates, but he had no idea of the ceaseless flight of innumerable crammed trains, day and night, southwards, of the gathering together of Atlantic liners and excursion steamers from all the coasts into an unprecedented armada, of the sighting of the vanguard of that armada by an incredulous Boulogne, of the landing of British regiments and guns and aeroplanes in the midst of a Boulogne wonderstruck and delirious, and of the thrill which thereupon ecstatically shivered through France. He knew only that the expeditionary force had landed in safety. He could not believe that a British army could face successfully the legendary Prussians with their great general staff, and yet he had a mystic and entirely illogical belief in the invincibility of the British army. He had read somewhere that the German forces amounted in all to the equivalent of over 300 divisions. He had been reliably told that the British forces in France amounted to 3 divisions and some cavalry. It was most absurd. But his mysticism survived with the absurdity, so richly was it nourished by news from the strange, inartistic colonies where architecture was not understood. Revelation came to George that the British Empire, which he had always suspected to be an invention of those intolerable persons, the Imperialists, was, after all, something more than a crude pink smear across the map of the world. Withal, he was acutely dejected as he left his office to go to the club. 2. Sir Isaac was sitting quite alone in the large smoking-room of the Artists in Albemarle Street, a beautiful apartment terribly disfigured by its pictures, which had been procured from fashionable members in the fashionable tastes of 20 years earlier, and were crying aloud for some one brave enough to put them out of their misery. No interpretation of the word artist could by any ingenuity be stretched to include Sir Isaac. Nevertheless, he belonged to the club, and so did a number of other men in like case. The difference between Sir Isaac and the rest was that Sir Isaac did actually buy pictures, though seldom from fashionable painters. He was a personage of about 45 years, with a rather prominent belly, but not otherwise stout. A dark man, plenty of stiff black hair, except for one small central bald patch, a rank moustache, and a clean-shaven chin, apparently woaded in the manner of the ancient Britons. Elegantly and yet severely dressed, braided morning coat, striped trousers, small skin-fitting boots, a black flowered silk necktie. As soon as you drew near him, you became aware of his respiratory processes. You were bound to notice continually that, without ceasing, he carried on the elemental business of existence. Hair sprouted from his nose, and the nose was enormous. It led at a pronounced slope to his high forehead, which went on upwards at exactly the same angle, and was lost in his hair. If the chin had weakly receded, as it often does in this type, Sir Isaac would have had a face like a spearhead, like a ram of which the sharp point was the top of his nose, but Sir Isaac's chin was square, and the wall of it perpendicular. His expression was usually inquisitive, dissatisfied, and disdainful, the effect being produced by a slight lifting of the back of the nostrils and a slight tipping forward of the whole head. His tone, however, often by its bluff good humour, contradicted the expression. He had, in an extreme degree, the appearance of a Jew, and he had the names of a Jew, and most people said he was a Jew. But he himself seriously denied it. He asserted that he came of a Welsh nonconformist family, addicted to christening its infants out of the Bible, and could prove his descent for generations. Not that he minded being taken for a Jew, he would add, was indeed rather flattered thereby, but he simply was not a Jew. At any rate, he was Welsh. A journalist had described him in the phrase, "All the time he's talking to you in English, you feel he's thinking something different in Welsh." He was an exceedingly rich industrial, and had made his money by organisation. He seemed always to have leisure. "Here," he curtly advised George, producing a magnificent Parteiger, similar to the one he was himself smoking. "You'd better have this." He cut the cigar carefully with a club tool, and pushed the match-stand across the table with a brusque gesture. George would not thank him for the cigar. "You're on that Indian barracks, aren't you?" "Yes, they're in a Hades of a hurry." "Well, my factory is in much more of a hurry." George was startled. He had heard nothing of the factory for a month, and had assumed that the war had scotched the enterprise. He said, "Then the war won't stop you?" Sir Isaac shook his head slowly, with an arrogant smile. It then occurred to George that this man differed strangely from all other men, because the sinister spell of the war had been powerless over him alone. All other men bore the war in their faces and in their gestures, but this man did not. "I'm going to make munitions now, explosives. I'm going to have the biggest explosives factory in the world. However, the modifications in the general plan won't be serious. I want to talk to you about that." "Have you got contracts, then, already?" "No. Both the War Office and the Admiralty have told me they have all the explosives they want," he sneered. "But I've made a few inquiries, and I think that by the time my factory's up they'll be wanting more explosives than they can get. In fact, I wish I could build half a dozen factories. Dare say I shall." "Then you think we're in for a long war?" "Not especially that. It's a long war. You English will win. If it's a short war, the Germans will win, and it'll be the end of France as a great power. That's all." "Won't it be the end of your factory too?" "No," exclaimed Sir Isaac, with careless compassion in his deep, viscid voice. "If it's a short war, there'll be another war. You English will never leave it alone. So that whatever happens, if I take up explosives, I can't go wrong. It's velvet." "It seems to me we shall bust up the whole world if we aren't careful, soon." Sir Isaac smiled more compassion. "Not at all," he said easily. "Not at all. Things are always arranged in the end, more or less satisfactorily, of course. It's up to the individual to look out for himself." George said, "I was thinking of going into the army." The statement was not strictly untrue, but he had never formulated it, and he had never thought consecutively of such a project, which did indeed appear too wild and unpractical for serious consideration. "This recruiting's been upsetting you." George's vague patriotism seemed to curdle at these half-dozen scornful words. "Do you think I oughtn't to go into the army, Sir Isaac?" "My dear boy, any fool can go into the army, and if you go into the army you'll lose your special qualities. I see you as the best factory designer we have, architecturally. You've only just started, but you have it in you, and your barracks is pretty good. Of course, if you choose to indulge in sentimentality, you can deprive the country of an architect in a million, and make it a present of a mediocre soldier, for you haven't got the mind of a soldier. But if you do that, mark my words, you'll only do it to satisfy the egotism that you call your heart. You only do it in order to feel comfortable, just as a woman gives a penny to a beggar and thinks it's charity when it's nothing of the sort. There are fellows that go and enlist because they've heard a band play." "Yes," George concurred. He hated to feel himself confronted by a mind more realistic than his own, but he was realistic enough to admit the fact. What Sir Isaac said was unanswerable, and it appealed very strongly to George. He cast away his sentimentality, ashamed of it, and at the same time he felt greatly relieved in other ways. "You'd better put this Indian barracks on one side as much as you can, or employ someone to help you. I shall want all your energies." "But I shall probably have to go to India. The thing's very urgent." Sir Isaac scorned him in a profound gaze. The smoke from their two magnificent cigars mingled in a canopy above them. "Not it," said Sir Isaac. "What's more, it's not wanted at all. They think it is because they're absolutely incapable of thought. They know the word war, and they know the word barracks. They put them together and imagine it's logic. They say, we were going to build a barracks, and now we're at war. Therefore we must hurry up with the barracks. That's how they reason, and the official mind will never get beyond it. Why do they want the barracks? If they want the barracks, what's the meaning of what they call the response of the Indian Empire? Are they going to send troops to India, or take them away from India? They're going to take them away, of course. Mutiny of Indians' silent millions? Rubbish! Not because a mutiny would contradict the far-famed response of the Indian Empire, but because Indians' silent millions haven't got a rifle amongst them. You needn't tell me they're giving you 40 reasons for getting on with that barracks. I know their reasons. All of them put together only mean that in a dull, dim Oxford and Cambridge way they see a connection between the word war and the word barracks. George laughed, and then after a few seconds Sir Isaac gave a short, rough laugh. "But if they insist on me going to India—" George began and paused. Sir Isaac grew meditative. "I say, speaking of voyages," he murmured in a tone almost dreamy, "if you have any loose money, put it into ships and keep it there. No trouble him. Any ships, no matter what ships." "Well, I haven't got any loose money," said George curtly. "And what I want to know is, if they insist on me going to India, what am I to do?" "Tell them you can't go. Tell them your professional engagements won't permit it. They'll lick your boots and ask humbly if you can suggest any suitable person to represent you. I shall want all your energies, and my factory will be worth more to this country in the war than all the barracks under heaven. Now just bend your eye to these." He took some papers from his tail pocket. The discussion grew technical. 3. George sailed down Piccadilly westwards on the top of a motor bus. The August afternoon was superb. Piccadilly showed more than its usual splendour of traffic, for the class to whom the sacred word England signified personal dominion and a vast apparatus of personal luxury either had not gone away for its holiday, or had returned therefrom in a hurry. The newspaper placards spoke of great feats of arms by the Allies. Through the leafage of Hyde Park could be seen uncountable smart troops manoeuvring in bodies. On the top of the motor bus, a student of war was explaining to an ignorant friend that the active adhesion of Japan, just announced, meant the beginning of the end for Germany. From Japan he went to Namur, seeing that Namur was the chief bastion of the defensive line, and that hence the Germans would not be allowed to take it. Almost every motor bus carried a fine specimen of this type of philosopher, to whom the whole travelling company listened while pretending not to listen. George despised him for his manner, but agreed with some of his reasoning. George was thinking chiefly about Sir Isaac. Impressive person, Sir Isaac, even if hateful. It was remarkable how the fellow seemed always to have leisure. Organisation, of course. Indubitably the fellow's arguments could not be gainsaid. The firing line was not the only or even the most important part of the national war machine. To suppose otherwise was to share the crude errors of the childlike populace and its press. Men were useless without guns, guns without shot, shot without explosives, and explosives could not be produced without a factory. The populace would never understand the close interdependence of various activities. It would never see beyond the recruiting station. It was meet only for pity. Sir Isaac had uttered a very wise saying. Things are always arranged in the end. It's up to the individual to look out for himself. Sir Isaac was freed from the thrall of mob sentimentality. He was a superman, and he was converting George into a superman. George might have gone back to the office, but he was going home instead, because he could think creatively just as well outside the office as inside. So why should he accept the convention of the ordinary professional man? Sir Isaac assuredly did not. He had telephoned to the office. A single consideration appealed to him. How could he now best serve his country? Beyond question, he could now serve his country best as an architect. If his duty marched with his advantage, what matter? It was up to the individual to look out for himself. And he, George, with already an immense reputation, would steadily enhance his reputation, which in the end would surpass all others in the profession. The war could not really touch him, no more than it could touch Sir Isaac. By good fortune and by virtue of the impartiality of his intelligence, he was above the war. Yes, Sir Isaac, disliked and unwillingly but deeply respected, had cleared his ideas for him. In Elm Park Gardens he met the white-clad son of a Tory MP who lived in that dignified street. "The very man. Come and make a fourth, will you, Canon?" asked the youth, dandiacal in flannels, persuasively and flatteringly. George demanded with firmness, "Who are the other two?" "Oh, Miss Horton and Gladys what's-her-name." Why shouldn't he play at tennis? It was necessary to keep fit. "All right, but not for long, you know." "That's all right. Hurry up and get into your things." 10 minutes. and in little more than 10 minutes he was swinging a racket on the private sward that separates Elm Park Gardens East from Elm Park Gardens West, and is common to the residents of both. He had not encountered Lois at home, and had not thought it necessary to seek her out. He and she were often invited to play tennis in Elm Park Gardens. The grass was beautifully kept. At a little distance 2 gardeners were at work, and a revolving sprinkler whirled sprays of glinting water in a wide circle. The back windows of the 2 streets disclosed not the slightest untidiness nor déshabille. Rising irregularly in tier over tier to the high roof line, they were all open and all neatly curtained, and many of them had gorgeous sun-blinds. The sound of 1 or 2 pianos emerged faintly on the warm, still afternoon. Miss Horton and the slim Gladys were dressed in white, with short skirts, at once elegant and athletic. Miss Horton, very tall and strong, with clear eyes and a complexion damaged by undue exposure to healthy fresh air, was a fine player of many years' experience, now at the decline of her powers. She played seriously, every stroke conscientious and calculated, and she gave polite, good-humoured hints to the youth, her partner. George and Gladys were together. Gladys, 18, was a delightful girl, the raw material of a very sound player. She held herself well, and knew by instinct what style was. A white belt defined her waist in the most enchanting fashion. George appreciated her as a specimen of the newest generation of English girls. There were thousands of them in London alone, an endless supply, with none of the namby-pambiness and the sloppiness and the blousiness of their forerunners. Walking in Piccadilly or Bond Street or the Park, you might nowadays fancy yourself in Paris. Why indeed should he not be playing tennis at that hour? The month was August. The apparatus of pleasure was there. Used or unused, it would still be there. It could not be destroyed simply because the times were grave. And there was his health. He would work better after the exercise. What purpose could there be in mournful inactivity? Yet continuously, as he ran about the court, and smiled at Gladys, and called out the score, and exclaimed upon his failures in precision, the strange physical weight oppressed his stomach. He supposed that nearly everybody carried that physical weight. But did Sir Isaac? Did the delicious Gladys? The youth on the other side of the net was in the highest spirits, because in a few days he would be entering Sandhurst. A butler appeared from the French window of the ground floor of the MP's house, walked down the curving path screened by a pergola, and came near the court with a small white paper in his solemn hand. At a suitable moment he gave the paper to the young master, who glanced at it and stuffed it into his pocket. The butler departed. A few minutes later the players changed courts. While the girls chatted apart, the youth leaped over the net, and, drawing the paper from his pocket, showed it furtively to George. It bore the words, "Namur has fallen." The MP's household received special news by telephone from a friend at the War Office. The youth raised his eyebrows, and with a side glance seemed to say that there could be no object in telling the women immediately. The next instant the game was resumed with full ardour. George missed his strokes. Like thousands of other people, untaught by the episode of Liège, he had counted upon Namur. Namur, the bastion, the shoulder of the newly forming line, if not impregnable, was expected to hold out for many days. And it had tumbled like a tin church, and with it the brave edifice of his confidence. He saw the Germans inevitably in Paris, blowing up Paris quarter by quarter, arrondissement by arrondissement, imposing peace, dictating peace, forcing upon Europe unspeakable humiliations. He saw Great Britain compelled to bow, and he saw worse than that. And the German officer, having struck across the face with his cane the soldier standing at attention, would go back to Germany in triumph, more arrogant than ever, to ogle adoring virgins and push cowed and fatuous citizens off the pavement into the gutter. The solid houses of Elm Park Gardens, with their rich sun-blinds, the perfect sward, the white-frocked girls, the respectful gardeners, the red motor-buses flitting past behind the screen of bushes in the distance, even the butler in his majestic and invulnerable self-conceit, the whole systemized scene of correctness and tradition trembled as if perceived through the quivering of hot air. Gladys, reliant on the mail and feeling that the mail could no longer be relied on, went off her game, with apologies. The experience of Miss Horton asserted itself, and the hard-fought set was lost by George and his partner. He reminded the company that he had only come for a short time, and left in a mood of bitter blackness.
End of Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 2, 4. In front of his own house, George saw a tradesman's coupe of the superior, discreet sort, with a smart horse, the same being more distinctive than motor traction. A driver, liveried in black, and the initials of the firm in a restrained monogram on the doors. He thought, "She's bluing money again. Of course it's her own, but—" He was extremely sardonic. In the drawing-room he found not only Lois, but Lorenzine and an attentive, respectful, bright-faced figure, rather stylishly dressed in black. This last was fastening a tea-gown on the back of pale Lois, who stood up with a fatigued, brave air. Lorenzine sat critically observant on the end of a sofa. The furniture of the room was heaped with tea-gowns, and other garments not very dissimilar, producing a rich and exciting effect. All three women quickened to George's entry. "Oh, George," said Lois querulously, "are you going to play tennis? I wish I could. I'm so glad you came in. We'd no idea we were in the house, had we, Lorenzine? Lorenzine's giving me a tea-gown. Which of them do you prefer? It's no good me having one you don't like." He had been unjust to her then. "It's really her birthday present," said Lorenzine, "only a bit late. Oh dear, darling, do sit down. You're standing too long." Both Lorenzine and the young woman in black regarded Lois with soft compassion, and she sat down. Lorenzine too was a mother, but she had retained her girlhood. She was a splendid, powerful, erect creature, handsome, with a frank, benevolent, sane face, at the height of her physical perfection. George had a great fondness for her. Years earlier he wondered how it was that he had not fallen in love with her instead of with Lois. But he knew the reason now. She lacked force of individuality. She was an adorer by instinct. She adored Lois. Lois could do no wrong. More strange, she adored her husband. Ingenuous simpleton, yet wise. Another thing was that her mind was too pure. Instead of understanding, it rejected. It was a mind absolutely impregnable to certain phenomena. And this girl still enjoyed musical comedies and their successors in vogue, the revues. "The Germans have taken Namur," George announced. The news impressed. Even the young woman in black permitted herself by a facial gesture to show that she was interested in the war as well as in tea-gowns, and apart from its effect on tea-gowns. "Oh dear," murmured Lorenzine. "Is it serious?" Lois demanded. "You bet it is," George replied. "Well, what's Sir John French doing then? I say, Lorenzine, I think I shall have that pale blue one after all, if you don't mind." The black young woman went across to the piano and brought the pale blue one. "George, don't you think so?" The gown was deferentially held out for his inspection. "Well, I can't judge it if I don't see it on, can I?" he said, yielding superciliously to their mood. Women were incurable. Namur had fallen, but the room was full of finery, and the finery claimed attention. And if Paris had fallen, it would have been the same. So he told himself. Nevertheless, the spectacle of the heaped finery and its absorbed priestess was very agreeable. Lois rose. Lorenzine and the priestess helped her to remove the white gown she wore, and to put on the blue one. The presence of the male somewhat disturbed the priestess, but the male had signified a wish, and the wish was flattering and had to be fulfilled. George, cynically, enjoyed her constraint. He might at least have looked out of the window, but he would not. "Yes, that's fine," he decided carelessly when the operation was done. He did not care a pin which tea-gown Lois had. "I knew you'd like it better," said Lois eagerly. The other two, in words or by demeanour, applauded his august choice.
The affair was over. The priestess began to collect her scattered stock into a light trunk. But behind her back, Lois took hold of Lorentzin and kissed her fondly. Lorentzin smiled and persuaded Lois into a chair. "You will, of course, keep that on, madam?" the priestess suggested. "Oh, yes, darling, you must rest, really," said Lorentzin earnestly. "Thank you, madam." In 3 minutes the priestess, bearing easily the trunk by a strap, had gone, bowing. Lois's old tea-gown, flung across the head of the sofa, alone remained to brighten the furniture. The drawing-room door opened again immediately, and a military officer entered. Lorentzin sprang up with a little girlish scream and ran to him. "Oh, dearest, have you got them already? You never told me you would have. How lovely you look!" Blushing with pleasure and pride, she kissed him. It was Everard Lucas. Lorentzin had come to Elm Park Road that afternoon with the first news that Everard, through a major known to his late mother, had been offered a commission in a territorial line regiment. George, who saw Lucas but seldom, had not the slightest idea of this enormous family event, and he was astounded. He had not been so taken aback by anything, perhaps, for years. Lucas was rounder, and his face somewhat coarser than in the past, but the uniform had created a new Lucas. It was beautifully made, and he wore it well. It suited him. He had the fine military air of a regular. He showed no awkwardness, only a simple vanity. "Don't you feel as if you must kiss him, Lois, darling?" said Lorentzin. "Oh, I certainly must," Lois cried, forgetting her woes in the new tea-gown and in the sudden ecstasy produced by the advent of an officer into the family. Lucas bent down and kissed his sister-in-law, while Lorentzin beheld the act with delight. "The children must see you before you go," said Lois. "Madam, they shall see their uncle," Lucas answered. At any rate, his agreeable voice had not coarsened. He turned to George. "What do you think of it, George?" "My boy, I'm proud of you," said George. In his tennis flannels he felt like one who has arrived at an evening party in morning dress. And indeed he was proud of Lucas. Something profound and ingenuous in him rose into his eyes and caused them to shine. Lucas related his adventures with the tailor and other purveyors, and explained that he had to join his regiment in the next day, but would be able to remain in London for the present. George questioned him about his business affairs. "No difficulty about that whatever," said Lucas lightly. "The old firm will carry on as usual. Enright and Orgreave will have to manage it between them, and of course they wouldn't dream of trying to cut off the Spondulics. Not that I should let that stop me if they did." "Yes, it's all very well for you to talk like that," said Lois, with a swift change of tone. "You've got partners to do your work for you, and you've got money. Have you written to your mother, Lorentzin?" George objected to his wife making excuses. His gaze faltered. "Of course, darling," Lorentzin answered eagerly, agreeing with her sister's differentiation between George and Everard. "No, not yet, but I'm going to tonight. Everard, we ought to be off." "I've got a taxi outside," said Lucas. "A taxi?" she repeated in a disappointed tone. And then, as an afterthought, "Well, I have to call at Debenham's." The fact was that Lorentzin wanted to be seen walking with her military officer in some well-frequented thoroughfare. They lived in Hampstead. Lois rang the bell. "Ask nurse to bring the children down, please, at once," she told the parlour-maid. "So this is the new tea-gown, if I mistake not," observed Lucas in the pause. "Très chic. I suppose Lorentzin's told you all about the chauffeur being run off with against his will by a passionate virgin. I couldn't start the car this morning myself." "You never could start a car by yourself, my boy," said George. "What's this about the passionate virgin?" 5. George woke up in the middle of the night. Lois slept calmly. He could just hear her soft breathing. He thought of all the occupied bedrooms, of the health of children, the incalculable quality in wives, the touchy stupidity of nurses and servants. The mere human weight of the household oppressed him terribly. And he thought of the adamant of landlords, the shifty rapacity of tradesmen, the incompetence of clerks, the mere pompous foolishness of government departments, the arrogance of Jew patrons, and the terrifying complexity of problems of architecture on a large scale. He was the Atlas supporting a vast world 1,000 times more complex than any problem of architecture. He wondered how he did it. But he did do it, alone. And he kept on doing it. Let him shirk the burden, and not a world but an entire universe would crumble. If he told Lois that he was going to leave her, she would collapse. She would do dreadful things. He was indispensable, not only at home, but professionally. All was upon his shoulders and upon nobody else's. He was bound. He was a prisoner. He had no choice. He was performing his highest duty. He was fulfilling the widest usefulness of which he was capable. Besides, supposing he did go insane and shirk the burden, they would all say that he had been influenced by Lucas's uniform. The mere sight of the uniform, like a girl! He could not stand that, because it would be true. Not that he would ever admit its truth. He recalled Lucas's tact in refraining from any suggestion, even a jocular suggestion, that he, George, ought also to be in uniform. Lucas was always tactful. Be damned to tact! And the too eager excuses made by Lois in his behalf also grated on his susceptibility. He had no need of excuses. Woman was taciturn by nature, and yet she was constantly saying too much. And did any of the three of them, Lois, Lorenzen, and Lucas, really appreciate the war? They did not. They could not envisage it. Lucas was wearing uniform solely in obedience to an instinct. At this point, the cycle of his reflections was completed, and began again. He thought of all the occupied bedrooms. Thus, in the dark, warm night, the contents of his mind revolved endlessly, with extreme tedium and extreme distress, and each moment his mood became more morbid. An occasional sound of traffic penetrated into the room, strangely mournful, a reminder of the immense and ineffable melancholy of a city which could not wholly lose itself in sleep. The window lightened. He could descry his wife's portable clock on the night-table. 4:15. Turning over savagely in bed, he muttered, "My night's done for, and nearly 5 hours to breakfast. Good God!" The cycle resumed and was enlarged. At intervals he imagined that he dozed. He did doze, if it is possible while you are dozing to know that you doze. His personality separated into two personalities, if not more. He was on a vast plain, and yet he was not there, and the essential point of the scene was that he was not there. Thousands and tens of thousands of men stood on this plain, which had no visible boundaries. A roll call was proceeding. A resounding and mysterious voice called out names, and at each name a man stepped briskly from the crowds and saluted and walked away. But there was no visible person to receive the salute. The voice was bodiless. George became increasingly apprehensive. He feared a disaster, yet he could not believe that it would occur. It did occur. Before it arrived, he knew that it was arriving. The voice cried solemnly, "George Edwin Cannon." An awful stillness and silence followed, enveloping the entire infinite plain. George trembled. He was there, but he was not there. Men looked at each other, raising their eyebrows. The voice did not deign to repeat the call. After a suitable pause, the voice cried solemnly, "Everard Lucas." And Lucas, in his new uniform, stepped gravely forward and saluted and walked away. Was I asleep or awake? George asked himself. He could not decide. At any rate, the scene impressed him. The bigness of the plain, the summons, the silence, the utter absence of an expression of reproof or regret, of any comment whatever. At 5 o'clock he arose and sat down in his dressing-gown at Lois's very untidy and very small writing-desk, and wrote a letter on her note-paper. The early morning was lovely. It was celestial. "Dear Davids," the letter began. That would annoy the fellow who liked the address respectful. "Dear Davids, I have decided to join the army, and therefore cannot proceed further with your commission. However, the general idea is complete. I advise you to get it carried out by Lucas and Enright. Enright is the best architect in England. You may take this from me. I am his disciple. You might ring me up at the office this afternoon. Yours faithfully, George Cannon. P.S. Assuming you go to Lucas and Enright, I can either make some arrangement with them as to sharing fees myself, or you can pay me an agreed sum for the work I've done and start afresh elsewhere. I shall want all the money I can get hold of." Yes, Sir Isaac would be very angry. George smiled. He was not triumphant, but he was calm. In the full sanity of the morning, every reason against his going into the army had vanished. The material objection was ridiculous, with Edwin Clayhanger at the back of him. Moreover, some money would be coming in. The professional objection was equally ridiculous. The design for the Indian barracks existed complete. A middle-aged mediocrity could carry it out in a fashion, and Lucas and Enright could carry it out better than he could carry it out himself. As for David's, he had written. There was nothing else of importance in his office. The other competition had not been won. If people said that he had been influenced by Lucas's uniform, well, they must say it. They would not say it for more than a few days. After a few days, the one interesting fact would be that he had joined. By such simple and curt arguments did he annihilate the once overwhelming reasons against his joining the army. But he did not trouble to marshal the reasons in favour of his joining the army. He had only one reason. He must. He quite ignored the larger aspects of the war, the future of civilization, freedom versus slavery, right versus wrong, even the responsibilities of citizenship and the implications of patriotism. His decision was the product not of the argument, but of feeling. However, he did not feel a bit virtuous. He had to join the army, and that was all there was to it. Beastly nuisance, this world war. It was interfering with his private affairs. It might put an end to his private affairs altogether. He hated soldiering. He looked inimically at the military caste, an unspeakable nuisance. But there the war was, and he was going to answer to his name. He simply could not tolerate the dreadful silence and stillness on the plain after his name had been called. Pooh! Sheer sentimentality, he said to himself, thinking of the vision. Half dream, half fancy. Rotten sentimentality. He asked, "Damn it, am I an Englishman or am I not?" Like most Englishmen, he was much more an Englishman than he ever suspected. "What on earth are you doing, George?" At the voice of his wife, he gave a nervous jump and then instantly controlled himself and looked round. Her voice was soft, liquid, weak with slumber. But lying calmly on one side, her head half buried in the pillow, and the bedclothes pushed back from her shoulders, she was wide awake and gazed at him steadily. "I'm just writing a letter," he answered gruffly. "Now? What letter?" "Here, you shall read it." He walked straight across the room in his gay pyjamas, only partly hidden by the splendid dressing gown, and handed her the letter. Moving nothing but her hand, she took the letter and held it in front of her eyes. He sat down between the beds, on the edge of his own bed, facing her. "Whatever is it?" "Read it, you've got it," he said with impatience. He was trembling, aware that the crisis had suddenly leapt at him. "Oh!" She had read the opening phrase. She had received the first shock. But the tone of her exclamation gave no clue at all to her attitude. It might mean anything, anything. She shut her eyes, then glanced at him, terror-struck, appealing, wistful, implacable. "Not at once." "Yes, at once." "But surely you'll at least wait until after October?" He shook his head. "But why can't you?" "I can't." "But there's no object—" "I've got to do it." "You're horribly cruel." "Well, that's me." He was sullen and as hard as a diamond. "George, I shall never be able to stand it. It's too much to expect. It'll kill me." "Not it. What's the use of talking like that? If I'd been in the territorials before the war, like lots of chaps, I should have been gone long ago, and you'd have stood it all right. Don't you understand we're at war? Do you imagine the war can wait for things like babies?" She cried, "It's no good your going on in that strain. You can't leave me alone with all this house on my shoulders, and so that's flat." "Who wants to leave you all alone in the house? You can go and stay at Ladderedge, children and nurse and all." This scheme presented itself to him as he spoke. "Of course I can't. We can't go and plant ourselves on people like that. Besides—" "Can't you? You'll see." He caught her eye. Why was he being so brutal to her? What conceivable purpose was served by this harshness? He perceived that his nerves were overstrung, and in a swift rush of insight he saw the whole situation from her point of view. She was exhausted by gestation. She lived in a world distorted. Could she help her temperament? She was in the gravest need of his support, and he was an ass, a blundering fool. His severity melted within him, and secretly he became tender, as only a man can be. "You silly girl," he said, slightly modifying his voice, taking care not to disclose all at once the change in his mood. "You silly girl, can't you see they'll be so proud to have you they won't be able to contain themselves? They'll turn the whole place upside down for you. I know them. They'll pretend it's nothing, but mother won't sleep at night for thinking how to arrange things for the best. And as for my cuckoo of an uncle, if you notice something funny about your feet, it'll be the esteemed alderman licking your boots. You'll have the time of your life. In fact, they'll ruin your character for you. There'll be no holding you afterwards." She did not smile, but her eyes smiled. He had got the better of her. He had been cleverer than she was. She was beaten. "But we shall have no money." "Read the letter, child. I'm not a fool." "I know you're not a fool. No one knows that better than me." He went on. "And what's uncle's money for, if it comes to that?" "But we can't sponge on them like that." "Sponge be dashed! What's money for? It's no good till it's spent. If he can't spend it on us, who can he spend it on? He always makes out he's fiendishly hard, but he's the most generous idiot ever born." "Yes, you're awfully like him." "I'm not." He was suddenly alive to the marvellous charm of the intimacy of the scene with his wife, in the early summer dawn, in the silent, enchanted house of sleepers, in the disorder of the heaped bedroom. They were alone together, shameless in front of one another, and nobody knew or saw or could ever know or see. Their relations were unique, resultant of long custom, of friction, of misunderstanding, of affection, of incomprehensible instincts, of destiny itself. He thought, "I've lived for this sensation, and it is worth living for." Without the slightest movement, she invited him with her strange eyes, and as she did so, she was as mysterious as ever she had been. He bent down responsively. She put her hot, clammy hands on his shoulders, and kept his head at a little distance, and looked through his eyes into his soul. The letter had dropped to the floor. "I knew you would," she murmured, and then snatched him to her and kissed him and kept her mouth on his. "You didn't," he said as soon as she loosed him. "I didn't know myself." But he privately admitted that perhaps she did know. She had every fault, but she was intelligent. Constantly he was faced with that fact. She did not understand the significance of the war. She lacked imagination. But her understanding was sometimes terrible. She was devious. But she had a religion. He was her religion. She would cast the god underfoot, and then in a passion of repentance restore it ardently to the sacred niche. She said, "I couldn't have borne it if Everard had gone and you hadn't. But of course you meant to go all the time." That was how she saved his amour propre. "I always knew you were a genius." "Oh, chuck it, kid." "But you're more somehow. This business—" "You don't mean joining the army?" "Yes." "What rot! There's nothing in it. Fellows are doing it everywhere." She smiled superiorly, and then inquired, "How do you join? What are you going to do? Shall you ask Everard?" "Well—" He hesitated. He had no desire to consult Lucas. "Why don't you see Colonel Rannion?" she suggested. "Jove, that's a scheme. Never thought of him." Her satisfaction at the answer was childlike, and he was filled with delight that it should be so. They launched themselves into an interminable discussion about every possible arrangement of everything. But in the pause of it he destroyed its tremendous importance by remarking casually, "No hurry, of course. I bet you I shall be kept knocking about here for months." End of Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 2. Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 1, In the Machine. 1. Colonel Rannion was brother of the wife of the man for whom George had built the house at Hampstead. George had met him several times at the dinners and other reunions to which a sympathetic architect is often invited in the dwelling that he has created. Colonel Rannion had greatly liked his sister's house, had accordingly shown much esteem for George, and had even spoken of ordering a house for himself. Just as breakfast was being served, George had the idea of ringing up the Hampstead people for the Colonel's address, which he obtained at once. The Colonel was staying at the Berkeley Hotel. The next moment he got the Berkeley and the Colonel in person. The Colonel remembered him instantly. George said he wanted to see him. What about? Well, a commission. The Colonel said he had to leave the hotel in 25 minutes. "I can be with you in less than a quarter of an hour," said George. Or rather, not George, but some subconscious instinct within him acting independently of him. The children, with nurse, were in the dining-room, waiting to breakfast with father. They were washed, they were dressed, the dining-room had been cleaned, the pleasant smell of breakfast cooking wandered through the rooms. Since the early talk between George and Lois in the silent, sleeping house, the house had gradually come to life. It was now in full being, even to the girl scrubbing the front steps, except that Lois was asleep. Exhausted after the strange and crucial scene, she had dozed off, and had never moved throughout George's dressing. Now he rushed into the dining-room. "I have to go, nurse. Father can't have his breakfast with you," and rushed out. A minute previously he had felt a serious need of food after the long, sleepless morning. The need vanished. He scurried up Elm Park Gardens like a boy in the warm, fresh air, and stopped a taxi. He was extremely excited. None but Lois knew the great secret. He kept it to himself. He might have burst into the kitchen, for he was very apt to be informal, and said, "Well, cook, I'm going into the army." What a household sensation the news would cause, and what an office sensation! His action would affect the lives of all manner of people, and the house, at present alive and organic, would soon be dead. He was afraid. What he was doing was tremendous. Was it madness? He had a feeling of unreality. At the entrance to the Berkeley Hotel lay a large automobile with a spurred and highly polished military chauffeur. At the door of Colonel Rannion's room was stationed a spurred and highly polished erect orderly, formidable contrasts to the flaccid waiters who slouched palely in the corridors. The orderly went into the room and saluted with a click. George followed, as into a dentist's surgery. It was a small, elegant, private sitting-room resembling a boudoir. In the midst of delicately tinted cushions and flower vases stood Colonel Rannion, grey-haired, blue-eyed, very straight, very tall, very slim, the slimness accentuated by a close-fitted uniform, which began with red taps and ended in light leggings and gleaming spurs. He conformed absolutely to the traditional physical type of soldier, and the sight of him gave pleasure. "Good morning, Canon. Glad to see you." He seemed to put a secret meaning into the last words. He shook hands as he spoke, firmly, decisively, efficiently. "I hope I'm not troubling you too much," George began. "Troubling me? Sit down. You want a commission. The army wants to give commission to men like you. I think you would make a good officer." "Of course, I'm absolutely ignorant of the army, absolutely." "Yes, what a pity that is. If you'd only been a pre-war territorial, you might have done 3 weeks' urgent work for your country by this time." The remark was a polite reproof. "I might," admitted George, to whom the notion of working for his country had never before occurred. "Do you think you'd like the artillery?" Colonel Rannion questioned sharply. His tone was increasing in sharpness. With an equal sharpness, George answered unhesitatingly, "Yes, I should." "Can you ride?" "I can ride. In holidays and so on I get on my mother's horses." "Have you hunted?" "Never." Well, I know my friend Colonel Holliker, who commands the 2nd Brigade of my division, is short of an officer. Would you care for that?" "Certainly." Without saying anything else, Colonel Rannion took up the telephone. In less than half a minute, George heard him saying, "Colonel Holliker, ask him to be good enough to come to the telephone at once." "That you, Holliker?" George actually trembled. He no longer felt that heavy weight on his stomach, but he felt all gone. He saw himself lying wounded near a huge gun on a battlefield. Colonel Rannion was continuing into the telephone. "I can recommend a friend of mine to you for a commission. George Cannon. Cannon, the architect. I don't know whether you've heard of him. Oh, about 30. No, but I think he'd suit you. Who recommends him? I do. I'd like to see him, I suppose, first. No necessity to see him, I'll tell him. Yes, I shall see you in the course of the day. The conversation then apparently deviated to other subjects and drew to a close. Goodbye. Thanks. I say, shall he get his kit? Cannon? Yes, he'd better. Yes, that's understood, of course. Goodbye. That'll be quite all right, said Colonel Ranion to George. Colonel Holliker thinks you may as well see to your kit at once, provided, of course, you pass the doctor and you're ready to work for nothing until your commission comes along. Oh, naturally, George agreed in a dream. He was saying to himself, frightened, staggered, and yet uplifted, Get my kit! Get my kit! But it's scarcely a minute since I decided to go into the army. I may get your commission antedated. I haven't all the papers here, but give me an address where I can find you at once, and you shall have them this afternoon. I'll get the colonel to send them to the Territorial Association tomorrow, and probably in about a month you'll be in the Gazette. I don't know when Colonel Holliker will want you to report for duty, but I shall see him today. You'll get a telegram when you're needed. Now I must go. Which way are you going? I'm going home for my breakfast, said George, writing down his 2 addresses. Colonel Ranion said, I'm off to Wimbledon. I can drop you in Fulham Road if you like. In the automobile, George received a few useful hints, but owing to the speed of the vehicle, the time was far too short for any extensive instruction. The car drew up. For an instant, Colonel Ranion became freely cordial. He must rather have cottoned to me, or he wouldn't have done what he has, thought George, proud to be seen in converse with a staff officer waving a hand in adieu. And he thought, perhaps next time I see him I shall be saluting him. The children and nurse were still at breakfast. Nothing had changed in the house during his absence, but the whole house was changed. It was a house unconvincing, incredible, which might vanish at any moment. He himself was incredible. What had happened was incredible. The screeching voices of the children were not real voices, and the children were apparitions. The newspaper was illegible. Its messages, for the most part, had no meaning, and such as bore a meaning seemed to be utterly unimportant. The first reality for George was food. He discovered that he could not eat the food, could not swallow. The nausea was acute. He drank a little coffee, and then went upstairs to see his wife. Outside the bedroom door he stood hesitant. A desolating sadness of disappointment suddenly surged over him. He had destroyed his ambitions, he had transformed all his life, by a single, unreflecting, and irretrievable impulse. What he had done was terrific, and yet he had done it as though it were naught. The mood passed as suddenly as it had come, and left him matter-of-fact, grim, as it were, swimming strongly on and with the mighty current which had caught him. He went into the bedroom on the current. Lois was awake. I've seen Colonel Ranion. You haven't, George? Yes, I have. I've just come back. Well? He replied with his damnable affected casualness. I'm in the army, Royal Field Artillery, and so that's that. But where's your uniform? I knew you'd say that. I'm in mufti, you see. 2. He promptly received his papers and returned them. His medical examination was quite satisfactory. Then there was no further sign from the army. The army might have completely forgotten him. His enrolment in the army might have been an illusion. Every day and every hour he expected a telegram of command. It was in anticipation of the telegram, curt and inexorable, that he kept harrying his tradesmen. To be caught unprepared by the telegram would be a disaster. But the tradesman had lessons to teach him, and by the time the kit was approximately completed, he had learnt the lessons. Whether the transaction concerned his tunic, breeches, spurs, leggings, cane, sword, socks, shirts, cap, camp field kit, or any of the numerous other articles without which an officer might not respectably enter the British Army, the chief lesson was the same, namely, that the tradesmen were bearing the brunt of the war. Those who had enrolled and made spectacular sacrifices of homes and careers and limbs and lives were enjoying a glorious game amid the laudations of an ecstatic populace. But the real work was being done in the shops and in the workrooms. The mere aspect of tradesmen was enough to restore the lost modesty of officers. Useless to argue with the tradesmen, to expostulate, to vituperate. The facts were in their favour. The sublime law of supply and demand was in their favour. If the suddenly unloosed military ardour had not been kept down, it might have submerged the island. The tradesmen kept it down, and the island was saved by them from militarization. Majors and colonels and even generals had to flatter and cajole tradesmen. As for lieutenants, they cringed. And all officers were obliged to be grateful for the opportunity to acquire goods at prices 50% higher than would have been charged to civilians. Within a few days, George, who had need of every obtainable sovereign for family purposes, had disbursed some £40 out of his own pocket in order to exercise the privilege of defending, at the risk of ruin and death, the ideals of his country. At the end of the week, what, as a civilian, he would have described as his first suit, had not been delivered, and he spent Saturday afternoon and Sunday in most uncomfortable apprehension of the telegraph boy, and in studying an artillery manual now known to hundreds of thousands as FAT, F-A-T. On the Monday morning he collected such portions of his kit as had to be worn with the suit, leggings, boots, spurs, cap, shirt, collar, etc., and took them in a taxi to the tailor's, intending to change there and emerge a soldier. The clothes were not ready, but the tailor, intimidated by real violence, promised them for 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock they were still not ready, for buttons had to be altered on the breeches. Another hour was needed. George went to call at Lucas and Enright's. That office seemed to function as usual, for Everard Lucas alone had left it for the profession of arms. The factotum in the cubicle was a young man of the finest military age, and there were 2 other good ones in the clerk's room, including a clerk just transferred from George's own office. And George thought of his own office, already shut up, and his glance was sardonic. Mr. Enright sat alone in the principal's room, John Orgreave being abroad in London in pursuit of George's 2 landlords, the landlord of his house and the landlord of his office, neither of whom had yet been brought to see that George's caprice for a military career entitled him in the slightest degree to slip out of contracts remunerative to the sacred caste of landlords. Lucas and Enright had behaved handsomely to George, having taken everything over, assumed all responsibilities, and allotted to George more than a fair share of percentages. And John Orgreave, who in his rough provincial way was an admirable negotiator, had voluntarily busied himself with the affair of the resolution of George's leases. "Not gone, then?" Mr. Enright greeted him. "Well, you'd better be going, or I shan't get my chance of being vice-president." "What do you mean?" "Orgreave was at a committee at the Institute this morning. It seems you might have been the next vice, in spite of your tender years, if you'd stayed. You're becoming the rage, you know." "Am I?" said George, startled. He hungered for further details of this great and highly disturbing matter, but Enright, jealous by nature and excusably jealous by reason of the fact that despite his immense artistic reputation he had never succeeded in being even vice-president of the Institute, would say no more. Indeed, he took a pernicious pleasure in saying no more. The ageing man, more hypochondriacal, thinner, and more wrinkled than ever, was full to the brim of one subject: India. Somebody at the India Office had flattered him by showing a knowledge of his work. The India Office had very graciously agreed to the transfer of the barracks enterprise to Lucas and Enright, and now Mr. Enright was for going to India himself. He had never been there. Indian scenery, Indian manners, Indian architecture boiled in his brain. The menace of German raiders would not prevent him from going to India. He had already revisited the photographs of Indian buildings at South Kensington Museum. Moreover, he had persuaded himself that the erection of the barracks formed an urgent and vital part of British war activity. At the same time, he was convinced that the war would soon end, and in favour of Germany. He assumed, as being beyond doubt, that a German army would occupy Paris, and when George, with a wave of the hand, pushed the enemy back and magically rendered Paris impregnable, he nearly lost his temper. This embittered Englishman would not hear a word against the miraculous efficiency of the Germans, whom he admired as much as he hated them. The German military reputation could not have been safer in Potsdam than it was in Russell Square. George, impatient of his master and inspirer, rose to depart, and whereupon Mr. Enright began to talk at large about the terrible derangement of his daily life, caused by the sudden disappearance of his favourite barber, deemed now to have been a spy. "But the only barber who ever really understood my chin," said Mr. Enright. George went, shaking hands perfunctorily. Mr. Enright was too preoccupied to wish him luck. The clothes were ready at the tailor's, and they passed the tests. George stood up, disguised as a second lieutenant in the R.F.A., booted, spurred, gloved, nicely managing a cane. He examined himself in the great mirror, and was well pleased with his military appearance. In particular, his dark moustache fitted the role excellently. "Now you'll send the overcoat and all my civilian things down this afternoon without fail," he said. "I'll let you have an address for the other suit." And he walked manfully out of the shop. Before he could find himself, a superb sergeant major strode up, saluted in the highest and strictest perfection, and passed. The encounter was unfortunate. George, taken aback, muddled his share of the right. Further, the self-consciousness of the potential vice-president of the Royal Institute of British Architects was so extreme in uniform that it could scarcely have been more extreme had he been thrust by destiny into Oxford Street naked. He returned to the shop and said, "I think I'll take everything home myself to make sure. You might get me a taxi." He crept into his own house furtively with his parcels, like a criminal, though he well knew that the servants would be ready to worship him as a new god. The children were evidently out. Lois was not in the drawing-room. He ran to the bedroom. She lay on the sofa. "Here I am," he announced, posing bravely for her inspection. She did not move for a few seconds. Her eyes were hard set. Then she gave a tremendous shattering sob, and burst into wild tears. George stooped to pick up a telegram which was lying on the floor. It read, "You are to report to Adjutant Headquarters, 2nd 1st West Midland RFA, Wimbledon, tomorrow, Tuesday, before noon." The army had not forgotten him. Throughout the week his name upon various forms had been under the eye of authority, and at last the order had gone forth. 3. The next morning, after a disturbed night, Lois was taken ill. George telephoned for the doctor, and as soon as he had seen the patient, the doctor telephoned for the nurse, and as soon as the doctor had telephoned for the nurse, George telephoned for Lorenzen. What with George's uniform and approaching departure, and the premature seizure of Lois, the household had, in an exceedingly short time, reached a state of intense excitement and inefficiency. Nurse was with Lois. The children were with cook in the kitchen. The other two servants were noisily and vaguely active on the stairs and the landings. The breakfast had been very badly cooked. The newspapers, with a detailed description of the retreat from Mons, were not glanced at. George was expecting a letter from his mother concerning the arrangements for the visit of Lois and the children to Ladder Edge, already decided upon, and no letter had come. At 10:30 he sent the parlour-maid to get a taxi. Having inspected his luggage in the hall, he went to the telephone again, ascertained that Lorenzen had actually started from home. Almost at the same moment a taxi stopped in front of the house. "She's been jolly quick," thought George, meaning the parlour-maid. But, going to the window, he saw that his stepfather and his mother were in the taxi. He did not rush out to them. He did not move. The comfortable sense of the perfect reliability and benevolence of his people filled and warmed him. They had not written again. They had just come themselves. He affectionately and critically watched them as they got out of the taxi. Alderman Edwin Clayhanger, undeniably stout, with grey hair and beard, was passing from middle age into the shadow of the 60s. He dressed well, but the flat crown of his felt hat and the artificial, exaggerated squareness of the broad shoulders gave him a provincial appearance. His gesture as he paid the driver was absolutely characteristic, a mixture of the dignified and the boyish, the impressive and the timid. He descended from the vehicle with precautions, but Mrs. Clayhanger jumped down lightly, though she was about as old and as grey as her husband. Her costume was not successful. She did not understand, and never had understood, how to dress herself. But she had kept her figure. She was as slim as a girl, and as restless. George ran to the door, which the feverish parlour-maid had neglected to shut. His mother, mounting the steps, was struck full in the face by the apparition of her son in uniform. The alderman behind her cried mockingly to cover his emotion. "Hello, hello!" "When did you come up?" asked George quietly, taking his mother's hand and kissing her. She slid past him into the house. Her eyes were moist. "Last night," the Alderman answered. "Last train. Your mother's idea, all of a sudden. Thought you might be leaving." "Well, I am," said George. "I have to report at headquarters at Wimbledon by 12 o'clock. It's rather a good thing you've come. Lois is ill. Oh, here's my taxi." The parlour-maid had driven up. "Ill!" exclaimed Mrs. Clayhanger. "Yes, I sent for the doctor, and he sent for the nurse. I'm expecting the nurse every minute." "You don't mean to say—" Mrs. Clayhanger began. George nodded. "She must have had a shock. I knew what it would be for her. It's all very well, but—" Mrs. Clayhanger again left a sentence unfinished. "I've sent for Lorenzen too," said George. "She also may be here any minute." "Oh," said the old lady tartly. "I can stay as long as you like, you know. Lois and I get on splendidly." It was true. They had had one enormous quarrel, which had mysteriously ended by both of them denying superiorly to all males that any quarrel had ever occurred. "Well, come into the dining-room." "I think I'll go up and see Lois at once," said Mrs. Clayhanger. "The doctor's there." "What if he is?" The old woman put in. "Now look here, missus, don't startle her." Mrs. Clayhanger exhaled impatient scorn and went upstairs. "This your stuff?" the alderman questioned, pointing with his stick to the kit-bag and strange packages on the hall floor. "Yes," said George, and to the parlour-maid, "You can put it all in the taxi, May. Come along in, uncle." "Don't hurry me, boy, don't hurry me." "Where are you staying?" "Russell. Bit awkward, this about Lois." They were now within the dining-room. "Yes." In the presence and under the influence of his people, George at once ceased to be an expansive Londoner, and reverted to the character of the Five Towns. "I suppose she'll be all right." "Doctor seems to think so." "Yes, they generally are." The alderman sighed pleasantly, and dropped rather heavily into a chair. "Have a cigarette?" "No," the alderman refused regretfully. "I've got a new rule now. I don't smoke till after dinner." There was a pause. "I'm glad we came." "So am I." "You needn't worry about anything. Your mother and I will see to everything. I'll go up and have a talk with Johnny about the leases." "Thanks. What about money?" "I'll write you, no hurry." "What sort of a woman is Lorenzen? I've scarcely set eyes on her." "She's fine." "She is?" "Yes." "Will she hit it off with your mother?" "Trust her." "Well, then, I think I'll have one of them cigarettes." They smoked in taciturnity, nervous but relieved. They had said what they had to say to each other. After a time, George remarked, "I heard last night there was a chance of me being vice-president of the Institute this year, if I hadn't gone into the army." Mr. Clayhanger raised his eyebrows. "That'll keep all right for later." "Yes." Mrs. Clayhanger hurried into the dining-room. She had removed her hat and gloves. "Lois wants to see you." "I was just coming up. I've got to go now." He glanced at his watch. "Go where?" It was like Mrs. Clayhanger to ask a question to which she knew the answer. Her ardent eyes, set a little too close together in the thin, lined, nervous face, burned upon him challengingly. "I told you I have to report at headquarters before noon." "But you don't mean to say you're going to leave your wife like this? She's very ill." "I'm bound to leave her." "But you can't leave her." The alderman said, "The boy's quite right. If he's got a report, he's got a report." "And supposing she was dying?" "Now, missus, we needn't suppose that. She isn't." "It would be just the same if she was," Mrs. Clayhanger retorted bitterly. "I don't know what men are coming to, but I know this, all husbands are selfish. They probably don't know it, but they are." She wept angrily. "Don't you understand I'm in the machine now, mater?" said George resentfully, as he left the room. In the bedroom, Lois lay on her back, pale, perspiring, moaning. He kissed her, glanced at the doctor for instructions, and departed. Lois was not in a condition to talk, and the doctor wished her not to speak. Then George went into the kitchen and took leave of the children, and incidentally of the servants. The nurse was arriving as he re-entered the dining-room. He had seized his cap in the hall and put it on. "Better give me an address," said the Alderman. "You might wire during the day," George said, scribbling on a loose leaf from his pocket-book, which he had to search for in unfamiliar pockets. "The idea had occurred to me," the Alderman smiled. "Au revoir, mater." "But you've got plenty of time," she protested. "I know," said he, "but I'm not going to be late. I haven't the slightest notion where headquarters are, and supposing the taxi had a breakdown." He divined from the way in which she kissed him good-bye that she was excessively proud of him. "Mater," he said, "I see you're still a girl." As he was leaving, Mr. Clayhanger halted him. "You said something in your last letter about storing the furniture, didn't you? Have you made any inquiries?" "No, but I've told Orgreave. You might look into that, because, well, you'll see." From the hall he glanced into the dining room and up the stairs. The furniture that filled the house had been new 10 years earlier. It had been anybody's furniture. The passage of 10 years, marvellously swift, had given character to the furniture, charged it with associations, scarred it with the history of a family, his family, individualized it, humanized it. It was no longer anybody's furniture. With a pang he pictured it numbered and crowded into a warehouse, forlorn, thick with dust, tragic, exiled from men and women. He drove off, waving. His stepfather waved from the door, his mother waved from the dining room. The cook had taken the children into the drawing-room, where they shook their short, chubby arms at him, smiling. On the second floor, the back of the large rectangular mirror on the dressing-table presented a flat and wooden negative to his anxious curiosity. In the neighbourhood of Wimbledon, the taxi-driver ascertained his destination at the first inquiry from a strolling soldier. It was the Blue Lion public-house. The taxi skirted the common, parts of which were covered with horse-lines and tents. Farther on, in vague suburban streets, the taxi stopped at a corner building with a blatant curved gilt sign and a very big lamp. A sentry did something with his rifle as George got out, and another soldier obligingly took the luggage. A clumsy painted board stuck on a pole at the entrance to a side passage indicated that George had indeed arrived at his headquarters. He was directed to a small, frowsy apartment, which apparently had once been the landlord's sitting-room. 2 officers, Colonel Hulliker and his adjutant, both with ribbons, were seated close together at a littered deal table, behind a telephone whose cord, instead of descending modestly to the floor, went up in sight of all men to the ceiling. In a corner, a soldier, the colonel's confidential clerk, was writing at another table. Everything was dirty and untidy. Neither of the officers looked at George. The adjutant was excitedly reading to the colonel, and the colonel was excitedly listening and muttering. The clerk, too, was in a state of excitement. George advanced towards the table and saluted and stood at attention. The adjutant continued to read and the colonel to murmur, but the adjutant did manage to give a momentary surreptitious glance at George. After some time, the colonel, who was a short, stout, bald, restless man, interrupted the reading, and still without having looked at George, growled impatiently to the adjutant. "Who's this fellow?" The adjutant replied smoothly, "Mr. Cannon, sir." The colonel said, "Got a devilish odd way of saluting. I must go now," and jumped up and went cyclonically as far as the door. At the door he paused and looked George full in the face, glaring. "You came to me with a special recommendation?" he demanded loudly. "Colonel Rannion kindly recommended me, sir." "General Rannion, sir. Haven't you seen this morning's Times? You should read your Gazette." "Yes, sir." "You're the celebrated architect?" "I'm an architect, sir." "I wish you would condescend to answer yes or no, sir. That's the second time. I say, you're the celebrated architect?" "Yes, sir." "Well, remember this. When you come into the army, what you were before you came to the army has not the slightest importance." "Yes, sir." Colonel Hulliker glared in silence for a moment, and was gone. The clerk slipped out after him. The adjutant rose. "Now, Cannon, we're all very busy," and shook hands. 4. The same afternoon, indeed, within about 2 hours of his entrance into the army, George found himself driving back from Wimbledon to London in a motor bus. Colonel Hulliker had vanished out of his world, and he had been sent to another and still more frowsy public-house, which was the headquarters of No. 2 Battery of the 2nd Brigade. He was allotted to No. 2 Battery, subject to the approval of Major Crane, the commanding officer. Major Crane was young and fair and benevolent, and at once approvingly welcomed George, who thereupon became the junior subaltern of the battery. The other half-dozen officers to whom he was introduced one by one as they came in seemed amiable and very well-mannered, if unduly excited. When, immediately before lunch, the Major was called away to lunch with Colonel Hulliker, the excitement of the mess seemed to boil over. The enormous fact was that the whole division, yeomanry, infantry, and artillery, had been ordered to trek southward the next morning. The division was not ready to trek, in particular the 2nd Brigade of its artillery, and quite especially Battery No. 2 of the 2nd Brigade was not ready to trek. Nevertheless, it would trek. It might even trek to France. Southward was Franceward, and there were those who joyously believed that this first-line territorial division was destined to lead the territorial army in France. All the officers had a schoolboyish demeanour. All of them called one another by diminutives ending in Y. All of them were pretty young. But George soon divided them into two distinct groups, those who worried about the smooth working of the great trek, and those who did not. Among the former was Captain Reesmith, the second in command, a dark man with a positive, strong voice, somewhat similar to George in appearance. Captain Reesmith took George very seriously, and promised to initiate him personally into as many technical mysteries as could be compressed into one afternoon. Then a Major Tumulty, middle-aged and pale, came hurriedly into the stuffy room, and said, without any prologue, "Now I must have one of you chaps this afternoon, otherwise I promise you won't get all the things you want." Silence fell on the mess. "The CO isn't here, sir," said Captain Reesmith. "I can't help that. I'm not going alone." "Cannon, you'd better go with Major Tumulty. Major, this is Mr. Cannon, our latest addition." George only knew about Major Tumulty that he was Major Tumulty, and that he did not belong to No. 2 Battery. So far as George was concerned, he was a major in the air. After drinking a glass of port with the mess, Major Tumulty suddenly remembered that he was in a hurry, and took George off and put him into a scarlet London General motor bus that was throbbing at the door of the public-house, with an ordinary civilian driver at the steering wheel and a soldier on the step. George felt like a parcel. He had no choice of movement, no responsibility, no knowledge. The mentality of a parcel was not disagreeable to him, but at times, vaguely uneasy, he would start out of it and ask himself, "What is wrong?" And then the vision of a distant, half-forgotten street called Elm Park Road would rise in his mind, and he would remember, "My wife is very ill, and everything is upset at home." The motor bus travelled a few yards and stopped, and out of yet another office a soldier carried, staggering, a heavy bag with a brass lock, and dropped it on the floor of the bus between the Major and George. And the bus, after a good imitation by the soldier conductor of a professional double ting on the bell, went away afresh. "That's money," said the Major, in his mild, veiled voice, pointing to the bag. Little by little, George learnt that the Major had won the bus out of the War Office, and had been using it daily for several days for the purpose of buying and collecting urgent stores and equipment. The bus had become celebrated within the division in an astoundingly short time, and on this, the last day preceding the trek, the various units had burdened the good-natured Major with a multitude of commissions. "I try to keep accounts," said the Major, "but I know I've made a loss every day. I've been in the TF ever since there was one, and it has always cost me money. Now I shall put you in charge of this little book." The little book was a penny account book, with pages lettered in pencil, A, B, C, D, etc., and items scribbled on each page. "The letters show the batteries," the Major explained. "I've got a key to the batteries somewhere in my pocket, and here's what I call my grand list." He produced a roll of foolscap. "I like everything orderly. It saves so much trouble, doesn't it? I mean in the end. Now, as I buy things, I shall strike them off here, and I want you to strike them off in your book, and put down the price from the bill. I always insist on a receipted bill. It saves so much trouble in the end. I meant to bring a file or a clip for the bills, but I forgot. You understand, don't you?" George answered solemnly and sharply, "Yes, sir." The Major weakly cried, "Hall?" "Yes, sir." The soldier conductor came to attention. "Did you tell him to get a Harrods first?" "Yes, sir."
"I think we might go and sit on the top," said the Major. "It's a nice afternoon." So the two officers went and sat on the top of the motor bus. The Major gossiped with soothing tranquillity. He said that he was a pianoforte manufacturer. His father, from whom he had inherited, had traded under a German name because people preferred German pianos to English. He now regretted this piece of astuteness on the part of his father. He was trying to sell his business. He'd had enough of it. "Hi, you!" he called, standing up quite unexpectedly and leaning over the front of the bus to hail the driver. "Hi, you!" But the driver did not hear, and the bus drove forward like fate. The Major, who had hitherto seemed to be exempt from the general perturbation of Wimbledon troops, suddenly showed excitement. "We must stop this bus somehow. Why the devil doesn't he stop? I've forgotten the rope shop." "I'll stop it, sir," said George, maintaining an admirable presence of mind at the crisis, and he rose and pushed down the knob of the signal rod at the back of the bus. The bus did actually stop. "Ah," murmured the Major, calmed. The soldier raced upstairs. "Hall!" "Yes, sir." "Do you know a rope and string shop near the Granville Theatre of Varieties at Walham Green?" "No, sir." "Well, there is one. Tell him to stop at the Granville." "Yes, sir." The Major resumed his bland conversation. At Putney they saw the first contents bill of the afternoon papers. "How do you think things are going, sir?" George asked. "That's very difficult to say," answered the Major. "This Mons business is serious." "Yes, sir." The discovery of the rope shop involved a policeman's aid. When the rope had been purchased and new silver brought forth from the bag, and the receipt made out, and the items struck off and the amount entered, and the bus had started again, George perceived that he would soon be passing the end of Elm Park Gardens. Dared he ask the Major to deflect the bus into Elm Park Road so that he might obtain news of Lois? He dared not. The scheme, simple and feasible enough, was nevertheless unthinkable. The bus, with Liverpool Street inscribed on its forehead, rolled its straight, inevitable course along Fulham Road, pursued by the disappointed glances of gesturing wayfarers who wanted it to take them to Liverpool Street. After about 2 hours of fine, confused shopping, the Major stopped his bus at a tube station in the north of London. "I mustn't forget my pens," said he. "I have to spend 3/4 of my time mewed up in the office, and I don't grumble. But I'm very particular about nibs, and if I don't have my own I cannot work. It's useless to expect it." Then to the soldier, "Hall, you go down to Partridge and Cooper's at the corner of Chancery Lane and Fleet Street, and buy a 6-penny box of their No. 6 velvet pen nibs. You understand? No. 6 velvet?" "Yes, sir. With the bus, sir?" "With the bus. Here's 6pence." He took a coin out of the bag, locked it, and gave the key to George. "And keep an eye on this bag, my boy. You will then come back and wait for us, let me see, outside Piccadilly Tube Station in Jermyn Street." "Yes, sir." The Major and George entered the North London station and proceeded to the lift. "Ticket?" demanded the lift man. The Major halted and gazed at him. "On service," said the Major, with resentment and disdain. "A fortnight ago you civilians were raising your hats to us. Now you ask us for tickets. Haven't you grasped yet that there's a war on? Don't you think you'd look better in khaki?" He showed excitement, as at every personal encounter. The lift man bowed his head, inarticulately muttering, and the officers passed into the lift, having created a certain amount of interest among the other passengers. The Major was tranquillized in a moment. They came to the surface again at Piccadilly Circus, where at the lift a similar scene occurred. "Do you know anything about pyjamas?" said the Major. "Well, sir, I never wear them myself. I'm rather old-fashioned. But I have to buy 3 pairs, suits, for Colonel Hulliker at Swan and Edgar's. Oh, bother it, haven't you any money? I forgot to take some out of the bag." The Major purchased the pyjamas with George's money, and his attitude towards the shopman during the transaction was defiant, indicating to the shopman that, though personally he, the Major, never wore pyjamas, he was an expert in pyjamas and not to be gulled. George took the resulting parcel and the receipted bill, and they walked across to Jermyn Street, where surely the bus with the 6-penny box of pens was waiting for them. It was perfectly magical. As the vehicle swung with them into the circus, the Major exclaimed, "We're getting on very well. What do you say to some tea?" "Certainly, sir." The bus, having stopped by order at the second tea-house on the left in Piccadilly,
was immediately assaulted, without success, by several would-be passengers. A policeman, outraged by the spectacle of a bus stationary at a spot where buses are absolutely forbidden to be stationary, hurried forward in fury. But the Major, instantly excited, was ready for him. "This motor bus is a military vehicle on service, and I'll thank you to mind your own business. If you've any complaints to make, you'd better make them to Lord Kitchener." The policeman touched his hat. "They have music here," said the Major mildly, entering the tea-house. "I always like music. Makes things so much jollier, doesn't it?" During tea, the Major inquired about George's individual circumstances, and George said that he was an architect. "Student of bricks and mortar, eh?" said the Major benevolently. "How long have you been in the army?" "Rather less than half a day, sir." The Major, raising his eyebrows, was very interested and kind. Perceiving that he had virgin material under his hands, he began to shape the material, and talk much about the niceties of the etiquette of saluting. George listened, yet at intervals his attention would wander, and he would be in Elm Park Road. But the illusion of home was very faint. His wife and family seemed to be slipping away from him. "How is it," he thought, "that I am not more upset about Lois than I am?" The various professional and family matters which in his haste he had left unsettled were diminishing hourly in their apparent importance. He came back to the tea-house with a start, hearing the Major praise his business capacity as displayed during the afternoon. The friendly aspect of the thin, pallid face inspired him with a sort of emotional audacity, and in 10 words he suddenly informed the Major of his domestic situation. "Ah," said the Major, "I'm a bachelor myself." There was a pause. "I'll give you a tip," said the Major, resuming the interrupted topic. "War is a business. The more business capacity you have, the more likely you are to succeed. I'm a business man myself." On leaving the tea-house, they discovered the military vehicle surrounded by an enchanted multitude, who were staring through its windows at the merchandise: blankets, pans, kettles, saddles, ropes, parcels, stoves, baskets, and box of nibs, within, while the policeman strove in vain to keep both the road and the pavement clear. George preceded the Major, pushing aside with haughty military impatience the civilians so reluctant to move. He felt as though he had been in the army for years. No longer did his uniform cause him the slightest self-consciousness. At Wimbledon, in the dusk, the bus was met by several military wagons, each from a different unit, and each anxious to obtain goods. This piece of organisation rather impressed George. "Well, my boy," said the Major, "you'd better go and report yourself. You've been a great help to me." George saluted according to the Major's own doctrine, and departed. At battery headquarters he met Captain Reesmith. "How did you get on with Auntie?" asked Reesmith in his loud, firm voice. George winked. Reesmith gave a scarcely perceptible smile. "Look here," he said, "I'm just going round the horse lines. If you'll come with me, I'll show you a thing or two, and we can choose a mount for you. Then after dinner, if you like, I'll take you through the orders for tomorrow. Oh, by the way, there's a telegram for you." The telegram read: "Girl, everything fairly satisfactory. Don't worry too much. The ensign sleeps here. Nunks." The telegram was entirely characteristic of his stepfather: curt, exact, realistic, kind. He thought, 3 girls, by Jove. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 2. 5. The early sun, carrying into autumn the tradition of a magnificent summer, shone on the artillery camps. The 4 guns of the No. 2 battery of the 2nd Brigade were ranged side by side in the vast vague space in front of the officers' hutments. Each gun had 6 horses in 3 pairs, and a rider for each pair. On the guns and the gun teams everything glittered that could glitter: leather, metal, coats of horses, faces of men. Captain Reesmith rode round, examining harness and equipment with a microscope that he called his eye. George rode round after him. Sometimes Captain Reesmith spoke to an NCO, sometimes even to a man, but for the most part the men stared straight in front of them into eternity. Major Crane trotted up. Captain Reesmith approached the Major and saluted, saying in his best military voice, "The battery is all correct and ready to move off, sir." The Major, in his drawing-room voice, replied, "Thank you, Captain Reesmith." Silence reigned in No. 2 Battery, except for the faint jingling restlessness of the horses. Then Colonel Holliker and his adjutant pranced into sight. The adjutant saluted the Major and made an inquiry. The Major saluted, and all three chatted a little. George, who had accompanied Captain Reesmith into the background, murmured to him as cautiously as a convict talking at exercise, "He's got his knife into me." "Who?" "The Colonel." "Don't you know why?" "No, I was specially recommended to him." "Well, that's one reason, isn't it? But there was a difficulty between him and the Major as to when you should come. The old man got the better of him, always does. But he's a good officer." "Who?" "Holliker. Shut up." These two had reached familiarity with the swiftness characteristic of martial life. During the brief colloquy, Reesmith had sat very upright on his horse, the chin slightly lifted, the head quite still, even the lips scarcely moving to articulate. Colonel Holliker seemed now to be approaching. It was a false alarm. The Colonel and his adjutant pranced off. After a long time, and at a considerable distance, could just be heard the voice of the Colonel ordering the brigade to move. But No. 2 Battery did not stir for another long period. Suddenly, amid a devolution of orders, No. 2 Battery moved. The Major, attended by his trumpeter and followed by the battery staff of range-takers, director-men, telephonists, and the sergeant-major, inaugurated a sinuous procession into the uneven, rutted track leading to the side road. Then the guns, one by one, wheeled to the right, the horses' hoofs stamping into the damp ground as they turned, and became part of the procession. Then the quartermaster and other NCOs and men joined, and last were Captain Reesmith, attended by his trumpeter, and George. Reesmith looked over his shoulder at the 3rd Battery, which surged behind. There were nearly 200 men and over 150 horses and many vehicles in the battery. The Major was far out of sight, and the tail of the column was equally out of sight to the rear, for the total length of Major Crane's cavalcade exceeded a mile, and of the brigade 3 miles, and 2 other similar brigades somewhere in the region of Wimbledon were participating in the grand divisional trek. Captain Reesmith cantered ahead to a bend in the track, and anxiously watched a gun team take the sharp curve, which was also a sharp slope. The impression of superb, dangerous physical power was tremendous. The distended nostrils of horses, the gliding of their muscles under the glossy skin, the muffled thud of their hoofs in the loose soil, the grimacing of the men as they used spur and thong, the fierce straining of straps and chains, the creaking, the grinding, and finally the swaying of the 90mm gun, coddled and polished, as it swung helplessly forward, stern first, and its long nose describing an arc in the air behind. These things marvellously quickened the blood. "Good men," said Captain Reesmith, enthusiastic. "It's great, isn't it? You know, there's nothing so fine as a battery, nothing in the whole world." George heartily agreed with him. "This is the best battery in the division," said Reesmith religiously. And George was religiously convinced that it was. He was astoundingly happy. He thought, amazed, that he had never been so happy, or at any rate so uplifted, in all his life. He simply could not comprehend his state of bliss, which had begun that morning at 6:30, when the grey-headed, simple-minded servant allotted to him had wakened him, according to instructions, with a mug of tea. Perhaps it was the far, thin sound of bugles that produced the rapturous effect, or the fresh air blowing in through the broken pane of the hut, or the slanting sunlight, or the feeling that he had no responsibility and nothing to do but blindly obey orders. He had gone to sleep as depressed as he was tired. A sense of futility had got the better of him. The excursion of the afternoon had certainly been ridiculous in a high degree. He had hoped for a more useful evening. Captain Reesmith had indeed taken him to the horse lines, and he had tried a mount which was very suitable, and Captain Reesmith had said that he possessed a naturally good seat and hands, and had given him a few sagacious tips. It was plain to him that Reesmith had the Major's orders to take him in tutelage and make an officer of him. But the satisfactoriness of the evening had suddenly ceased. Scarcely had Reesmith begun to expound the orders, and George to read the thrilling words, "Second Lieutenant G. E. Cannon to ride with Captain Reesmith," when the mess had impulsively decided to celebrate the last night in camp by a dinner at the hotel near the station, and George, fit for nothing more important, had been detailed to run off and arrange for the rich repast. The bulk of the mess was late to arrive, and George spent the time in writing a descriptive and falsely gay letter on slips of yellow army paper to Lois. The dinner, with its facile laughter and equally facile cynicism, had bored him, for he had joined the army in order to save an empire and a world from being enslaved. He had lain down in his truckle bed and listened to the last echoing sounds in the too resonant corridor of the hutments, and thought of the wisdom of Sir Isaac Davids, and of the peril to his wife, and of the peril to the earth, and of his own irremediable bondage to the military machine. He, with all his consciousness of power, had been put to school again, deprived of the right to answer back, to argue, even to think. If one set in authority said that black was white, his most sacred duty was to concur and believe, and there was no escape. And then, no sooner had he gone to sleep than it was bright day, and the faint, clear call of bugles had pierced the clouds of his depression, and they had vanished. Every moment of the early morning had been exquisite. Although he had not been across a horse for months, he rode comfortably, and the animal was reliable. Reesmith, in fact, had had to warn him against fatiguing himself. But he knew that he was incapable of fatigue. The day's trek was naught, 15 miles or less, to Epsom Downs at a walk. Lois? He had expected a letter from Nunks or his mother, but there was no letter, and no news was good news, at any rate with Nunks in charge of communications. Lois could not fail to be all right. He recalled the wise generalization of Nunks on that point. Breakfast was a paradisiacal meal. He had never fancied a meal so much. And Reesmith had greatly enheartened him by saying sternly, "You've got exactly the right tone with the men. Don't you go trying to alter it." The general excitement was intense, and the solemn synchronizing of watches increased it further. An orderly brought a newspaper, and nobody would do more than disdainfully glance at it. The usual daily stuff about the war. Whereas Epsom Downs glittered in the imagination like a Canaan. And it lay southward. Probably they were not going to France, but probably they would have the honour of defending the coast against invasion. George desired to master gunnery instantly, and Reesmith soothed him with the assurance that he would soon be sent away on a gunnery course which would give him beans. And in the meantime George might whet his teeth on the detailed arrangements for feeding and camping the battery on Epsom Downs. This organisation gave George pause, especially when he remembered that the battery was a very trifling item in the division, and when Reesmith casually informed him that a division on the trek occupied 15 miles of road. He began to perceive the difference between the army and a circus, and to figure the staff as something other than a club of haughty, aristocratic idlers in red hats. And when the battery was fairly under way in the side road, with another battery in front and another battery behind, and more artillery brigades and uncounted infantry brigades, and a screen of yeomanry all invisibly marching over the map in the direction of Epsom, and bound to reach a certain lettered square on the map at a certain minute, when this dynamic situation presented itself to the tentacles of his grasping mind, he really did feel that there could be no game equal to war. The battery rode easy. The men were smoking, talking, and singing in snatches, when suddenly all sounds were silenced. Captain Reesmith, who had been summoned to the Major, reined in his horse, and George did likewise, and the battery passed by them on the left. The Major's voice was heard. "Number 2 battery. Eyes right." George asked, "What's this?" "CRA's ahead," murmured Reesmith. Then another officer cried, "Right section, eyes right." Then an NCO bawled, "Aye, subsection, eyes right." Then only did George, from the rear, see the drivers, with a simultaneous gesture, twist their heads very sharply to the right, raise their whips, and fling the thongs over the withers of the hand horses, while the section officer saluted. Another NCO bawled, "B subsection, eyes right," and the same action followed. Then another officer cried, "Left section, eyes right." So the right proceeded. Reesmith and George had now gone back to their proper places. George could see the drivers of the last gun gathering up the whip thongs into their hands preparatory to the salute. C subsection received the command. And then, not many yards ahead, the voice of an NCO. "D subsection, eyes right." Heads turned, whips were raised and flung outwards, horses swerved slightly. "Get ready," muttered Reesmith to George. The figure of the CRA, Brigadier General Rannion, motionless on a charger, came into view. George's heart was beating high. Reesmith and he saluted. The General gazed hard at him and never moved. They passed ahead. The officer commanding the 3rd Battery had already called, "Battery, eyes right." The marvellous ceremonial slipped rearwards. George was aware of tears in his eyes. He was aware of the sentiment of worship. He felt that he would have done anything, accomplished any deed, died at the bidding of the motionless figure on the charger. It was most curious. There was a terrific crash of wood far behind. Reesmith chuckled. "One of those GS wagons has knocked down the Automobile Club crossroads sign," he said. "Good thing it wasn't a lamppost. You see, with their eyes right, they can't look where they're going, and the whip touches up the horses, and before you can say knife, they're into something. Jolly glad it's only the Am. Col. Jones will hear of this." He chuckled again. Jones was the captain commanding the ammunition column. The order ran down the line. "Eyes front." Soon afterwards they came to some policemen and 2 girls in very gay frocks with bicycles, and the crossroads. The battery swung into the great high road whose signpost said, "To Ewell and Epsom." Another unit had been halted to let the artillery pass into its definitive place in the vast trek. It was about this time that George began to notice the dust. Rain had fallen before dawn and made the roads perfect, but now either all the moisture had evaporated in the blazing sun, or the battery had reached a zone where rain had not fallen. At first the dust rose only in a shallow sea to the height of fetlocks, but gradually it ascended and made clouds, and deposited a layer on the face and on the tongue and in the throat. And the surface itself of the road, exasperated by innumerable hoofs and wheels, seemed to be in a kind of crawling fermentation. The smell of humanity and horses was strong. The men were less inclined to sing. "Left!" yelled a voice, and another, "Left!" and still another, very close on the second one, "Left!" "Keep your distances there!" Reesmith shouted violently. A horn sounded, and the next moment a motor car, apparently full of red hats, rushed past the battery, overtaking it in a blinding storm of dust. It was gone like a ghost. "That's the Almighty himself," Reesmith explained with unconscious awe and devotion in his powerful voice. "Gramstone, Major General." George, profoundly impressed, he knew not why, noticed in his brain a tiny embryo of a thought that it might be agreeable to ride in a car. A hand went up, and the battery stopped. It was the first halt. "Look at your watch," said Reesmith, smiling. 10:02 exactly. "That's right. We have 10 minutes in each hour." All dismounted, examined horses for galls and looked at their shoes, took pulls at water bottles, lit cigarettes, expectorated, coughed, flicked at flies with handkerchiefs. The party also went past, and shortly afterwards returned with the stretcher laden. 6. It was after the long halt at midday that the weather changed. The horses, martyrized by insects, had been elaborately watered and fed with immense labour. Officers and men had eaten rations and dust from their haversacks,
and for the most part emptied their water bottles, and the march had been resumed in a temper captious and somewhat exacerbated. "Get your horse away, he's kicking mine," said Captain Reesmith impatiently to George, reflecting the general mood. And George, who was beginning to experience fatigue in the region of the knees, visited on his horse the resentment he felt at Reesmith's tone. At precisely that moment some drops of rain fell. Nobody could believe at first that the drops were raindrops, for the whole landscape was quivering in hot sunshine. However, an examination of the firmament showed a cloud perpendicularly overhead. The drops multiplied. The cloud slowly obscured the sun. An almost audible sigh of relief passed down the line. Everybody was freshened and elated. Some men with an instinct for the apposite started to sing, "Shall we gather at the river?" and nearly the whole battery joined in the tune. The rain persevered, thickening. The sun accepted its defeat. The sky lost all its blue. Orders were given as to clothing. George had the sensation that something was lacking to him, and found that it was an umbrella. On the outskirts of Ewell, the battery was splashing through puddles of water. The coats of horses and of men had darkened. Guns, poles, and caps carried chaplets of raindrops. And all those stern riders, so proud and scornful, with chins hidden in high upturned collars, and long garments disposed majestically over their legs and the flanks of the horses, nevertheless knew in secret that the conquering rain had got down the backs of their necks, and into their boots, and into their very knees. But they were still nobly maintaining the illusion of impermeability against it. The battery, riding now stiffly, eyes front, was halted unexpectedly in Ewell, filling the whole of the village, to the village's extreme content. Many minutes elapsed. Rumour floated down that something was wrong in front. Captain Reesmith had much inspectorial cantering to do, and George faithfully followed him for some time. At one end of the village a woman was selling fruit and ginger beer to the soldiers at siege prices. At the other, men and women out of the little gardened houses were eagerly distributing hot tea and hot coffee, free of charge. The two girls from the crossroads entered the village, pushing their bicycles, one of which had apparently lost a pedal. They wore mackintoshes and were still laughing. At length George said, "If you don't mind, I'll stick where I am for a bit." "Tired, eh?" Reesmith asked carelessly. "Well, I shall be if I keep on." "Dismount, my canny boy. Didn't I tell you what would happen to you? At your age." "Why, how old do you think I am?" "Well, my canny boy, you'll never see 30 again, I suppose." "No, I shan't, nor you either." Captain Reesmith said, "I'm 24. George was thunderstruck. The fellow was a boy, and George had been treating him as an equal. But then the fellow was also George's superior officer, and immeasurably his superior in physique. Do what he would, harden himself as he might, George, at 33, could never hope to rival the sinews of the boy of 24, who incidentally could instruct him on every conceivable military subject. George, standing by his sodden horse, felt humiliated and annoyed as Reesmith cantered off to speak to the officer commanding the ammunition column. But on the trek there was no outlet for such a sentiment as annoyance. He was Reesmith's junior and Reesmith's inferior, and must behave, and expect to be behaved to, as such. "Never mind," he said to himself. His determination to learn the art and craft of war was almost savage in ferocity. When the battery at length departed from Ewell, the rain had completed its victory, but at the same time had lost much of its prestige. The riders, abandoning illusion, admitting frankly that they were wet to the skin, knowing that all their clothing was soaked, and satisfied that they could not be wetter than they were if the bottom fell out of the sky, simply derided the rain and plodded forward. Groups of them even disdained the weather in lusty song. But not George. George was exhausted. He was ready to fall off his horse. The sensation of fatigue about the knees and the small of his back was absolute torture. Reesmith told him to ride without stirrups and dangle his legs. The relief was real, but only temporary. And the battery moved on at the horribly monotonous, tiring walk. Epsom was incredibly distant. George gave up hope of Epsom,
and he was right to do so, for Epsom never came. The battery had taken a secondary road to the left, which climbed slowly to the downs. At the top of this road, under the railway bridge, just before fields ceased to be enclosed, stood the two girls. Their bicycles leaned against the brick wall. They had taken off their mackintoshes, and it was plain from their clinging coloured garments that they too were utterly drenched. They laughed no more. Over the open downs the wind was sweeping the rain in front of it, and the wind was the night wind, for the sky had begun to darken into dusk. The battery debouched into a main road which seemed full of promise, but left it again within a couple of 100 yards, and was once more on the menacing, high, naked downs, with a wide and desolate view of unfeatured plains to the north. The bugles sounded sharply in the wet air, and the battery, now apparently alone in the world, came to a halt. George dropped off his horse. A multiplicity of orders followed. Amorphous confusion was produced out of a straight line. This was the bivouacking ground. And there was nothing but the track by which they had arrived, and the downs, and a distant blur to the west in the shape of the Epsom grandstand, and the heavy, ceaseless rain, and the threat of the fast descending night. According to the theory of the divisional staff, a dump furnished by the Army Service Corps ought to have existed at a spot corresponding to the final letter in the words Burgh Heath on the map, but the information quickly became general that no such dump did in practice exist. To George, the situation was merely incredible. He knew that for himself there was only one reasonable course of conduct. He ought to have a boiling bath, go to bed with his dressing gown over his pyjamas, and take a full basin of hot bread and milk adulterated by the addition of brandy, and sleep. Horses and men surged perilously around him. The anarchical disorder, however, must have been less acute than he imagined, for a soldier appeared and took away his horse. He let the reins slip from his dazed hand. The track had been transformed into a morass of viscous mud. 7. It was night. The heavy rain drove out of the dark void from every direction at once, and baptized the chilled faces of men as though it had been discharged from the 100-holed rose of a full watering-can. The right and the left sections of the battery were disposed on either side of the track. Fires were burning, horse lines had been laid down, and by the light of flickering flames the dim forms of tethered animals could be seen with their noses to the ground, pessimistically pretending to munch what green turf had survived in the mud. Lanterns moved mysteriously to and fro. In the distance to the west, more illuminations showed that another unit had camped along the track. The quartermaster of No. 2 had produced meagre tinned meat and biscuits from his emergency stores, and had made a certain quantity of tea in dixies. He had even found a half-feed of oats for the horses, so that both horses and men were somewhat appeased. But the officers had had nothing, and the Army Service Corps detachment was still undiscoverable. George sat on an empty box at the edge of the track, submissive to the rain. Reesmith had sent him to overlook men cutting straight branches in a wood on Park Downs, and then he had overlooked them, as, with the said branches and with waterproofs laced together in pairs, they had erected sleeping shelters for the officers under the imperfect shelter of the sole tree within the precincts of the camp. From these purely ornamental occupations he had returned in a condition approximating to collapse, without desire and without hope. The invincible cheerfulness of unseen men chanting music-hall songs in the drenched night made no impression on him, nor the terrible staccato curtness of an NCO mounting guard. Volition had gone out of him. His heart was as empty as his stomach. Then a group of officers approached, with a mounted officer in the middle of them, and a lantern swinging. The group was not proceeding in any particular direction, but following the restless motions of the uneasy horse. George, suddenly startled, recognized the voice of the rider. It was Colonel Honecker's voice. The brigade commander had come in person to investigate the melancholy, inexcusable case of No. 2 Battery, and he was cursing all men and all things, and especially the divisional staff. It appeared that the staff was responsible for the hitch of organization.
During the day the staff had altered its arrangements for No. 2 Battery of the 2nd Brigade, and had sent an incomplete message to the Army Service Corps headquarters. The ASC had waited in vain for the completion of the message, and had then, at dark, dispatched a convoy with provender for No. 2, with instructions to find No. 2. This convoy had not merely not found No. 2, it had lost itself, vanished in the dark universe of rain. But let not No. 2 imagine that No. 2 was blameless. No. 2 ought to have found the convoy. By some means, human or divine, by the exercise of second sight, or the vision of cats, or the scent of hounds, it ought to have found the convoy, and there was no excuse for it not having done so. Such was the expressed opinion of Colonel Hullocker, and a recital by Major Crane of the measures taken by him did nothing to shake that opinion. "How exactly do you stand now?" the Colonel fiercely demanded. "The men and the horses will manage fairly well with what they've had, sir," said the Major, and he incautiously added, "but my officers haven't had anything at all." The Colonel seized the opening with fury. "What the devil do I care for your officers? It's your horses and your men that I'm thinking about. It's tomorrow morning that I'm thinking about. The horse, revolving, cut short his harangue. "Keep that damned lantern out of his eyes!" cried the Colonel. George jumped up, and as he did so the water swished in his boots, and a stream poured off his cap. The horse was being fatally attracted towards him. The beam of the lantern fell on him, illuminating before his face the long slants of rain. "Ha! Who's this?" the Colonel demanded, steadying the horse. George smartly saluted, forgetting his fatigue. "You, is it? And what are you supposed to be doing? Look here!" Colonel Hullocker stopped in full career of invective, remembering military etiquette. "Major, I suggest you send Mr. Cannon with some men to find the convoy." The Major having eagerly concurred, the Colonel went on, "Take a few men and search every road and track between here and Kingswood Station, systematically. Kingswood's the railhead, and somewhere between here and there that convoy is bound to be. Systematically, mind. It's not a technical job. All that's wanted is common sense and thoroughness." The Colonel's gaze was ruthlessly challenging. George met it stiffly. He knew that the roads, if not the tracks, had already been searched. He knew that he was being victimized by a chance impulse of the Colonel's. But he ignored all that. He was coldly angry and resentful. Utterly forgetting his fatigue, he inimically surveyed the Colonel's squat, shining figure in the cavalry coat, a pyramid of which the apex was a round head surmounted by a dripping cap. "Yes, sir," he snapped. By rights, the tyrant ought to have rolled off his horse dead. But Colonel Hullocker was not thus vulnerable. He could give glance for glance with perhaps any human being on earth, and indeed thought little more of subalterns than of rabbits. He finished after a pause. "You will be good enough, Major, to let this officer report to me personally when he has found the convoy." "Certainly, sir." The horse bounded away, scattering the group. Rather less than half an hour later, George had 5 men, including his own servant and Reesmith's, and 6 lanterns round a cask, on the top of which was his map. There were 6 possible variations of route to Kingswood Station, and he explained them all, allotting 1 to each man and keeping 1 for himself. He could detect the men exchanging looks, but what the looks signified he could not tell. He gave instructions that everybody should go forward until either discovering the convoy or reaching Kingswood. He said, with a positive air of conviction, that by this means the convoy could not fail to be discovered. The men received the statement with strict agnosticism. They could not see things with the eye of faith, fortified though they were with tea and tinned meats. An offered reward of 10 shillings to the man who should hit on the convoy did not appreciably inspirit them. George himself was of course not a bit convinced by his own argument, and had not the slightest expectation that the convoy would be found. The map, which the breeze lifted and upon which the rain drummed, seemed to be entirely unconnected with the actual facts of the earth's surface. The party mounted tired, unwilling horses and filed off. Some soldiers in the darkness, watching the string of lanterns, gave a half-ironical "Hooray!" One by one, as the tracks bifurcated, George dispatched his men, with renewed insistent advice, and at last he and his horse were alone on the downs.
His clothes were exceedingly heavy with all the moisture they had imbibed. Repose had mitigated his fatigue, but every slow, slouching step of the horse intensified it again, and at a tremendous rate. Still he did not care, having mastered the great truth that he would either fall off the horse in exhaustion or arrive at Kingswood, and which of the alternatives happened did not appear to him to matter seriously. The whole affair was fantastic. It was unreal, in addition to being silly. But, real or unreal, he would finish it. If he was a phantom and Kingswood a mirage, the phantom would reach the mirage or sink senseless into astral mud. He had Colonel Hulliker in mind, and quite illogical, he envisaged the Colonel as reality. Often he had heard of the ways of the army, and had scarcely credited the tales told and printed. Well, he now credited them. Was it conceivable that that madman of a colonel had packed him, George, off on such a wild and idiotic errand in the middle of the night, merely out of caprice? Were such doings— He faintly heard voices through the rain, and the horse started at this sign of life from the black, unknown world beyond the circle of lantern light. George was both frightened and puzzled. He thought of ghosts and haunted moors. Then he noticed a penumbra round about the form of what might be a small hillock to the left of the track. He quitted the track and cautiously edged his horse forward, having commendably obscured the lantern beneath his overcoat. The farther side of the hillock had been tunnelled to a depth of perhaps 3 feet. A lantern suspended somehow in the roof showed the spade which had done the work. It also showed, within the cavity, the 2 girls who had accompanied the brigade from Wimbledon, together with 2 soldiers. The soldiers were rankers, but one of the girls talked with perfect correctness in a very refined voice. The other was silently eating. Both were obviously tired to the limit of endurance, and very dirty and draggled. The gay colours of their smart frocks had, however, survived the hardships of the day. George was absolutely amazed by the spectacle. The vagaries of autocratic colonels were nothing when compared to this extravagance of human nature, this glimpse of the subterranean life of regiments, this triumphant and forlorn love-folly in the midst of the inclement, pitiless night. And he was touched, too. The glimmer of the lantern on the green and yellow of the short skirts, half disclosed under the mackintoshes, was at once pathetic and exciting. The girl who had been eating gave a terrible scream. She had caught sight of the figure on horseback. The horse shied violently and stood still. George persuaded him back into the track, and rode on, guessing that already he had become a genuine phantom for the self-absorbed group, awakened out of its ecstasy by the mysterious vision of a night rider. Half a mile farther on, he saw the red end of a cigarette swimming on the sea of darkness. His lantern had expired, and he had not yet tried to relight it. "Hi there!" he cried. "Who are you?" The cigarette approached him in a wavy movement, and a man's figure was vaguely discerned. "ASC convoy, sir." "Where are you supposed to be going to?" "Number 2 Battery, 2nd Brigade, sir." "Can't find it, sir. And we've got off the road. The GS wagon fell into a hole and broke an axle, sir." "And what do you think you're doing?" "Waiting for daylight, sir." The man's youthful voice was quite cheerful. "Do you know what time it is?" "No, sir." "How many other vehicles have you got?" 3 altogether, sir. 6 horses." "Well, I'm from number 2 Battery, and I'm looking for you. You've unharnessed, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, sir, and fed." "Well, you'd better harness up your other 2 carts like lightning and come along with me. Show me the way. We'll see about the GS wagon later on. It's about 100 yards from here, sir." For the second time that evening George forgot fatigue. Exultation, though carefully hidden, warmed and thrilled every part of his body. Tying his horse behind one of the vehicles, he rode comfortably on hard packages till within sight of the battery camp, when he took saddle again and went off alone to find a celebrated inn near the Epsom grandstand, where Colonel Hulliker and other grandees had billeted themselves. The colonel was busy with his adjutant, for apparently quite ready to eat George. "Ah, you is it? Found that convoy?" George answered in a tone to imply that only one answer was conceivable. "Yes, sir." "Brought it back?" "Part of it, sir." He explained the circumstances. The colonel coughed and said, "Have a whisky and soda before you go?" George reflected for an instant. The Colonel seemingly had a core of decency, but George said in his heart, "I'm not done with you yet, my fat friend," and aloud, grimly, "Thank you very much, sir, but I shall ask you to excuse me." Both the Colonel and the Adjutant were pardonably shaken by this unparalleled response. The Colonel barked. "Why, teetotaler?" "No, sir, but I've eaten nothing since lunch, and a glass of whisky might make me drunk." Colonel Holliker might have offered George some food to accompany the whisky, but he did not. He had already done a marvel. A miracle was not to be expected. He looked at George, and George looked at him. "No doubt you're right. Good night." "Good night, sir." George saluted and marched off. 8. He prepared to turn in. The process was the simplest in the world. He had only to wrap a pair of blankets round his soaked clothes, and, holding them in place with one hand, creep under the shelter. There were 4 shelters. The Major had a small one nearest the trunk of the tree, and the others were double shelters to hold 2 officers apiece. He glanced about. The invisible camp was silent and still, save for a couple of lieutenants who were walking to and fro like young ducks in the heavy rain. Faint fires here and there in the distance showed how the troops were spread over the downs. Heaven and earth were equally mysterious and inscrutable. He inserted himself cautiously into the aperture of the shelter, where Reesmith already lay asleep, and, having pushed back his cap, arranged his right arm for a pillow. The clammy ground had been covered with dry horse litter. As soon as he was settled, the noise of the rain ceaselessly pattering on the waterproof became important. He could feel the chill of the wind on his feet, which, with Reesmith's, projected beyond the shelter. The conditions were certainly astounding. Yet, despite extreme fatigue, he was not depressed. On the contrary, he was well satisfied. He had accomplished something. He had been challenged, and had accepted the challenge, and had won. The demeanour of the mess when he got back to the camp clearly indicated that he had acquired prestige. He was the man who had organised an exhaustive search for the convoy, and had found the convoy in the pitchy blackness. He was the man who had saved the unit from an undeserved shame. The mess had greeted him with warm food. Perhaps he had been lucky, the hazard of a lighted cigarette in the darkness. Yes, but luck was in everything. The credit was his, and men duly gave it to him, and he took it. He thought almost kindly of Colonel Holliker, against whom he had measured himself. The result of the match was a draw, but he had provided the efficient bully with matter for reflection. After all, Holliker was right. When you were moving a division, jobs had to be done, possible or impossible. Human beings had to be driven. The supernatural had to be achieved. And it had been. That which in the morning existed at Wimbledon now existed on the Downs. There it lay, safe and chiefly asleep, in defiance of the weather and of accidents and miscarriage. And the next day it would go on. The vast ambitions of the civilian had sunk away. He thought, exalted as though by a wonderful discovery, "There is something in this army business." He ardently desired to pursue it further. He ardently desired sleep and renewal, so that he might rise afresh and pursue it further. What he had done and been through was naught, less than naught. To worry about physical discomforts was babyish. Inviting vistas of knowledge, technical attainment, experience, and endurance stretched before him, illuminating the night. His mind dwelt on France, on Mons, on the idea of terror and cataclysm. And it had room, too, for his wife and children. He had had no news of them for over 24 hours, and he had broken his resolve to write to Lois every day. He had been compelled to break it. But in the morning somehow he would send a telegram, and he would get one. If it's true the French government have left Paris— The nocturnal young ducks were passing the shelter. "And who says it's true? Who told you, I should like to know?" "The Major has heard it." "Rats! I lay you a fiver the Allies are in Berlin before Christmas."
End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Part 2. End of The Roll Call by Arnold Bennett.